My sister demands I postpone my wedding for her divorce recovery. Parents skip my big day and toss out my belongings. My whole family is upset with me. My name is Lexi, and I am 27 Fahrenheit. Please listen to my story before passing judgment on me. Rose, my 32-year-old sister, was divorced a few months ago. I've been making an effort to support her during this difficult time. However, Rose and I have never been close, if I'm being completely honest. Her vast sisterhood was lacking. For years, she and her small circle of friends tormented me, and my parents did nothing to stop it. In my family, I always felt alienated. Let's fast forward to Rose's divorce a few months ago. She's been a complete mess. She had to return to live with our parents since she was unemployed. It didn't matter to me because I don't see my parents or Rose very frequently and we are not close. The problem is that I always felt like the odd one out, even as a child. The golden child was Rose. My parents loved her, and she did everything perfectly, straight A's, prom queen moments. In the meantime, I was the challenging, disobedient one. I got into fights, disobeyed curfews, colored my hair in outrageous hues, and more. The way Rose used to make me feel, however, was the worst. Not only would she harass me, but it seemed like she made a conscious effort to keep me out of her plans with her friends in front of me. She made sure I knew I wasn't wanted at school by spreading untruths about me. Then there was the response, or lack thereof, from my folks. They always stood behind Rose, no matter what she did. It stung a lot, and I carried that bitterness into adulthood. I recall telling them once about the things she said to me, and they dismissed it with the comment, "Oh, that's just how sisters are." However, my 29-year-old partner Joshua proposed to me approximately a month following my sister's divorce. It was among the most joyful times of my life. After all, I had been anticipating this for some time. After nearly 4 years of dating, Joshua and I had discussed marriage frequently. Therefore, it seemed as though everything was coming together when he eventually proposed. Even though my parents and I weren't particularly close, I notified them right away, of course. Perhaps, just possibly, this could be something that would unite us, I thought. Almost immediately, I went into wedding planning mode, thinking about venues, clothes, flowers, and all the other details. Sharing this time with my friends and the few members of my family that I truly get along with made me very happy. However, a few weeks later, my mother called. She told me they needed to talk to me about something significant, and she sounded serious. To be honest, my initial assumption was that it might have something to do with Rose and her entire mess after the divorce. I simply got a feeling that something bad was going to happen. So, kind of expecting the worst, I headed to their place the following evening. And sure enough, my mom revealed it as soon as I sat down. They wanted me to delay my wedding by 2 years, she informed me. Yes, 2 years, as Rose had recently gone through a divorce. What I was hearing was unbelievable. My sister's divorce caused my wedding to be postponed. I thought she must be kidding because it was so ridiculous that I briefly burst out laughing. She was dead serious though. She clarified that Rose needed time to heal and possibly find another partner because she was still devastated. It seems like my wedding would get in the way of it. I questioned my mother if she was serious as I sat there in shock. How could she possibly believe that Rose's romantic life was connected to my wedding? Rose's poor choices were intended to cause my wedding, one of the most important days of my life, to be postponed. "We are family, and we need to support each other," was the famous line my mother used to strike me. She has said this to me countless times. Always, it's about standing by Rose. They seem to want me to be this quiet, helpful person in the background who always prioritizes her needs. I was unable to control my anger. I told my mother that I couldn't believe she had the audacity to ask me such a question and that this was really absurd. Then I simply walked away. I didn't want to be there and hear more of their guilt-tripping and justifications. However, it didn't end there. Over the course of the following few days, my mother called me often to reassure me that this was the appropriate course of action and that the family as a whole, not just Rose, was at stake. She insisted on bringing up the unfairness of Rose attending my wedding while still going through her divorce. However, when was life ever fair? Just because one individual is experiencing something doesn't mean that things stop. It's not as if I'm attempting to make Rose feel unhappy. All I want is to marry Joshua and begin a life together. My dad also became involved, which surprised me because he often stays out of this kind of drama. Using Rose's current emotional state, and the fact that my wedding would be too much for her to take, he attempted to reason with me. He gave the impression that she would be severely burdened by my wedding, as though my joy would somehow make her even more unhappy. Again, though, I fail to see how it is my issue. I can't stop my life, especially to save her feelings, and I can't control how she feels. My parents continued to phone and harass me for days after that. I knew there would be more of the same guilt trip over delaying the wedding every time I saw their name appear on my phone. I must admit that I was growing impatient with them. In contrast, my sister had not spoken to me at all. I was starting to question whether this was truly what Rose desired or whether my parents were simply projecting their own problems onto me because it was all coming from them. I therefore made the decision to take matters into my own hands and give Rose a call directly after a week or so of this back and forth. At first, I was trying to figure out what was going on, and I was really calm. I questioned her directly if my parents were overreacting or if she was the one who set them up for this. At that point, she verified it. Yes, she did believe that delaying the wedding would be preferable. What was she thinking? She claimed that all of the relatives would question her about the divorce during the wedding and that she wasn't prepared for that kind of scrutiny. I was taken aback. We were discussing the wedding, which was one of the most important days of my life, even though I know divorce is a significant matter. Why should her concerns about what others might think of her take precedence over my wedding? I politely explained to her that this was my wedding and that I didn't think anyone would be bothering her about something so private at a gathering that was meant to be about Joshua and me. Let's face it, people are too preoccupied with the wedding of the couple, the cuisine, the dancing, and their personal life to pay any attention to anything else at the event. At my wedding, of all places, who is going to approach Rose and intrusively inquire about her failed marriage? Naturally, though, she refused to listen. She insisted repeatedly that she wasn't emotionally ready to deal with everyone and that if I truly cared about her, I would think about holding off until she was more resilient and able to take the attention. I became more irate the more she said. At last, I simply explained everything to her. I informed her that whether she or our parents attended or not, the wedding would take place regardless of her feelings. She was insecure about people asking her awkward questions, but I wasn't going to let that stop me from living my life. I didn't have to cope with that. She did. I immediately contacted my folks and told them the same thing once I hung up. Look, I love you all, but I'm not delaying the wedding, I remarked. It would be wonderful if you could lend me your support. If not, I can understand, but whether you are present or not, the wedding is taking place. As expected, my mother broke down in tears and said that Rose needed time to recover and that I was destroying the family. However, I had already made up my mind by then. I had no intention of giving up. 3 weeks ago, the wedding did take place. Joshua and I got married, and it was lovely. I won't lie, it was difficult to walk down the aisle by myself, even though my parents weren't there. I had dreamed about that moment all my life, and I always saw my father being there. As I approached Joshua, I could see that broad smile light up his face. I realized that I was just doing this for Joshua and myself, not for my parents, Rose, or anybody else. And to be honest, that was sufficient. I was content with my choice. My closest friends and those who genuinely support us were all around me. After the ceremony, things became a little more tricky when we arrived at the reception. The majority of my relatives, including some aunts, uncles, and cousins who had not been involved in the drama, had arrived. However, they took note. They were definitely curious when they saw that my parents weren't present. "Where are your mom and dad? Is everything okay?" People began to inquire. I was aware that I would eventually have to explain the entire complex situation. I initially made an effort to sidestep the inquiries so as not to turn the day into a family drama, but the questions kept pouring. I eventually sat down with some of my aunts and cousins and told them everything, including how my parents had insisted that I postpone the wedding, how they wanted me to put Rose's needs before of my own, and how they ultimately decided not to attend when I refused to comply. I didn't mince words. I had had enough of acting as though nothing was wrong. They responded with a mixture of amazement and incredulity. Some of them were upset on my behalf, while others were appalled that my parents would even ask such a foolish question. Being able to finally tell my side of the story felt like a weight being lifted off my shoulders. To be honest, it was nice to have some of my family members comprehend the difficulties I had been facing. More individuals heard the story as the evening wore on, and by the conclusion of the evening, it was essentially well known. Something unexpected happened instead of the criticism I had anticipated. The other members of the family began to shun my parents. It seemed as though the entire situation had made people realize how they had been treating me for years, prioritizing Rose and expecting me to always take a back seat to her. People started contacting me to offer their support, saying things like, "You did the right thing by standing your ground," and "I had no idea it was this bad." Then, something even more bizarre occurred. Our cousin, who is getting married next month, sent out an invitation to her wedding without inviting my parents. It seems that on her own special day, she didn't want that kind of hatred. That was completely unexpected, and I feel a little bad about it. However, I can't help but feel validated at the same time. I felt alienated for years, as though I was the one who was constantly making trouble or not being sympathetic enough. However, people were finally beginning to realize that perhaps, just possibly, it wasn't entirely my fault. Joshua and I took a week-long honeymoon after my wedding, and it was, quite honestly, the nicest getaway I could have ever imagined. Away from all the family drama, we traveled alone to this lovely beach resort. For the most part, I just enjoyed the silence without checking my phone. I was aware that my parents and most likely my sister would send me messages, but I was unable to handle them while on the honeymoon. It was time for us to unwind and begin this new chapter stress-free. Reality struck me hard once we returned. I made the decision to listen to the voicemails that had accumulated for a while. To be honest, I wasn't expecting what I heard. Rather than attempting to resolve the issue or simply have a polite chat, my parents' communications were rife with profanity. Among other colorful names, my mother dubbed me an entitled brat. My father spoke in a similar tone, even going so far as to say that I was destroying the family. It was really nasty, not just angry. The allegations of selfishness, the guilt trips, and the passive-aggressive comments were all too much. I initially chose to ignore the messages in the hopes that they would stop after a few days, but that didn't work out. Actually, the situation just got worse. They increased the frequency of their calls and left voicemails full of the same poison nonsense. They started contacting me via Facebook, Instagram, and email after I banned their numbers. They didn't let up. After being silent since the wedding, my sister suddenly spoke up and sent me lengthy letters accusing me of ruining the family by prioritizing Joshua and my happiness over maintaining the family's togetherness. To be honest, it was rather draining. They even began using several phone numbers at one point in order to avoid being blacklisted. After I blocked one number, they would return with another in a few hours. I had the impression that I was playing a perverse game of whack-a-mole, except that toxic family members who couldn't accept no were the moles. To be honest, I became quite irritated. When your own relatives simply won't leave you alone, what do? They would always find a way to drag me back into the drama if I attempted to stand back and concentrate on my personal life. They seemed unable to accept that I was content without them and that I no longer required their continual affirmation or approval. I discussed it with Joshua, and he has been really encouraging. He made suggestions ranging from deleting all communication to altering my phone number. However, a part of me is really torn. They're still my parents. Despite everything they've said and done, I still feel horrible for shutting them out, which makes me feel like the evil guy. However, I am aware that I cannot continue to allow them to abuse me in this manner. They refused to listen to me when I tried to explain how their actions were impacting me. My mother used classic emotional manipulation when she said things like, "You're choosing your husband over your own family. And you'll regret this when we're gone." I don't even believe they're interested in hearing my side of the story at this time. It seems as though they are merely trying to regain control over me because they are angry that I have deviated from their authority and are making every effort to entice me back. To be honest, I don't know what to do. A part of me feels that I should just stop talking to them altogether, change my phone number, remove them from social media, and stop communicating altogether. I'll regret it though, according to this persistent voice at the back of my head. That one day I'll regret how I handled things, or that perhaps, just possibly, they'll change their ways and see how poisonous their actions have been. Let's face it though, how likely is that to actually occur? They won't alter based on what I've observed thus far. If anything, they appear to be stepping up their efforts, claiming that I have betrayed them by defending myself. I can't continue to live this way, always being cautious and anticipating the next round of messages filled with guilt. I need some guidance, Reddit. What can I do to make this stop at last? Has anyone else experienced the same thing with family members that would not quit bothering them? How did you respond to it? Is avoiding touch the ideal course of action in this situation, or is there a medium ground that I haven't considered yet? They just won't go away, even though I feel like I've tried everything. My family seems intent on keeping me stuck in this cycle of duty and guilt, even though I want to go on with my life and concentrate on my marriage. I would appreciate any guidance. First update. Hello everyone. I thought I'd give you some further history on my family dynamic because many of you have been inquiring about my childhood. To be honest, there isn't a particularly noteworthy incident or time that made me understand my family wasn't supporting me. The fact that I was growing up in a home where I didn't feel understood or supported emotionally came to me more gradually. It's difficult to explain without coming across as ungrateful because, in theory, my parents fulfilled their obligations. I had clothes and food, attended school, and occasionally had family holidays. However, I never experienced genuine affection or value. My parents were always far more concerned about my older sister, Rose, when I was growing up. Not in the conventional sense of older sibling gets more responsibility. It seemed to them that I was the one who caused difficulty, the one they had to put up with, and Rose was innocent. When I tried to show them something I was enthusiastic about or bring home good marks, they would give me a half-hearted, "That's nice, Lexi," before going on to whatever Rose needed. I was only there, but she was always the focus of their attention. As a child, it's difficult to describe how alienating it is to be ignored and treated as though you're invisible. And that happened more than once. Throughout my early years, that pattern kept coming up. I believe I was 16 years old when I got into a heated argument with some of my school pals. At the time, it felt like the end of the world, one of those things that happens to teenagers. I cried when I got home, looking for some consolation or even some guidance. While a, "hey, it'll be okay" moment would have been nice, I'm not claiming I was expecting a full-on therapy session. Rather, my dad stated, quite literally, "You probably brought it on yourself. You should learn to pick better friends." When I told my parents about it, just blame, no embrace, no support. In the meantime, they would stop everything to assist Rose in resolving any problems she might have brought home. In addition, let's take a moment to discuss Rose. She wasn't exactly the epitome of an older sister who was helpful. In actuality, she essentially made it her mission to ruin my life whenever she could. She had a small group of pals who were all as conceited as she was, and they found it amusing to harass me. They would do things like hide my belongings, tease me about my attire, or even prank phone the house and say horrible things about me while posing as classmates. It was the sort of thing that, although it seems ridiculous now, seriously damaged my self-esteem when I was younger. What's the worst? My parents were aware of it. "She's just teasing you, Lexi. It's normal sibling stuff," people would respond when I explained what Rose was doing. But I never thought it was usual. When I was around 13, there was one really awful occurrence. I was persuaded to play a game of makeover with Rose and her friends. I should have known better, but I went along with it because I was so anxious for my sister's approval or attention. I looked like a clown when they applied makeup to my face in the most absurd way imaginable. Then, without my knowledge, they snapped photos and distributed them to classmates. Everyone laughed at me the following day. No reprimand for Rose, no pity for me, just the same old thing with an attitude. When I came home crying, my parents just responded, "It's just a joke, don't be so sensitive." In retrospect, I saw that these served as the foundation for my current relationship, or lack thereof, with my family. I worked for years to gain their acceptance and convince them that I was deserving of their love and care. However, it never succeeded. They didn't care about me or what I was going through since they were too preoccupied with Rose and her issues. To be honest, I believe that's the reason I've grown into the person I am now. Someone who has learned to be self-reliant and to defend myself when necessary. Because of this, I had previously felt disappointed by my family when the wedding situation arose. It was only the decisive moment. I had been the afterthought, the second choice, for years. It felt like the last straw when they requested that I postpone my wedding for Rose's sake. They seemed to have learnt nothing from the several instances in which they prioritized her above me. They wanted me to continue playing the part I had always played, which was the one who put the family's togetherness ahead of her happiness. However, I was no longer able to accomplish it. To be honest, it feels like a big relief that I finally made the decision to choose myself. That's the main idea of my early years, then. There was a great deal of emotional neglect and favoritism that left its impact, but nothing particularly dramatic. I've taken a while to come to terms with the fact that I can prioritize my needs and that I don't have to put up with toxic behavior just because someone is family. Now that I have Joshua, we are creating our own small family where I feel respected, loved, and supported. Things I didn't really experience as a child. Thank you for reading, and thank you to everyone who has contacted me with good comments and suggestions. It has a lot of meaning. I'm coming to see that, even with family, it's acceptable to establish limits. Even if it's difficult, I know I'm acting in my own best interests. Second update. Hello everyone, a lot has happened since my last post, so I wanted to offer you all some updates. Unsurprisingly, my folks discovered a new method to irritate me around a week after Joshua and I returned from our honeymoon. I received a message from them requesting that I come pick up my childhood belongings on Sunday since they wanted them out of their home. I was pretty well over it by then, but the message was sudden and cold. I assumed I would simply go get my belongings and be done with it. I tried not to make a big deal out of it, so I simply said, "Okay," in response. However, what I witnessed when I drove there with Joshua for support was beyond absurd. My entire belongings were already on the grass, stacked like a garage sale that nobody was interested in purchasing. And not simply tucked away either. Everything appeared to have been thrown out carelessly, as though it had been left there for hours or perhaps days. Some of my old books were wet from being in the morning dew, and several of my old clothes and toys looked like they had been on the grass for a long time. Things I genuinely cared about, like emotional treasures and old photo albums, had some water stains on them. My belongings were merely collateral damage, as if they were eager to get rid of me. I was enraged. Who, after all, does that? It was about the obvious contempt, not even about the items. Even though I was furious, I knew they were waiting for me to lose it, to scream, to cry, or to demand answers. It was as if they were sending a message that said, "We're done with you." From the window, I could almost see my mother waiting for me to respond. And to be honest, I wasn't going to satisfy them. I so maintained my composure rather than losing it. With composure, I turned to Joshua and requested him to assist me in packing the truck. We didn't knock on the door, talk to my parents, or ask for an explanation. Silently, we simply loaded the truck. Joshua helped me finish it without saying anything, but I believe he could tell I was holding back a lot. It was strange, though, since I became aware of something while we were packing everything up. I wasn't depressed. I wasn't devastated or heartbroken. All I felt was relief. To completely end the chapter of my connection with my parents, this was the last thing I needed. Strangely enough, it felt significant when they threw out my belongings in that manner. It seemed as though they were at last making it clear to me that I was no longer wanted in their lives. I no longer felt upset, but rather liberated from the guilt trips, the emotional games, and the continual pressure to fit in with a family that never truly made room for me. To be honest, I was more than willing to let it go since it felt like they were cutting the last tie. Third update. Hi everyone. Even though it's been a few months, I had to tell you all about something crazy that happened. So, do you recall Rose, my sister? The same sister that couldn't make it to my wedding because she was too depressed and grieved after her divorce. Yes, she is getting married the next week. I'm not making this up, I promise. In fewer than 7 days, the lady who said it took her at least 2 years to move on and find a new man will walk down the aisle. The irony is excessive. Do you know how I learned about it? It came from one of our cousins, not from her or my parents, who haven't spoken to me since the wedding fiasco. She forwarded me a screen grab of their social media engagement announcement. I was at home taking care of business when all of a sudden there was Rose, looking cheerful and in love, flashing her ring to her new fiancé as if the drama of the previous year had never occurred. I had to chuckle. I couldn't even be mad. At this point, it's really funny. Even stranger is the fact that neither Rose nor my parents have mentioned the situation at all. Nothing. I quietly left after discovering my wife's affair after 3.5 years of marriage. A year later, my ghosted ex-wife tracked me down. After hearing of my wife's adultery, I moved to the hills. I'm not sure why I'm writing this, but perhaps it will be helpful to someone now that the incident is over and I've moved on. After 3.5 years of marriage, I learned of my wife's affair in February 2018. I worked a contract job that occasionally required a lot of travel but also permitted me to work from home when I returned. As a director of a technical sales company, my wife held a very lucrative position. Although things had become a little strained due to her working longer and longer hours and me traveling for work, we still had what I would call a fairly excellent marriage. Background: 5 years ago, at a cookout hosted by a mutual acquaintance, I met my wife, who is now my ex. We immediately clicked after we started talking. To be honest, I felt that being with a woman who was so attractive and articulate was a huge advantage. My rough around the edges demeanor somehow appealed to her. After a few weeks of dating, we found ourselves smitten with one another. When we would meet at each other's apartments, the clothes simply flew off. After 18 months of dating, we eventually got married and moved into a large apartment while saving for a down payment on a home. Things began to change after the first 3 years of marriage. Even though I still had feelings for her, I noticed that she would argue over little matters. When I mentioned all the late hours and the increasingly regular work outings, she would grow irate. Since she had been moving up the corporate ladder, she would claim that it was a necessary component of paying the dues. At least that was her justification. She informed me that since I was also away for weeks at a time, I had no right to challenge her. In reality, I had only been taking vacations for 3 or 4 days every 5 weeks or so I assured her that I could definitely manage cutting back on my travel time. There was never a conclusion to these highly circular arguments. Looking back, I realized that I was unaware that my wife was having an affair. Aside from our declining sexual life and her persistently late work hours, I would never have suspected anything. I simply assumed that she was exhausted from her job. But being rejected so often when I tried to start a sexual relationship had taken a toll on my ego. Although she had a work mobile phone and might have been using it, I didn't witness the covert texting that I had read about in other articles. She used our spare bedroom as a home office and spent a lot of time there. Around September 2017, Kathy began returning home from work and spending the evening at a work engagement instead. This increased from 1 night per week to over 3 nights each week. Although I'm not naturally envious, she would undoubtedly be observed by others, and I'm aware that she would need to repel some of the males at her workplace. Despite working with more male CEOs than female ones, she gave off the impression that she was primarily engaged in her job. The first time I suspected she was cheating was a month prior to D-Day. Before returning home, she had made a brief stop at the supermarket. I was asked to assist her with the grocery shopping. Something pink was glinting from just beneath the front passenger seat of her automobile as I was retrieving a few items from the rear seat. It was a bra that belonged to my wife. She preferred ones from a certain clothing store, so I knew it was hers. Looking back, I can see the bra was a warning sign. She always removes her bra first, from under her clothes, when she's feeling very lustful. I'm not sure why, but when I watched this, I felt sick to my stomach right away. I couldn't understand why her bra was beneath the seat. I didn't say anything more. My heart must have been pounding so hard that I nearly passed out, because when I brought the bags back to the kitchen, Kathy asked me how I was feeling and said that I appeared to have seen a ghost. I simply ignored her remark. It took everything I had to conceal my emotions, but I did my best not to appear upset or deceived. I made the decision to try to find out whether or not she was seeing someone that night and the following day. I began to consider all the hints I could have overlooked. Other than the bra, I had no evidence. She works in an office building downtown, and we live in a reasonably big city. I made the decision to temporarily put the affair idea out of my mind and consider giving her more of my attention. I prepared a delicious meal and arranged the dining table with elegant plates, silverware, and candles one Friday after work. I purchased an arrangement of flowers and a lovely bottle of wine. I pointed out the dinner and everything I had made when she arrived as usual, breezing in after work. She apologized and said she was sorry, but she had to go to a neighborhood hangout to meet up with her coworkers. She mentioned that she needed to take a shower first but that she could have a small snack with me before she left. I guess I went utterly silent because my insides flipped on me. I won't explain the type of anger I was experiencing at the time, but I had had enough. I took my work cell phone and threw it in her back seat while she was taking a shower. I had been considering this as a means of using my own phone to find her. I walked into the kitchen after that and threw the food and flowers in the garbage. After taking a shower, she got ready and looked stunning as always. "All right, let's eat," she said. "Never mind, go out with your friends," I urged her. She asked me if I was angry after giving me a weird look. "I'm sad that you never want to do anything with me," I said. She got upset and sarcastically remarked on my short fuse while telling me to stop acting like a kid. I muttered, "Foolish me," as I stood there allowing everything to settle in. For once, I felt we should spend the evening together. She simply gave me a sly smile and stormed off. I pulled out my second phone and began following my work phone when she departed. About 20 minutes away, at the bar she often visits with her coworkers, I caught her stopping. I made the decision to go find her automobile. Indeed, it was in the parking lot of the bar. I waited to see if I could see her in my car across the street. I felt completely different, like a stalker, but I told myself that I had to calm my fear of her whereabouts. I observed her leaving the bar with a man about an hour after I got there. He had the appearance of an executive from her company. He took hold of her, drew her near, and planted a kiss on her lips. My body was totally numb, and my stomach started to clench up. They went to a different vehicle and climbed in together. When their automobile pulled out, I tried to keep up with them. You guessed it, they drove to a hotel 10 minutes away. As I stopped on the street beside the hotel, I saw them exit, holding hands, and enter. I'd seen enough. I felt foolish. I began pounding the steering wheel with my fist. That was it? Something went totally blank inside of me. I'm not sure if I had an out-of-body experience or blacked out, but as I got better, I felt like I wanted a drink. At this point, my life started on a path I never would have imagined. I simply began to drive out of town, replaying all that I had just seen. I was crying out of anger, as much as I hate to admit it. I located a pleasant little tavern on the outskirts of town, some 30 miles away, and stopped in. I ordered a drink while seated at the bar. The bartender, a lady, said that I looked like someone had taken the wind out of my sails, so I guess I looked like death warmed over. I answered, half smiling. "You could say that." A man sat down beside me and struck up a discussion. Even though I didn't feel like talking, there was something about this guy that put me at ease. We struck up a conversation, and eventually my wife's infidelity came up. I told her that all I wanted to do was get away from her and forget about her. "You're not alone, buddy," he replied, giving me a back pat after giving me a quick glance. "I experienced that a few years ago. I think there's a reason why these things occur. Your life can now take a positive or negative turn, I assure you. At this point, everything is totally up to you." His remarks, for some reason, jolted me out of my gloom. Even though I was aware of my pain, I've always been able to see things rationally, and he was absolutely correct. We identified ourselves. Ray was his name. I really liked his salt-of-the-earth vibe, even though he was more of a country guy. "When are you going to move out?" he inquired. I suppose I never thought to look that far ahead. I had a fight-or-flight response going on, and I knew I didn't want to be around this woman any longer. "I have an idea and I feel very sympathetic to your situation," Ray added. "When the time comes, I have a mobile trailer on my land in case you feel the need to go. It might require some work and isn't very good. Why don't you visit and see if you could imagine yourself briefly residing in anything like that? I'll give you a terrific bargain on it, at least. You could even park it on a lovely piece of property I own. I would appreciate it if you could watch it for me. It could be beneficial to escape your predicament, just a thought." I took a moment to comprehend his concept. "Hell, honey, if I could have escaped my crazy ex-husband years ago, I would have jumped at the chance to go live in his trailer or anything just to get my head on straight," added the bartender, who had been listening in on the chat. Perhaps this was just what I needed, but I felt as though I had wandered into the twilight zone. "Yes, I'll think about it and maybe check it out," I said to Ray. After a while, we split up and agreed to get together at his house in a few days. I began to feel as though I had some perspective and an opportunity to escape what I thought was a terrible heartache combined with a nightmare. I knew one thing for sure: I would never, ever want to spend time with my wife again. I find cheating to be so disgusting, and it has always been the one thing I thought I would never put up with. I sat on the couch when I arrived home that evening after Kathy. Kathy asked me where I had been when she came out. "Where have you been?" I questioned, turning to face her. "You know I went to grab drinks," she said. I directly inquired, "Are you having an affair?" She appeared surprised, but she soon collected herself and responded, "No, why would you ask me that?" I informed her that I had heard she might be seeing someone at work. "Who told you that?" she said. "Someone I know," I said, but I kept the name a secret. After saying, "You're being ridiculous," she accused me of being intoxicated and insane and inquired about my whereabouts. "We're going to a bar to enjoy some drinks with our friends," I remarked. Despite her obvious desire to ask more questions, she returned to our bedroom and went to bed. Now that I had proof that she had been deceiving me for months, I made the decision to sleep on the sofa. I couldn't sleep at all because I kept seeing her in bed with this guy. I felt sorry for myself, disgusted, and hurt. But then I thought about Ray's trailer. The thought of it cheered me up, and it was almost like a revelation. Something must be wrong with me since the fight or flight response automatically activated amid the pain I was experiencing, and I preferred the flight response. We didn't talk much the following morning and carried on with the weekend as if nothing had occurred. I scheduled a meeting with Ray a few days later. I noticed that Ray had a lovely ranch when I got there, and the trailer was actually quite nice, about 26 feet long and fully furnished. It brought back memories of a fun spring break trip I took with pals while I was in college. Ray accepted the money I offered him for the trailer. To be honest, I almost took it from him. I drove over to see his ranch property after he gave me directions. There were hiking and biking paths close by, and the area was lovely, with lots of trees and scrub vegetation. Ray had a little cabin on a hilltop overlooking the property, with electricity and water accessible for the trailer, and it was close to the foothills of some mountains. Ray promised to set up the trailer for me and pull it to the location. I tried to get Kathy to come clean over the course of the following few weeks, but all I got was gaslighting. I even bluntly warned her that there would be no turning back if I discovered she was cheating. As a result, she became even more engrossed in her affair fog, and began to lash out at me with denials. I nearly laughed at how awful the denial was. I scolded myself for not capturing pictures of the two of them, and I had no tangible evidence that she had cheated. I decided that I wanted to leave this marriage after going through this emotional anguish. Instead of communicating my feelings to Kathy, I simply began planning. While she was at work, I started quietly removing my possessions from the apartment and transferring them to the trailer. At least I felt like I was doing something about it. I saw a difference in Kathy during this period. Although she had been behaving more politely toward me, I believed it was too little, too late. I felt I needed a break too, so she kept going on company outings, after work. One night, I got ready too, just as she was leaving. After glancing at me, She inquired about my destination. All I said was, meeting up with some friends. You wouldn't enjoy all the shop talk, and you don't know them? I interrupted her as she began to ask more questions. She used to say precisely this to me whenever I asked if I might accompany her on office excursions. All right, have a good time, she added, with a somewhat offended expression. I definitely will, I replied. I began making new acquaintances while working on the trailer and hanging out with Ray at the bar. I felt better after spending time with Ray's wonderful family and friends. I also made the decision to cut back on my drinking because I didn't want to form any unhealthy habits. I knew better than to drown myself in sympathy, even though it would have been so simple. At this point, Kathy informed me that the next week she would be traveling for work. She stated the executive team and a few department heads were going when I inquired who was going. I hope you have a great time with your boyfriend, I added, glancing at her. I immediately regretted saying that because it sparked a furious argument. Although, as Ray had informed me, it didn't really matter, I now regret not knowing more about her affair partner, AP. It doesn't matter who the other guy is, Ray replied. The fact that she chose to leave you is all that matters. She destroyed the marriage. Whether she admits it or not, brother, facts are facts. Ray ought to write a book for the betrayed. Damn it. I had the ideal opportunity to move out entirely during Kathy's work vacation. When she was gone, I collected everything valuable that was mine, including clothes, laptops, and equipment. I didn't take any shared goods or furniture. I left a note before I left. It was a lengthy explanation at first, but I chose to make it brief. I wrote, I hope it was worth it on a piece of paper. On top of the note on the kitchen table, I set my wedding ring. I felt like a great weight had been lifted as I left. I was liberated. The hurt would take time to heal, and there would be baggage to cope with, but I had started. I needed time to myself and to swiftly and quietly get rid of her. The fact that I hadn't challenged her or coerced a confession didn't make me proud. I hadn't screamed or shouted. She didn't deserve it, in my opinion. She disregarded everything we owned, including our plans for the future, our aspirations for a home and a family, and now it was all gone. There was no turning back. I owed her absolutely nothing. She could handle the consequences. I hadn't planned anything or called a lawyer. I just wanted a new beginning and some clarity. The air from the mountains was just what I needed when I got inside my trailer. I resumed running the next week, and it was wonderful to be alive. Kathy texted things like, "We just landed. We're having a team dinner," and so on while she was away. "Where are you?" was the question in a few mails. "Why haven't you gotten back to me?" I didn't answer. My phone exploded with calls and texts when she got home. She kept trying to get in touch with me, but I ignored her. Her mother also tried to phone me after the first day, but I didn't pick up. She didn't try to engage my father because we aren't close and he is the only member of my family that I still have. Her messages grew more urgent after she was ignored for a week. "What is this?" was one of the texts she sent. "We must speak. I'm not sure what you believe you know, but nothing is happening. There isn't an affair going on." She finally texted me after a week of not answering, saying, "I'm sorry things got out of hand. It didn't matter that I was involved with someone at work. You were absent a lot while I was preoccupied with my work. I simply made an error. I intended to terminate it." An error? I had been waiting for this confession all along, yet somehow it only made me detest her more. Why was she unable to be truthful? I didn't have any dreams about a future with this woman. Errors don't persist for 6, 8, or a year. Her pleas for me to return and work on the marriage eventually grew pitiful. I refused to respond to her even after she stopped bothering me for a few weeks. I didn't want her to learn where I lived or to snoop around in my life. I didn't want my haven to be destroyed by this woman. She then began sending nasty texts like, "You're a coward one day. You refuse to speak to me. You have no regard for us. Come home, please, so we can discuss. You're where? I am able to visit you. Paul, please let's chat and make things right." Damn it. Although I don't recall all of the texts, they all appeared to be excuses with minimal genuine regret. In one ear, I let them go, and in the other out. After a while, I switched my mobile number. Update, June 2018. I received an email from Kathy informing me that she had hired a lawyer and was going to file for divorce. I just said, "Okay, that sounds good." This led to a barrage of emails requesting that I visit her and other things. She wrote that she would stop bothering me if I consented to an uncontested divorce after realizing this wouldn't work. After I consented, I was genuinely free a few months later. After I moved out of our apartment, I never had to see her again. She seemed to care more about that than I did, even though neither of us had any closure. I would occasionally think of her for a few months, and yes, the grief would suddenly come to me, like when I heard a song we used to enjoy. After a while though, I simply stopped thinking about her. Update 2. Now that I'm officially divorced, things are going great. In actuality, I got to know a wonderful girl. Just down the hill from my house, I was running on the trail. We clicked when I helped her replace a flat tire. Despite being a few years younger than me, she is fantastic and quite adorable. She refers to me as her mountain man, and adores my way of life. Although I'm not in a rush to commit, I also don't intend to give up on women entirely. I have no intention of moving out of the trailer anytime soon. I enjoy being outside and have simplified my life. It made everything easier for me, including the grief and my ex-wife. I am aware that everyone responds to these situations in a unique way. I was fortunate to be in my 3rd year of marriage and not yet a parent. I believe I acted in my own best interests. You don't have to spend your entire life with someone who cheats. If you experience something similar, try not to think about it too much. Continue living your life. As you improve yourself, it will get better. I hope everyone has the finest possible life. I've revised this roughly 5 times to make it readable, and I just wanted to give you an update on my ex-wife's condition. I was worried that my ex-wife was attempting to find me, as I indicated in my earlier post. I left our previous residence, which was around 2 hours away. I ran into her last weekend at a coffee shop I often visit in the town close to my home. It didn't seem like a coincidence to me. Fortunately, I managed to get away before she noticed me. 3rd update, I went into town this past weekend to get groceries and made a stop at my normal coffee establishment. I was utilizing their free internet to work on some paperwork for work. I finished and walked out of the coffee shop. I was on my way to my pickup when I heard someone shout, "Paul!" When I turned to look across the street, I saw Kathy. I was being waved at by my ex-wife. Finally, Armageddon had arrived. She hurried across the street toward me, and I stood there in disbelief. As though anticipating an embrace, she walked over and extended her hand. I stopped her in her tracks by instinctively holding out my arms with my palms up. She appeared to be in severe pain. Then she added, "I've been searching for you, Paul. I've wanted to see you since I heard you moved here. Can we have a conversation?" Guys, I felt like an animal confined in a cage. Yes, I did. "All right, let's find a table or something and we can talk for a minute," I finally gave in. When she asked if we could come to my house, I firmly refused. At the end of the street, she trailed me down to a bench outside a small store. She began by remarking on how much I had changed and how much she liked my new appearance, beard, and level of fitness. She raved about how much my body had changed. Wearing a tank top, small white shorts, and her hair in a ponytail, just like I used to enjoy, she was really putting on the charm. I had my radar set high. She was clearly attempting to activate the sex appeal. I needed to control myself so I could see where this was headed. She began by saying she was sorry about the affair. She claimed that after I left, karma had severely impacted her. When her employer learned of the affair, the situation became so tense that she eventually resigned. Her affair partner AP, who at the time was engaged, received criticism and was transferred to a different department within the organization. She replied by telling his fiancée the truth after he blamed her for everything, which caused them to split up. This is when she bowed her head and began to weep. I didn't say anything, I just sat there and looked around. She stood up straight and looked at me for a while. "What do you want from me?" I asked. She assured me that she had no intention of having an affair. She stated that the company's politics and positioning drew her in, and that her AP used his charm and influence to corrupt her. She acknowledged that she felt she was taking advantage of him as much as he was taking advantage of her. After I accused her of cheating, she stated that she intended to come clean. She drank after work to ease the guilt she felt at the moment because she loathed herself. She claimed that she felt so stupid, so alone, and as like her heart had burst with loss immediately after I departed. She ended her relationship with her AP right away. She believed she had to find me to see if there was any chance of reconciliation because I refused to speak with her or get in touch with her. She desired a fresh start. She hoped we could start afresh even though she knew we were divorced. I simply gazed at her. I then gave it to her. "You have no right to come out here and undo all the harm you have done. Do you think I'll overlook everything you did to destroy our union? As I previously stated, we were done if you cheated. Forgiveness does not exist. This relationship will not be restarted. You murdered it. As soon as you left me, you ruined everything we had. How foolish do you believe me to be? One evening, I watched you enter a hotel with him. Were you aware of that?" I became aware that people were beginning to notice that my voice had been getting louder. She grabbed my arm and started crying. After letting her sob on my shoulder for a while, I pushed her away. "I deserve all this," she replied, glancing up at me. "I am certain that I do. If nothing else, would you allow me to take you out to dinner? I'd rather not go. I would like to speak further. I want to make sure that we are transparent about everything. You need to spend more time with me than you have in the past. Paul, please. I love you so much, even though I know you might not want to hear it. Before you left me, I had no idea how much I loved you. You broke me as much as I broke you. I'm unable to forgive myself, and I don't want to do so till the day I pass away." She began to sob uncontrollably and hyperventilate. I lifted her up and gave her a hug. It seemed like my only option for soothing her. I knew then that I had shattered her heart as severely as she had shattered mine. Walking, we found a peaceful spot to carry on our conversation. I said, "How did you find me?" when she had calmed down. "Have you engaged a private investigator?" After giving it some thought, she responded no with a small giggle. She clarified that she asked how things were going when she ran into Stacy a few weeks prior. Stacy didn't mention that she had noticed me. Kathy forced her to reveal all the information. I had warned Stacy not to tell her, so she was reluctant, but Kathy persisted. Stacy finally gave in, but all she knew was that I lived somewhere close by and was in town. On her days off, she began to come here to check on me. I kind of laughed when she said that, thinking, damn, Stacy can't keep her trap shut. She blushed. We ultimately decided to have dinner at a charming little spot with a patio. I made sure we didn't drink anything since I wasn't going to give her a reason to be kind to me or say she wasn't so inebriated that she couldn't drive back. In fact, we had a good conversation. I then escorted her to her vehicle. She insisted that she hadn't dated anyone else since I left and vowed fervently that I was the only person she wanted, so she pushed me hard to stay longer. "No, it's still way too early for me to go down that road," I informed her. She pleaded with me to come back, but I didn't say yes. After giving her my new email address, I didn't say anything more. My response to her request for my phone number was, "You'll just blow it up with texts and calls." She wept over it, but in the end, she agreed with my choice. She promised to send me an email with information on returning to town the following weekend before she left. I asked her directly, "Would you have forgiven me if I had been the one cheating?" before she got into her car. "Yes, in time, but only if we saw a marriage counselor and worked through the healing process with lots of talking, maybe even a binding agreement," she responded after pausing to reflect. "All right, maybe I could do that. In 5 or 10 years, I answered. "I would wait if that's what it would take," she replied. She then took both of my hands in hers, looked me in the eye and said, "God damn it, Paul, I will always love you and will do anything to prove it." This statement truly caught me off guard. Her remarks continued to upset me even after she left. She had spoken those words so firmly. However, I was still unable to envision us reuniting. Even though I felt better about the incident, I was unable to perceive her as a friend at this time. Perhaps a friend, but even that was a mystery. I returned home, enjoyed a long run, had some beer, and thought about how far I had come. Could someone please assure me that she wouldn't destroy the tranquility I had created for myself? I had no idea. I had the luxury of time to sort through it and get perspective, but it was all still too vivid in my mind. Last update. Most likely, this will be my final update. When I first uploaded my story to Reddit, the moderators kept taking it down. In summary, I ghosted my ex-wife for more than a year before she discovered me. She wanted to make amends and start over with us. You will be deeply disappointed if you thought I would be the typical beta blue pill fool and forgive her. She expressed her love and regret for the affair in a lengthy email she sent me last week. She offered to come out and stay with me for the weekend once more. My answer? I silenced her. I informed her that I had no plans to make amends with her. I'm totally happy living alone, taking advantage of my secluded position, and keeping things simple. At 32, I'm not in a rush to make changes. I have my own self-determination plan and have enjoyed the company of a few women and friends. I made it clear in my email response that I had no intention of reconciling and declined to provide her with my phone number. I no longer know or trust you because you made your bed. I hope the best for you, and perhaps we might become friends in the future, but not right now. She was annoyed by my evasiveness and responded in a telling way. She acknowledged that she had taken a job offer from a different state. Her true goal had been for me to accompany her, believing that my remote work would make the move simple. She wished we could start over somewhere new. She wanted to visit me in person to attempt to persuade me because she was running out of time before moving. Luckily for me, her time was up because I had a week of business travel scheduled. I'm grateful, I will no longer have her in my life, She will soon recognize that her time with me is over, but I anticipate receiving a few more emails. She'll need to find someone else, and she might even cheat on them. To anyone reading this, make the most of your life. Let go of the past and give yourself the strength to go on. To all of you, good luck. Entitled Mom Tries to Force Me to Sell My Property for Her Daughter's College and Escalates When I Refuse. I possess $34 million worth of real estate in our hometown, including a number of homes. Years of arduous labor, prudent financial decisions, and self-sacrificing actions have led to this. For background, I'm from a modest family. Both of my parents worked in blue-collar jobs and put in a lot of effort to give my siblings and I a decent upbringing. Although it was out of their price range, they had always hoped to own their own home. Their upbringing stoked my desire and strengthened my resolve to improve my family's quality of living. My wife and I were in college when we first met. Raised by a single mother who worked several jobs to make ends meet, my wife's family had similar experiences. She became aware of the importance of ingenuity and financial caution. Both of us aspired to overcome financial difficulties and provide a secure future for our kids. Over the years, my wife and I have been buying and flipping residences nonstop. We gradually accumulated a number of properties by carefully investing and saving every cent. Every property stood for years of toil, innumerable sacrifices, and a common goal between us. I am now the father of a son and a girl, two amazing children. In addition to being a source of revenue, our properties serve as a testament to our commitment to providing for our kids' futures. I had no idea that an entitled woman named Emily, 40 degrees Fahrenheit, who has been one of my tenants for a few years, would soon cause my life to take an unexpected turn. She lives in a cozy 3-bedroom home that I bought years ago, before I married my wife, after careful saving. Her daughter's high school is adjacent to the property, which is situated in a desirable area of the city. After their daughter was born, Emily's husband abruptly left her, leaving her a single mother. I gave her subsidized rent to allow her to move in after learning about her situation. I wanted her and her daughter to be able to afford to live there, even though I knew I would lose out financially. The rent has stayed the same over the years, and I have never raised it. Emily had consistently paid her rent on time, making her a dependable tenant. Our relationship as landlord and tenant became informal, and we occasionally stayed in touch when she needed my assistance around the property. Her daughter was a senior in high school and getting ready to submit a college application. Emily told me 3 months ago that her daughter was admitted to a renowned out-of-state university, which is an incredible accomplishment for any high school graduate. Unfortunately, her scholarship didn't even cover 10% of her tuition at this incredibly costly university. I was concerned about how they would handle the financial challenges of higher education because I was aware of them. Emily asked to meet me one day. Without much hesitation, I accepted, assuming it had something to do with the necessary house renovations. As we sat down in the house's living room, she began by expressing her gratitude for my generosity in providing her with a large portion of the rent. She went on to tell me how much she wanted Lily, her daughter, to go to the university of her dreams. But after calculating the costs, which included accommodation, tuition, and other charges, she found that it was too much for her to manage by herself. Even after applying for financial aid, researching scholarships, and taking a part-time job in addition to her full-time employment, it was still insufficient. Perhaps she was going to ask if she could postpone paying the rent for the month, which would have made sense, so I shook my head firmly in understanding. Rather, I was flabbergasted by Emily's astounding desire for me. She requested that I sell the house where she was residing. As she went on to explain that the property I owned and had rented out to her would bring in a healthy profit, enabling her to pay for her daughter's college education, I gave her a questioning glance. "Are you serious?" With a mixture of surprise and incredulity, I replied. "You want me to sell my property to pay for your daughter's college tuition?" Emily argued that it was her one chance to ensure her daughter's future, and her eyes begged me to do so. She said she was sure the entire property could pay for her daughter's college expenses because she had already had it evaluated. Since I couldn't possibly sell my house to pay for her daughter's tuition at a prestigious university, I asked her if she had gone insane. I informed her that I had sentimental attachment to this house and that I would not be selling it for nothing. Once more, Emily persisted, claiming that I could lend her the money and that her daughter would reimburse me after graduating. I knew how important a college education was, yet I refused to give in to her ridiculous demands. It was evident from listening to her entreaties that she was committed to finding a method to support her daughter's aspirations, even if it required proposing an absurd idea to an unfamiliar person. I calmly told Emily that I couldn't just give up the property because it was a big portion of my income. I should not be responsible for her daughter's tuition. I advised her to look into more cheap possibilities or ask family members for assistance if she was unable to pay for her daughter's tuition at the institution. Emily persisted in pressing the matter in spite of my attempts to persuade her to see the obvious, claiming that I was the only person who could assist and that selling my property and giving her the money wasn't a huge concern. I asked Emily not to come to me about this ever again, and when I realized it was not working, I left the property. I asked her to consider how ridiculous her request sounded and come up with an alternative. I had hoped that she would ultimately see her error, but Emily persisted throughout the following few weeks. The situation grew more intolerable as Emily's daughter was getting closer to starting college. Emily persuaded me daily to sell my property as quickly as possible, even though I denied it. She even protested by ceasing to pay her rent, as Emily persisted in her conviction that my property would solve her financial problems. Our formerly cordial relationship deteriorated and our tension increased. She believed that my refusal endangered her daughter's future and was self-serving. However, because she was refusing to pay her rent, I was losing money. We had an unbreakable pact, so I told her that if she didn't comply, I would take the case to court. It was becoming more and more obvious that her demands were endless. When Emily began bringing other people into our argument, it was a tipping point. She spoke to her neighbors and friends, accusing me of being a callous landlord who would not assist a young girl in achieving her goals. She emphasized her position as a struggling single mother and informed them that although I was quite affluent, I would not lend her the money. Those she confided in sympathized with her story. Emily used social media to further her cause, posting on Facebook that she blamed me for her daughter's failure to go to college. Rumors soon began to spread throughout our area. People understood her predicament and believed that I could help but was purposefully refusing to. I couldn't help but feel alienated in my own neighborhood. At last, my wife made the decision to contact Emily in order to resolve the growing dispute. She thought that open communication would be a way to resolve the growing tension in the neighborhood, but Emily wasn't in the mood for a quiet conversation. She went on a rant right away, claiming that the only way she could ensure her daughter's future was for me, the landlord, to sell the house. My wife made sincere attempts to persuade Emily, but her conviction remained unwavering. She accused us of being self-centered and claimed that we had the money to pay for her daughter's college tuition. Emily persisted in pressuring my wife to comply with her requests, and the talk went on in a monotonous loop. Her message had a visible effect on the neighborhood and the local community, portraying me as a wealthy and callous landlord who would not assist a young girl in realizing her aspirations. We were viewed with suspicion by those neighbors who had previously been friends with us. They started to think that, although I was consciously refusing to do so out of selfishness, I did have the capacity to lessen her daughter's financial problems. Others who understood my background, my diligence, and the truth of my circumstances agreed with me and were equally horrified by Emily's bold request that I pay for it. They served as a reminder to me that I had to safeguard my assets and uphold the legacy I had worked so hard to establish. Every day, the community grew further polarized, with some people feeling sorry for Emily. I remained firm in my resolve to defend my property in the face of increasing pressure. I had worked hard and made sacrifices for years to earn it, and I wasn't about to give it up easily. Emily, meantime, kept stoking the fire by accusing me of being uncaring and taking advantage of her by letting her live for free. Her statements on social media grew more outspoken as she talked about her daughter's perseverance and the innumerable sacrifices she had made in order to become ready for college. Consequently, the argument progressed from a private dispute to a public discussion. My family was beginning to feel the effects of the accusations. As a result of their peers repeating the untrue things they had seen on social media about me, my children started to be bullied at school. Seeing how distressed they were by this circumstance was awful. I made the decision that it was time to act at that point. Since Emily was affecting my children, I had remained silent, believing that she would ultimately cease, but it was time to correct the record and stand up for my morals. I contacted a lawyer that focused on tenant-landlord disputes and property disputes. In order to stop Emily's defamatory efforts and preserve my reputation in the community, we quickly wrote a cease and desist letter. According to my lawyer, the cease and desist letter was the beginning of our legal struggle, and we would go all the way to court if Emily didn't change her mind. Emily was obviously shocked to receive the letter. She tried calling me on the phone, but I declined to take her calls. Then, before things got out of hand, she texted me to say she wanted to chat and make amends. She said we could have a conversation and that it was all a big misunderstanding. I responded by saying I was going to sue her. She was going to regret ever trying to play me, so I encouraged her to enjoy it and brace herself. Emily has been adamant that I cover her daughter's tuition, damaging our family's reputation in the town and online, so I know this will be a difficult battle. My attorney is already getting ready for the case by detailing all of the unfounded charges and the damage she has done to us over the past few months. Some of my family members advised me to give her a chance to resolve the matter, as she is a single mother attempting to act in her child's best interests after learning that I was bringing her to court. So, Reddit, am I the jerk for taking the entitled mother to court rather than selling my home to cover her daughter's college expenses? Update. Emily sent a letter of her own, containing more defamatory remarks and threats, in response to our legal action. Despite being aware of her financial circumstances, she has accused me of charging exorbitant rent, which she claims prevented her from saving money for her daughter's schooling. Her willingness to deceive and go to such lengths to achieve her goals is astounding. I've already given her subsidized rent, so it's annoying to see her play the victim when her claims are unfounded. She is obviously attempting to take advantage of the situation, and I will not allow it to occur. Emily's determination to fight to the end is apparent. Although my attorney, Matthew, has reassured me that we have a solid case because her charges are unfounded, he has advised me to be ready for a drawn-out and taxing court process. I can't help but consider how rapidly things have gotten out of hand. I had no desire to find myself in a courtroom, particularly with someone who had previously occupied my land. However, there are instances when you must defend what is rightly yours and stand your ground. Even if Emily may have good reasons, I can't let her force me to sell my property. The future of my family is on the line, and I'm committed to seeing this through to the end, no matter how difficult it gets. Update 2. The legal process has formally started since my last report. It had been agonizingly painful to wait for the court date. Tension permeated the courtroom as both sides presented their cases and supporting documentation. Emily presented herself as a struggling mother who is committed to securing her daughter's future, accompanied by her lawyer. In a detailed account of financial difficulties, her lawyer emphasized how my property had been the last straw for her daughter's aspirations to enroll in a prominent out-of-state university. Emily's emotional statement was filled with emotions as she talked about the sacrifices she had made as a single mother, including the long hours she put in at work and her unshakable dedication to her daughter's achievement. She portrayed herself as a mother who had done everything she could, talking about her tenacious job hunts and multiple applications for financial aid and scholarships. Emily's lawyer persisted in portraying me as a rich, callous landlord who put money over a young girl's aspirations during the proceedings. They suggested that I had been aware of Emily's financial difficulties but had nevertheless taken advantage of her predicament by charging her exorbitant rent. Emily presented a family friend as a witness, claiming to have overheard a conversation between Emily and me in which I supposedly offered to sell the property to pay for her daughter's college education. This was the most shocking turn of events. When this flagrant untruth was told in court, I sat there in shock. Matthew, my lawyer, vigorously disputed this allegation, claiming that no such discussion had ever occurred. He made the deliberate decision to refute the witness's account. The family acquaintance who testified on the purported conversation was first subjected to cross-examination by Matthew. In order to determine the witness's memory's credibility, he asked a number of specific questions. In an attempt to uncover discrepancies or holes in their memory, Matthew inquired about the time, date, and place of the alleged conversation. The family friend found it difficult to respond with consistent information and was unable to provide any hard proof to back up their claim, such as emails or texts. Under examination, their testimony grew more and more dubious. Matthew provided evidence that directly refuted Emily's account, severely undermining the case's credibility. He presented documents of emails and texts that were sent back and forth between Emily and myself at the time the said agreement was allegedly made. These texts made it quite evident that she had never brought up the idea of selling the land to pay for her daughter's schooling. Rather, they proved that it was Emily who was always putting pressure on me to sell the house. Furthermore, according to testimony from a neighbor who shared a residence with Emily, Emily had been paying lower rent than any other renter in the neighborhood. To support this claim, my attorney retrieved receipts from other local tenants. Matthew continued by arguing that the neighbor's evidence and the lack of any written or electronic correspondence about the purported pledge Emily made called into question the veracity of the family friend's story. This testimony was inadmissible as hard proof. We then concentrated on demonstrating that Emily had purposefully gone to considerable measures to damage my reputation on social media, which had led to my kids being bullied. In a detailed account of Emily's communications and posts on social media, my lawyer claimed that I was a callous and uncaring landlord who did not encourage her daughter's aspirations. In order to win the community's sympathy and support, these posts were rife with emotional appeals and downright lies. We pointed out that these posts were purposefully written to present her as a struggling mother who was doing everything in her ability to ensure her daughter's future, but in actuality, she was using emotional blackmail to pressure me into selling my house. Matthew then displayed screen grabs of direct messages and comments left by people who had interacted with Emily's posts on social media. Because of the misleading information Emily provided, some of these local residents had developed a bad view of me. These remarks ranged from expressing empathy for her predicament to flatly accusing me of being a callous landlord taking advantage of her circumstances. Along with the social media data, we also included witness statements from my kids, who said that Emily's posts caused them to be bullied at school. They described how classmates harassed and name-called them after echoing the untrue statements they had heard about their father on social media. My lawyer contended that the bullying my kids experienced was directly related to Emily's unfounded charges on social media. Emily's purposefully false story had a negative impact on my family's welfare in addition to harming my reputation. This evidence-based presentation clearly illustrated how Emily's social media behavior affected my kids in real life. I continue to believe that justice will be done as the legal process progresses. The truth has been revealed and the untrue allegations against me have been exposed by the evidence that has been given thus far. In my opinion, the court will recognize the manipulation and provide a just resolution in this matter. Third update. We prevailed. The legal proceedings have made the past month a taxing one. Unexpected turns and twists have made it feel like a roller coaster ride. It became more and more obvious that Emily's allegations were unfounded as my attorney began to provide testimony and supporting documentation. When she introduced a family acquaintance who gave a bogus statement about a pledge I had never made, her attempt to control the event failed. The legitimacy of the witnesses' assertions is seriously called into question due to the absence of hard proof and discrepancies in their testimony. The court declared the result and decided in my favor after carefully reviewing all of the testimony and supporting documentation. I was quite relieved by this and thankful that the judge saw through all of the unfounded allegations. After being convicted of defamation, Emily was mandated to compensate me for the damage she had done to my reputation. This involved paying the past month's rent as well as any further penalties. Additionally, a restraining order was granted to stop Emily from speaking negatively about my family or me in the future. My conduct and my right to defend my property were upheld by this decision. I saw Emily seated next to her attorney, looking defeated, as the court case came to an end. As I looked at her daughter Lily, I couldn't help but think that her mother's conceit had ruined her hopes. Justice has been done, and this nightmare is now over. Everyone learned the value of standing up for themselves and not allowing the bold demands of others to undermine our moral convictions. Now that my home and our means of subsistence are safe, I can proceed with a fresh sense of confidence. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who has helped me along the way thus far. My family and I endured tremendous emotional strain and hardship, but in the end, the truth won out. Fourth update. 6 months have passed since my previous update. Emily has been successfully silenced by the restraining order since my court victory, and the damages she was required to pay for defamation offered some measure of comfort for the damage done to my reputation. I served Emily with an eviction notice, and she and her kid were forced to vacate. Even if their situation is still difficult, I realized I was no longer in charge of them. Although I felt a little sorry for her daughter's missed educational prospects, the truth was that Emily's bold request had placed their family in a challenging position. Everyone soon saw the full depth of Emily's lies after the court ordered her to remove her defamatory social media posts. When her daughter Lily unexpectedly contacted me to apologize, that was the last I heard from them. I had watched Lily grow up and she had always been a wonderful child, but I stopped communicating with them when her mother began making unfounded accusations against me. She wanted to contact me after her mother publicly lost the case, which startled me. She expressed sincere regret in her message for her mother's actions and the resulting difficulties for her family. She acknowledged that her mother's actions had harmed both of our families and thanked us for our understanding and patience during the process. Lily also mentioned that they had moved to a more reasonably priced neighborhood and that she had made the decision to continue her study at a nearby college. She told me she had begged her mother to back off in a conversation she had with her following the conclusion of the judicial proceedings. "I'm determined to secure my own future without making any bold demands," Lily said. Because of the bogus claims made by her entitled mother, I felt sorry for her at such a young age. I told her that it was great that she was taking charge of her own life and that everyone deserves a second chance. I told her that the past was behind us and wished her well in her studies. Our lives have adapted to a new normal since Emily and her daughter left my property. The burden of the unfounded allegations and the harassment our kids endured has been removed. We intervened by getting in touch with our kids' school and addressing the bullying they experienced. At last, our family may now proceed in harmony. I opened my marriage, lost my husband, and now I'm fighting to win him back. Is it too late? I'm here to seek guidance on how to save my remaining marriage, Let me begin by stating that I have been with my spouse for 7 years, and we have been married for 5 of those years. I'll call us Skylar and James for privacy's sake. In our second year of community college, we got to know one another. James went on to receive a 4-year degree in business administration from a university that provides remote programs at the community college, while I obtained a 2-year degree in office management. In the present, James is 27 and I am 26, and we intended to have a child later this year. Having 4 children, ideally 2 boys and 2 girls, was our desire. Both of our families loved us, and we had a really happy marriage. This is where I made a big error. I formed a relationship with a delivery driver for one of the 3 major delivery companies, which some could refer to as a work-husband relationship. To keep things private, I'll call him Jaden. Jaden has been delivering to my office for about 2 years at the age of 25 and unmarried. Unquestionably, we clicked right away. It wasn't romantic, but there was a spark that pulled me to him. Every time he made a delivery, we would converse for at least 10 minutes. I started to look forward to seeing him and always made sure to be honest with him when he showed up. Our chat went farther than normal one day. Jaden said he wanted to ask me a personal question. He said he didn't want to offend me or endanger our business relationship because it was so personal. I encouraged him to ask and reassured him that was okay. I feel a very strong attraction to you and wondered if you felt it too, he admitted at that point. His audacity shocked and embarrassed me. After giving it some thought, I confessed that I felt it as well. Jaden continued by saying that if I weren't married, he would have asked me out. The conversation ended when I thanked him for the compliment. That was the last of him. Our conversations grew awkward and short throughout the course of the following week. I was so ashamed that I thought I had gone too far. Even as James and I continued to enjoy our married lives at home, the guilt persisted. To be clear, I have always been totally happy with James as a husband, friend, and lover. I thought he would have said the same of me at the time. For me, he was ideal. Nevertheless, I mistakenly started to dream about having both my devoted husband and a relationship with Jaden that went beyond business chats. Later, I discovered that this is frequently called eating cake. Intrigued, I began reading up on open marriages and polyamory. I initially thought the concept was nasty and ridiculous. I was certain James would not consent, and even if he did, I wanted to prevent our marriage from being harmed and our family from becoming estranged. Weeks went by, and my married life was still great. But there were still thoughts of Jaden. I came upon a blog article by a lady in an open marriage with the heading "It Doesn't Hurt to Ask," when I went back to the subject. She talked about how she sought a relationship with a man she met while volunteering, even though she loved her spouse. After 2 years of suppressing her emotions, she finally asked her husband on a lengthy drive. He was interested, which surprised her. 4 years later, they apparently had a stronger, happier connection after opening their marriage and finding other lovers. Because it mirrored exactly what I wanted but was too scared to question James about, her tale struck a chord with me. Then, one Sunday morning, I made the decision to bring up the topic as we were relaxing at home, conversing and using our phones to browse the internet. "I just read this online post about open marriages," I said immediately to James. "How do you feel about them?" "Are you talking about couples sleeping with other people?" he questioned, glancing at me. I reaffirmed and inquired about his thoughts once again. In response, James said he found it repulsive and added that if someone wanted to sleep together, they should simply seek a divorce. I said, "It's really becoming popular here in the US and other Western countries," in an attempt to defuse the situation, but his expression made it obvious that he was disgusted by the subject, so I quickly changed the topic. His response made me decide that I would never bring it up again since I didn't want to endanger our marriage, which I thought was fantastic. A few weeks later, James and I were snuggling in bed together, enjoying the glow from a fantastic evening. He remarked abruptly, "Who did you have in mind when you brought up open marriages last week?" As I lay on his chest, unable to see his face, I went cold. I gently lifted my head to look at him, and a pit developed in my stomach. "What are you discussing? What are you saying?" I stumbled. James clarified that he has read studies indicating that a woman's reference to an open relationship with her boyfriend frequently indicates that she has previously cheated or has another lover in mind. I was shocked by what he said. In fact, I was shaken to my very core. James remarked, "I know you too well," after realizing the effect of his comments. "Just be honest, I can tell you're hiding something." I could have stopped there, but instead I remained silent, turned my head away, and finally told him, "I have never cheated on you and would never do so. Rather, I acknowledged that there was someone at work I may think about if we ever discussed an open marriage." "Tell me about this work friend," James insisted. I reluctantly started to describe Jaden and our encounters, including the moment he revealed his emotions for me. I didn't reveal, though, that I felt the same way about it. I was frightened by James's next statement. You know, technically, you've already cheated on me. I retaliated defensively, saying, I haven't cheated? Your relationship with this Jaden guy is what's known as an emotional affair, James retorted. James gave me an explanation of the term because I had never heard it before. I listened in frustration as he explained the workings of emotional affairs. James finally proposed that we end the conversation since he needed to go to bed because he had an early start the next day. I couldn't fall asleep, but he did. Rather, I picked up my phone and began looking up emotional affairs. What James had asserted was supported by article after article. My relationship with Jaden was more than simply an emotional one. It was a full-fledged one. I was overcome with guilt. I felt like I had let my hubby down. I went downstairs to make myself some tea because I couldn't sleep, and at around 4 in the morning, I fell asleep on the couch. James kissed me awake at 6:45 a.m. I'm heading out for work, he declared. As usual, I kissed him back and told him I loved him, but this time, with guilt weighing heavily on my mind, I made it clearer than ever. You should start your day. It's almost 7 a.m. After making love for a few days, we were laying in bed once more when James abruptly remarked, if you truly want to, I'd be willing to try an open marriage. Why are you bringing this up now? I questioned, stunned. He clarified that he had been considering our earlier chats and reasoned that if it was something we wanted, we should attempt it while we were still young. I pledged never to endanger our marriage or our love, but I did show cautious attention. I told him, you are the most significant person in my life. If our love bond is strong, it will withstand infidelity, James retorted. James didn't respond when I retorted, a mutual open relationship wouldn't be considered infidelity because we'd both agree to it. Consider our marriage open, starting right now, he remarked instead. Surprised again, I told him to calm down and that we needed to set ground rules. He made the following specifics. We had to let people know ahead of time who we would be sleeping with and when. We had to later, without going into graphic detail, tell each other about the incident. There are no exceptions to the rule that all types of closeness must be protected. I accepted his conditions and suggested a few more. We would maintain the privacy of our open marriage. We would pledge to stay together and prevent these adulterous affairs from ruining our marriage. James declared that he was unable to accept either of these terms. He refused to talk about it more and just said he didn't and wouldn't agree to them when I questioned why. I was worried since this felt totally out of character for James. I snuggled up to him in spite of my discomfort, and we dozed off. I became uncomfortable with the idea of an open relationship throughout the course of the following month because I thought James might be up to something. I chose not to pursue it and concentrated on leading a typical life. I avoided talking to Jaden at work during this time, limiting our exchanges to trivial subjects like the weather or our respective workloads. Then, one day, Jaden asked me if something was wrong and said he truly missed our discussions. I explained to him that I didn't have much time to talk because I was so busy at work and at home. I contemplated whether or not to disclose my open marriage to him. I eventually made the decision to tell him how I wish I could take that choice back. I asked Jaden to join me for a drink after work because it didn't seem acceptable to have such a chat there. He concurred. We got together at a neighborhood tavern with a terrace outside, which was ideal for the warm early spring weather. I asked him directly whether he would be interested in a relationship after telling him about my newly announced marriage. Without hesitation, he said yes. Although he respected my boundaries, Jaden acknowledged that he had been waiting for me to change his mind and that he had been dreaming about me for months. We talked flirtatiously most of the time that night. We decided to have our first romantic meeting at his flat the next day. I made it clear that I had to depart by 6:30 p.m. to go back home to James, who was still my top priority. I came home that evening and made James a delicious meal. After supper, I told him about my conversation and meeting with Jaden earlier in the day, and that we had planned to meet at his apartment the next day, assuming James was still okay with us being married in an open marriage. Despite appearing surprised, James answered, "Oh, yes, all right, so you're meeting him tomorrow?" As my top focus was him and our relationship, I reassured him that we could still cancel if he so desired. "No," he insisted. "Let's do this." In contrast to our typical embraces, I felt hardness and remoteness in his. I blamed it on nerves. We didn't speak much that night as I concentrated on my own work and James worked in his office. I tried to start an intimate conversation with him before we went to bed, but he stated he was too exhausted and wanted to relax. When I woke up the following morning, James had already left, leaving a text message saying that he had neglected to mention an early meeting. He also mentioned that he would see me that evening. This was not like him, but I brushed it off and went about my day as usual, dressing and going to work. I picked a really lovely clothing that day because I knew I was going out with Jaden after work. I texted James throughout the day, but he didn't reply. I contemplated calling off our date with Jaden, but I now regret not doing so. I got a text from James at 4:17 p.m. He promised to meet me that evening and wrote that he loved me. I was relieved by this, and I saw it as his approval to proceed. I'll get right to the point. When Jaden and I first met, our private moment was fierce. There was clearly no love involved, and it wasn't quite as satisfying as it is with James. But because of the unlawful nature of what we were doing and the pure passion, it was physically satisfying. After an hour and a half, I left Jaden's residence and got home shortly after 6:40 p.m. I was shocked to see that James wasn't home yet. I was relieved since it allowed me to take a shower and wash my clothes to get rid of the smell of Jaden's perfume. Despite my physical sense of fulfillment, I was overcome with regret, guilt, and shame. I felt soiled, as though I had violated every fundamental principle in my marriage. I was really anxious, and it was a mental tug of war. I made a short but beautiful meal and put candles to create a romantic atmosphere since I was determined to make it up to James. I wanted him to understand how much I loved him and that the sexual relationship with Jaden was meaningless because it was only physical and couldn't compare to the happiness and love I had with James. My hope was that we would make love at the end of the evening. James was still away from home around 7:30 p.m. When I tried to call him, the call went straight to voicemail. I texted him to let him know that dinner was ready when I got home. When I didn't hear back by 8:50 p.m., I became concerned. I kept phoning and texting him, leaving messages, but I never heard back. At last, at approximately 9:30 p.m., James texted me, saying, "Don't wait up. I will arrive home late." He didn't respond when I texted him back to inquire where he was and who he was with. I finally dozed off after midnight, emotionally and physically spent. The sound of the shower running in the guest bathroom awakened me up. When I went up to look, I saw that the door was locked, which was completely out of character for James. He did not answer when I knocked. After 10 minutes, James came out, wrapped in a towel, and said nonchalantly, "Hey, how was your night?" After I assured him that everything was okay, he asked me straight out, "Did you have sex with Jaden?" I winced at his directness and urged him to use a different wording. I reluctantly said, "Yes, Jaden and I were together." I then inquired about his whereabouts. James confessed that he had gone out dancing and spent the night at multiple pubs. Because I could smell perfume on his clothing, I was suspicious and questioned who he was with. Upon pressing, I inquired, "Who is she?" He said that he didn't have to identify her because they hadn't shared a bed. Although I was astonished by what he said, I was more offended by his tone and language. James's angry remarks caused me great concern, although he never used profanity when addressing me. I then questioned him about why he had taken a shower in the guest bathroom. He told me icily that until I had completed 2 STD tests, he would be utilizing the guest bathroom and bedroom. I was devastated by his statements. "This wasn't part of our rules," I objected. I ensured that Jaden wore protection during all of our activities. "Have you never heard of oral HPV or herpes?" James shot back. "Till you're cleared, I won't come within 6 feet of you." Think of this as my personal take on social distancing. I informed James that I wanted to end our marriage right now since I was so distraught and crying. I cried, "This is the last thing I wanted to happen." "No way," James shot back. "I'll have my turn now that you've taken yours." James only stated that he was going to bed since he had an early meeting and needed rest, even though I started crying more. I sobbed on the couch for the majority of the night before dozing off. When I opened my eyes, James was gone. I tried contacting him during the day, but he didn't pick up. He texted me, saying, "Don't wait up for me." I left voicemails and texted, but nobody answered. I felt like I was going crazy because I knew I had probably ruined my marriage. I didn't see Jaden at work that day as there were no deliveries. But I gave him a call at 4:30 p.m. and inquired about our possibility of meeting that night. He acknowledged that I sounded agitated. I told him I wanted to break up with him when we first met, acknowledging that it was a big mistake. I admitted that I just wanted my husband because I loved him. He understood, and all he wanted for was one more connection. Other than that, he would only ever speak to me at work. I consented, and our brief and unremarkable hookup lasted less than 10 minutes and consisted just of a basic posture. Jaden later said to me, "That was awful." I apologized, acknowledging that the entire affair was a tremendous error and not his fault. "You just laid there like a tree trunk." After getting ready and giving him one last hug, I turned to depart. I asked Jaden, bewildered, what he meant when he said, "I'll never understand women like you," before I left, but he just muttered, "Nothing, no comment," with a look of utter hatred on his face. I hurried off, sobbing all the way home. How was I able to be so foolish? I had ruined my marriage for nothing at all. I felt filthy once more and thought I was the world's most foolish person. It was 1 a.m. when James finally returned home. That evening, I was tired of knowing that I was the only one responsible for ruining my life. James did the same thing on Friday, leaving before I woke up and texting me, "Don't wait up for me?" The coldness and distance between us broke my heart. I missed our mornings, evenings, and weekends together, cooking together, going on walks after supper, and chatting about random topics. I sorely missed it when it was all gone. I sent James a text message requesting to speak with him the following morning. "All right," he said, "as long as it's first thing." I asked him where he was going, but he didn't respond. "I'm leaving for the day." It was 1:30 a.m. when he returned home. I just lay in bed and sobbed without saying anything. Without saying anything, James immediately went to bed after taking another shower in the guest bathroom. The following morning, I got up early to await his arrival. He entered the kitchen, poured himself some orange juice, and sat at the table, looking at his phone, at 7 in the morning. The atmosphere was lifeless and icy. I approached him, sat on his knee, and whispered, "Look at me." He looked away, but I gently took hold of his face and met his brown eyes. I said, "You have my undying love. I really apologize for the poor choice I made, not a mistake, but a decision. I will stop at nothing to win back your love and trust." James remained silent while staring at me as if I were crazy. I pleaded, "Are you still in love with me?" He said, "I'm not sure." I sobbed and begged, "I can put this right." He said, "I don't think you can." I said in a fit of rage, "You orchestrated everything. Didn't you set me up for divorce?" James denied it but acknowledged that, based on what he had read, he realized our relationship was probably finished the moment I raised the subject of an open marriage. I questioned him, "Why didn't you just tell me to stop talking to Jaden?" I was devastated by his response. "You can't make someone be faithful. You are either monogamous or not, and it is clear that you are not." He just got up and stated he was going, despite my entreaties not to ruin our marriage. He said he would return after midnight when I questioned where he was going. "Tomorrow is Easter Sunday," I told him. "Our scheduled departure time is 7 a.m. Go visit the home of my parents. We spend every holiday with them because they adore you." James replied icily, "I'm not going. What am I supposed to tell my parents?" I begged him to come, shocked. "Tell them the truth," he added with a shrug. He packed a gym bag and left the house without saying anything more, despite my repeated pleas for him to stay. I feel totally deflated and ruined inside. I would appreciate any guidance or recommendations regarding actions I can take to keep my marriage intact. I'm particularly interested in hearing from those who have had similar situations with open marriages and whether or not a couple can move over such a betrayal. After an open relationship, have you been able to successfully reconcile? I appreciate you hearing my tale. I'm going to bed now so I can spend the rest of the day crying. First update. I would want to express my gratitude to everyone who replied with comments and encouragement. I was able to get through the past several days because to it. Many individuals properly chastised me and called me derogatory things, but I deserve it, and I also value your opinions. 2 of the worst days of my life have been Easter Sunday and today. When I pulled up to my parents' house, they asked me right away, "Where's James?" I lied to them and said he couldn't make it because of an emergency at work. I didn't want the family get-together to be disturbed. At first, my family believed my tale, but as the day wore on, they began to suspect that I wasn't phoning or texting my husband as I usually do. I sent multiple phony texts and claimed to have responses from James, assuring everyone he was still busy at work and would give me a call tomorrow in order to allay their suspicions. To be honest, he never texted or called, not even to see whether I had made it safely. I was devastated by this. On Monday, I had intended to spend the night at my parents' house and discuss our marital issues with them. I was afraid they would be angry and despise me if I did this. I told them this morning, and everything went exactly as I had expected. They shouted at me, called me horrible names, and said that I wasn't brought up this way. When my sister was summoned over, she started to lash out at me as well. I told them I realized what I had done was horrible and sobbed. I promised them that I had grown from the experience and would never do the same thing again. I informed them that regaining James' love and trust would be my only priority going forward. Ultimately, they told me they loved me and would pray for our marriage to be saved, even if they were furious with me. On Monday night, I took a car home. I texted and called James during the day, but he didn't respond. He had gone to Florida to see his parents and would be back on Sunday, according to a note on the counter when I got home. We had arranged to go there together in early May, So I felt terrible. Now that strategy is shattered because of me. I despise myself. For now, that's all I have to say. I'm simply so unhappy and dejected. The fact that I'm no longer crying frightens me. Tears no longer seem worth shedding because of the depth of my hurt and regret. Second update. I didn't intend to publish again for almost a year, but I decided to offer an update because the community showed such a great deal of interest. I have some good news as well as some negative news. The first piece of terrible news is that I'm divorced. Back in December, it was decided. James ultimately came to the conclusion that he couldn't stay married to me once I started seeing another man. He claimed that he was ashamed to be seen with me in public and that he would never be able to trust me again. He claimed that he regained his masculinity after the divorce. I disagree. He never lost his manhood, and only our families are aware of my brief relationship with Jaden. Well, anything. The good news, no, the amazing news, is that last month James and I resumed our dating life. It's been great since Valentine's Day, when we reconnected. Our passion level is unmatched, much higher than when we initially started dating 7 years ago, but we only see each other when he wants to, which has been around once a week. James has stated unequivocally that this is merely a physical matter and that we will never again be a couple, get married, or live together. I'll take what I can get, but I'm not really comfortable with this. I want to get James back. I would like to have his children if I am unable to achieve that. I wouldn't baby trap him, so don't get me wrong. All I want is to have kids with him. Without getting married, I've considered how we could divide custody and still work things out. I don't want children with anybody else, even though I know it seems weird, but I love him. I understand that doing this would probably put any future relationships I might have with other men in jeopardy, but I only want James. That's all I have to say for now, and until something significant occurs, I doubt I'll post again. However, I would adore hearing your thoughts about my predicament. Do you believe that my decision to date James is insane? Is it better for me to go on and find someone else to start a family with? P.S. Jaden has never been an option. I simply made a poor choice with him, and I will never do it again. Thank you. My husband's double life and a mistress's scheme to bring 3 secret children to kick me out of my house, but they couldn't break me. My mistress is attempting to evict me, 42F, from my home, and my husband, 45M, has been leading a double life. I never imagined posting something like this on Reddit, but I'm in dire need of guidance. For the past 20 years, I have worked as a professional photographer with a focus on family portraits and weddings. I recognize the irony of documenting other people's joys while my own family is in disarray. I spent years concentrating on developing my career. Although I had always desired children, the time never seemed to be right. Something connected when I met Robert 5 years ago at the opening of a friend's gallery. He was quiet, considerate, and seemed committed to creating a secure future for us, which set him apart from other people I had dated. After a year of courtship, we were married, and the home we currently reside in was a wedding present from my parents that was only registered in my name. Our marriage was lovely for the first few years. We would spend weekends planning our future family while I edited pictures in my home studio and Robert would bring me coffee. We were ecstatic when, at 41, I became pregnant. Robert decorated the nursery himself, went to all of my prenatal appointments, and even learned how to prepare healthy meals for me. After the birth of our son, everything changed. The signals were there, looking back, but I was too happy about being a mother at last and too tired from late-night feedings to notice them clearly. The once caring and attentive Robert grew more and more aloof. Unless I specifically requested, the man who had painted clouds on our son's nursery ceiling wouldn't even hold him. I initially thought his actions were the result of the transition period that new fathers frequently go through. One afternoon, Robert arrived home early from work, and I was sitting in my studio trying to edit a wedding picture shoot while our son was napping. He organized his desk for an hour, something he had never done before, rather than spending this infrequent leisure time with our infant. Gradually, the late evenings at work began. First, he would explain, it was once a week, end-of-month reports. Training new employees comes next, twice a week. Before long, he was returning home late nearly every night, saying he had to cover extra shifts because the bank was understaffed. The more I attempted to engage him in our son's life, the more he distanced himself, and I realized something was amiss when he missed our son's first grin and dismissed it with a flippant, "There will be other smiles." He adopted the mantras, "I'm not good with babies," and "he won't even remember this stage." Each excuse was like a tiny cut, scarcely perceptible at first, but more agonizing as they mounted. I also began to notice other changes. He became extremely careful of his laptop, changed the password on his phone, and always took calls in a different room. I trusted him even though I now recognize the classic indicators. After all, we had planned every aspect of our family life together and tried for this child jointly. I've always found that looking through my camera lens helps me see things clearly, but for some reason, I failed to notice the biggest scam that was taking place in front of me. That is, until I received a message yesterday that absolutely upended my world. The message included multiple photographs and was sent from an unidentified phone. The pictures of Robert grinning and lounging with a younger woman and 3 kids who resembled him were like a kick to the belly. One picture showed them at a beach. Last summer, Robert had claimed to be on a business vacation at the same beach, which I knew. In another, the timestamp indicates that image was taken during the weekend when Robert claimed to be working overtime, and they were decorating a Christmas tree together. You deserve to know the truth. Your husband has been living 2 lives, and I'm the mother of his other children. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, read the succinct but heartbreaking letter that went with it. I nearly dropped my phone due to my trembling hands. I'm trained as a photographer to identify photos that have been altered, to look for irregularities and manipulations. These images were recent, authentic, and unprocessed. This had been going on since before our marriage, since the children seemed to be between the ages of 3 and 7. As I waited for Robert to return home that evening, my thoughts were racing with all of the late nights, business trips, and justifications he had offered me over the years. When he eventually entered, I silently showed him the pictures. His expression, which was one of resignation rather than alarm or denial, told me all I needed to know. I inquired in a fairly steady voice, "How long?" With my least favorite moniker, Nick, he began. Every word felt like glass in my throat as I said, "How long?" He appeared smaller than I had ever seen him when he sank into the chair. About 8 years. Victoria and it started before I met you. I never meant for it to become this complicated. 8 years. He had been living a different life the whole time I had known him. He had another family, a younger lady and 3 healthy kids, while I was undergoing fertility treatments and navigating the difficulties of a high-risk pregnancy at 41. Even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer, I questioned, "Why did you marry me?" He continued, "I loved you. I still love you." As though that were any consolation. Victoria was my past, but you represented something different. A chance at a more stable, respectable life. Then I laughed, a hollow sound that seemed to reverberate throughout our now overly spacious home. Respectable? You built our entire marriage on lies. You watched me struggle to have a baby, knowing you had 3 children across town. However, it wasn't until this morning that the entire tragedy of my circumstances struck. The doorbell rang as I was in the nursery, attempting to soothe my son following a restless night. Victoria, 34F, was standing there with 3 children that were definitely Robert's. She just pushed past me into my house without waiting for an invitation. "So this is the fancy house he bought you," she continued, tracing the wall of my dining room, where I had hung my most treasured family photographs. "Nice upgrade from the apartment he keeps us in." As her kids strolled into my living room and touched everything they could find, I hugged my son closer. It broke my heart to see how much they resembled Robert. His eyes were exactly the same as the oldest, a youngster of about 7. He smiled at the middle child, a girl who was maybe 5 years old. And his curly hair belonged to the youngest boy, who was also around 3 years old. I managed to ask, "What do you want?" Even though her calculating stare told me the answer. Victoria's smile fell short of her eyes. "What's rightfully ours? Robert promised us this house. He said once everything was settled, we'd all live here together. A proper family needs space, after all." After pointing to her kids, she gave my son a stern look. More space than a middle-aged mom and her surprise baby need. Her statement struck me like a physical blow for their audacity. Robert had no right to promise anyone that this house was mine, a gift from my parents. Her attitude immediately shifted after I informed her of this. She snarled, "Listen," and moved in closer. "I've been in Robert's life longer than you have. These children need their father. They need a stable home. You're just the midlife crisis he'll get over soon enough." I discovered a strength I was unaware I possessed. I firmly said, "Get out of my house," even though my hands were shaking. "This is my property, legally mine. Robert has no claim to it, and neither do you." Anger twisted Victoria's face. "You think you've won something here? You're nothing but a temporary distraction. Robert always comes back to us. Always." She raised her voice, purposefully loud enough to be heard by the neighbors. "You're trying to tear apart a family. Think about these innocent children." Despite my internal disintegration, I maintained my position. The only one tearing apart families here is Robert, and you, by trying to claim what isn't yours. My neighbor Mar, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, came over right away after they departed. She offered to testify if necessary because she had seen the entire incident. She squeezed my hand and added, "I've already written down everything I saw and heard. That woman's behavior was completely unacceptable." I contacted my buddy Jane, 41 degrees Fahrenheit, and she came over immediately. She has assisted me in beginning to record everything, including the messages, the altercation, and Victoria's threats. She also reminded me that I am financially secure because I am a successful photographer. "The house is yours. Your business is yours. You don't need Robert's support to raise your son," she stated. Sitting in my home studio right now, surrounded by dozens of pictures of contented families, I'm wondering how I failed to recognize the warning flags in my own life. Robert keeps phoning and leaving messages about finding a solution that makes everyone happy, and "we can work this out." As if there could be a happy ending to this degree of treachery. The other family and the falsehoods aren't even the worst part. It's coming to terms with the fact that Robert was merely going through the motions, whereas I was cherishing every second of my late-life pregnancy, carefully recording every scan, every kick, and every preparation for our child. All these firsts had previously happened to him with Victoria. And I was simply a side endeavor? A dignified front? I need guidance. Do I need to get a divorce right away? Get Victoria subject to a restraining order? How can I keep my son safe in this mess? Although I've already gotten in touch with a lawyer, I would still like to hear from anyone who has had a similar situation. Right now, my son and my job are my top priorities. Next weekend is my wedding photo shoot, and I find it kind of funny that I'll be documenting someone else's happily ever after, when mine is in ruins. Perhaps, though, I need to remind myself that trust and love endure, even if they didn't in my own marriage. Has anyone already handled a scenario like this? What should I do initially? Right now, I feel like I'm drowning in a sea of confusion and betrayal, so any advice would be invaluable. I convince myself over and over again that I'm capable of handling this. I overcame a dangerous pregnancy, I developed a profitable company, and I can get through this too. However, I'm afraid of what tomorrow may bring as I watch my kid sleep soundly in his cot, oblivious to how his world has altered. First update. We appreciate all of your encouraging messages and remarks. I have to discuss what has transpired over the past 12 hours because the issue has taken unexpected turns. Victoria has started using social media for her campaign. She has been posting in our neighborhood Facebook groups, portraying me as a homewrecker who took another woman's spouse and herself as a victim. If the irony weren't so devastating, it would be absurd. She is showing her kids pics of Robert's pictures, saying they are the original family, and I am the intruder. Even more disturbing, though, was what transpired this afternoon. Victoria arrived at my photography studio posing as a prospective customer who wanted to schedule a family portrait session. She used a false name on the booking and had a different style, so at first I didn't recognize her. She was grinning and looking through my wedding portfolio when I entered the consultation room. "Such beautiful moments," she remarked without raising her gaze. "You're good at capturing other people's happiness while destroying it in real life." She went on to inform me that until I changed my mind about the house, she would post unfavorable evaluations of my company on all platforms. I remained calm and turned on the audio recording feature of the studio's security system. "You're trespassing," I said forcefully. "Leave now, or I'll call the police." She carefully got to her feet, moved over to my wall of highlighted wedding pictures, and purposefully knocked one down, breaking the frame. "Oops," she murmured, seeming to be worried. "Looks like things break easily around here." Victoria departed before the police arrived, even though my assistant had already contacted them. I've recorded everything, including the shattered frame, surveillance footage, and social media posts. In addition to defending me, my attorney is requesting an emergency restraining order to safeguard my company. She has also told me that Victoria may have engaged in harassment and attempted extortion with her acts. The most unexpected development was when Rachel, 47F, Robert's sister, contacted me in private. She claims that 6 months prior, Robert attempted to obtain a second mortgage on my home by falsifying my signature. Instead of filing charges, the bank, which is also where he works, discovered the counterfeit and discreetly allowed him to leave. This explains why he had been so evasive about his recent promotion to a separate branch. Victoria's fans are always posting critical remarks on my studio's social media pages, so I've had to temporarily close them down. Concerned about the situation, a few of my scheduled clients have contacted me. Fortunately, most of them have been understanding when I've been honest with them. Some have even told their personal tales of surviving betrayal in their families. Victoria had already done this, according to the findings of my lawyer's private investigator. She harassed another woman in a similar circumstance in a different state 3 years ago. Her tendency to approach successful people and use her kids as emotional leverage to obtain financial benefits appears to be consistent. I've joined a support group for parents going through family crisis circumstances and begun individual therapy. The therapist assisted me in seeing that, despite my concerns about becoming a mother at a later age of 42, I am actually ahead in terms of both financial and emotional stability. She is assisting me in creating plans to shield my son from the psychological effects of this circumstance. Telling my wedding customers why I had to reschedule several of our photo shoots has been the hardest part. It feels like a terrible joke to me as a photographer who focuses on capturing love and devotion to have my own life turned into a warning. But my work is becoming stronger. Even when my own life is in disarray, there's something therapeutic about concentrating on sincere moments of happiness. More security cameras have been placed around my home and studio. Mary, my neighbor, has been amazing. She has been watching and recording anytime Victoria or Robert show up in the area. The local police have stepped up their patrols in our area and now have a dossier on the problem. A few of you inquired about Robert's response to everything. He has been messaging me to say that if I simply quit being tough and agree to sell the house, he can cure everything. He doesn't seem to see that this is about years of deceit and manipulation finally coming to light, not about the house anymore. A particular thank you to everyone who offered materials concerning safeguarding small businesses from defamation campaigns, and once again, thank you for your support. I'm concentrating on my son, my business, and creating a new life free from deceit and manipulation by taking things one day at a time. According to my attorney, we have a solid case for the restraining order as well as possible civil lawsuits for slander and harassment. When there are noteworthy developments, I'll provide another update. Second update. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their ongoing guidance and support. Over the past 12 hours, the situation has taken a number of unforeseen turns. This morning, Robert arrived at my door, unkempt and holding a manila package. He said in a raspy voice, "I've signed papers relinquishing any potential claim to the house. I know it doesn't make up for anything, but I want to do the right thing now." The truth came out when I questioned what caused this abrupt transformation. He had tried to use my property as collateral for loans on several occasions, according to the results of an internal investigation conducted by his bank. He was compelled to leave in order to avoid facing criminal charges, therefore his departure was not voluntary. All of his transactions are currently being thoroughly audited by the bank. However, this is where things become much more intricate. My lawyer's private investigator discovered Victoria's unsettling behavior pattern in 3 states. It appears that she has previously targeted men in solid jobs, established parallel families, and then used the children as leverage to obtain assets and property. Once she got what she wanted, she moved on in each instance. The network of professional photographers has been tremendously helpful. Several well-known photographers in our community launched a counter-campaign after learning of Victoria's attempts to damage my company's reputation. They denounced the harassment and shared their positive experiences working with me. One even volunteered to let me use her studio when I needed it. I have a newfound sense of hope because this support has been a lifeline during such a turbulent period. Even though I have a long way to go, I'm committed to protecting my baby, getting my life back on track, and holding Victoria and Robert responsible for their deeds. As additional information becomes available, I'll keep you updated. A fellow photographer generously offered me a location for shooting, and I accepted. The most startling revelation came from the previous instructor of Victoria's eldest child. After witnessing the social media uproar, she got in touch and shared alarming details about Victoria's previous conduct. Victoria would frequently boast about her method of achieving financial stability during parent-teacher conferences, even displaying records from prior property settlements. By establishing a pattern of what seems to be deliberate deceit and exploitation, my lawyer is assembling a compelling case. It is challenging to trace Victoria's past because we have found that she has adopted at least 3 different surnames in the last 10 years. Records of her involvement in 2 such cases in Colorado and Nevada that resulted in property settlements in her favor were discovered by the private investigator. Unexpectedly, some of Victoria's family members have been contacting her. Her cousin revealed unsettling information about Victoria's previous plots, such as how she picks her victims deliberately depending on their resources and susceptibility to manipulation. The relative claims that before Robert and I even met, Victoria had been keeping tabs on the performance of my photography company for months. My new support group has been a lifesaver. One participant, a family law lawyer, gave me insight into how Victoria's prior actions would impact any custody agreements in the future. She clarified that parents who use their children as pawns in property disputes are seen negatively by the courts. The fact that one of Victoria's former victims got in touch with me this afternoon marked a turning point. Sandra, 45F, from Denver related a situation that was quite similar to hers, including the unexpected visit by kids and the demands for property rights. If necessary, she is willing to testify regarding Victoria's behavioral pattern. My business has had an unanticipated spike in support despite the chaos. Because of my excellent handling of this dilemma, local wedding planning organizations have begun suggesting clients to me specifically. Anyone who can maintain their professionalism under this kind of pressure is exactly who I want capturing my clients' special moments, a well-known wedding planner told me. Another alarming finding from the bank's inquiry has been made. Robert has been keeping up his double life by falsifying bank papers. He had been taking money out of his retirement account to help Victoria and her kids, which put our son's financial future in jeopardy. I'm getting advice from my financial advisor to document everything for the divorce process. Today, my therapist helped me come to a significant realization. My assets are no longer the only thing I need to defend. It's about confronting a pattern of systematic exploitation that has harmed several families. I may be able to stop Victoria from doing this to someone else in addition to protecting myself by retaliating legally and in public. I've begun a thorough documentation endeavor, documenting every encounter and occasion with my photographic abilities. Despite the pending restraining order, security cameras have repeatedly seen Victoria driving past my residence. We are adding each event to our legal file. Knowing how much this has affected my son is the most devastating aspect, but I'm determined to fight for his future and make sure he grows up in a secure atmosphere. Finding some of Victoria's social media posts in which she appeals to sympathy by mentioning her kids has been a noteworthy development. She asks them why someone would take their father away when they are holding signs. According to my attorney, this type of conduct frequently backfires in family court since judges highly disapprove of parents who openly use their kids as leverage. For the protection of my house and place of business, I have engaged a security consultant. They have assisted me in putting in place a thorough safety procedure that includes direct links to local law enforcement and panic buttons. My son's safety cannot be compromised, even though it feels strange to have to take these steps. I'm meeting with a forensic accountant tomorrow who focuses on exposing financial fraud in divorce proceedings. It appears that Robert's financial history demonstrates a pattern of questionable activities that may support the claim of intentional fraud. I appreciate all of your help and guidance. I would especially like to thank the Reddit legal community for assisting me in understanding my options and rights. When there are noteworthy developments, I'll provide another update. Third update, I would want to discuss what appears to be the last chapter of this tremendous circumstance. Significant changes have occurred during the past week, and there has now been some resolution. There have been some surprising developments since the divorce process formally started. In addition to using business cash and depleting his retirement accounts, the forensic accountant found that Robert had been doing so in order to assist Victoria's family and keep up connections with 2 other women in nearby states. The internal probe conducted by the bank has now evolved into a comprehensive criminal investigation. If Victoria's complex plan fell apart more quickly than everyone anticipated. 5 more ladies came forward with similar experiences after my last update. The pattern was the same in all of them. Victoria targeted wealthy men, formed parallel families, and then used the children to increase her wealth. Together with these women and their attorneys, we have put together a thorough case that is currently being examined by prosecutors across several states. The most important discovery was made by Victoria's former assistant, who supplied thorough documentation of her business plan. These records, which included in-depth notes about my photography company from before I met Robert, demonstrated how she investigated possible targets. To obtain property rights, she planned fortuitous encounters and deliberately exploited circumstances. During our meeting with my lawyer last Tuesday, we learned that Victoria had tried to perform the same ruse in Washington state while she was attempting to seize my residence. In that case, the detective introduced herself with yet another surname and shared surveillance footage of her exploring properties with another man. The direction of my photographic business has changed unexpectedly. I've been inundated with bookings since my story was featured, with my consent, in a bridal magazine piece about resiliency in the wedding industry. As one bride stated, someone who can maintain artistic integrity while handling life's biggest challenges is exactly who I want capturing my wedding. This is why couples intentionally invite me. I've established a support system for people who have encountered comparable difficulties. Despite the anguish, this phase of my life has shown me a strength I was unaware I possessed and that reconstruction is achievable with perseverance and the correct assistance. Knowing that I've learned lessons from this event that I will always apply, I will keep fighting for my son's safety and our future. We are developing tools to support professional women who are the targets of similar scams. We're working with financial advisors and family law lawyers to provide resources that will assist people in recognizing and safeguarding themselves against this kind of deception. Our advisory board now includes 3 of Victoria's former victims. Victoria is currently the subject of several fraud investigations, and the restraining order against her has been rendered permanent. When her own posts were used as proof of abuse and attempted extortion, her social media effort completely failed. Her tendency to use children as emotional leverage particularly worried the judge. Speaking of kids, the child advocate assigned by the court found that Victoria had been teaching her kids to seem distressed for pictures on social media. Child Protective Services is currently addressing a troubling pattern of emotional manipulation that was discovered during the investigation. The fact that these defenseless kids were used as pawns saddens me. The life Robert feigned to lead contrasts sharply with his current circumstances. Mutual friends claim that he and Victoria only ever fight about money while he rents a modest apartment on the outskirts of town. Since his financial wrongdoing lawsuit is still pending, his banking career is essentially over. Everything that previously made the man who said he needed a respectable life seem respectable is gone. I found a new schedule with my son. He may safely explore the comfortable play space I've created in a portion of my home studio while I edit pictures. I was given full custody by the judge, and Robert was only permitted supervised visits following his completion of parenting programs and counseling. The mansion, which has been the subject of so much drama, has come to represent tenacity. I've redecorated, wiping off the evidence of dishonesty and substituting real moments that I took pictures of. Photographs of my client's sincere happiness and love now adorn the walls Victoria once desired, serving as a daily reminder that reality wins out over deceit. According to my therapist, I'm processing this trauma with amazing ease. Even while it still hurts, the betrayal no longer defines who I am. I've discovered that being a 42-year-old late mother wasn't a drawback. I had the tools and strength to shield my son from this upheaval because of my well-established work and life experience. For those who are curious about Victoria's most recent attempts, she and Robert have been mandated to reimburse her former victims. After learning that Victoria had been using child support payments to finance her real estate ventures, their maternal grandmother took custody of Victoria's children. At last, the kids are getting the treatment and security they are due. I took pictures at my first wedding since this whole thing started last Saturday. I had no resentment as I watched the couple exchange sincere vows of love and dedication. Rather, I discovered that I was even more grateful for the genuine moments. Being deceived hasn't harmed my capacity to portray genuine feelings. If anything, realizing the importance of authentic connection has improved it. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me along the way. When Victoria tried to threaten me, when Robert tried to control me, and when I doubted my own strength, your counsel and support enabled me to remain strong. This group of people were my lifeline when I was at my lowest. I'm rebuilding something better, not just getting by. My business is expanding, my son is doing well, and our future appears to be more promising than ever. The darkest negatives can occasionally yield the best images. Yes, this photographer did. My ex and his mistress crashed my open house, mocking my success. But they didn't realize I had already built a life they couldn't destroy. As I reposition the expertly arranged throw pillows on the couch, the aroma of freshly made cookies fills the air. In our company, it's the small details that make a big difference. The open house is prepared to greet prospective buyers, so I take a moment to appreciate my job. I freeze as I turn to see how the refreshments are doing. Ethan and Chloe, my ex-husband and his new wife, whom he left me for, enter the house with the audacity of brass. I put on my most polished smile, but I'm furious on the inside. As he walks up to me, Ethan grins and says, well, if it isn't Zara. Still trying to sell houses? I see. Condescension permeates Chloe's voice when she adds her voice. I'm surprised you're still in this business, Zara. Ethan told me you were never really cut out for it. Refusing to give them the gratification of witnessing my tremors, I bite my tongue. Ethan. Chloe. What a surprise. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you looking for a new place? Ethan wraps Chloe's waist with his arm. Thought we'd see what you have to offer. I recognize the irony. I gave my all to our marriage years ago while helping Ethan establish his legal practice. But I was never good enough at anything. He became aloof, judgmental, and constantly looking for flaws. I obtained my real estate license because I was determined to contribute and forge my own path. At every opportunity, Ethan disparaged my efforts and claimed I was squandering my time. I should have recognized the warning flags back then, but I was too infatuated and blind. I confronted him after learning of his affair with his much younger assistant Chloe. They refer to it as gaslighting since he denied it and made me feel like I was going insane. The truth was right in front of me, even if I didn't want to believe it. I was caught off guard by the divorce. What a joke, Ethan filed, claiming irreconcilable differences. Before the ink on the paperwork dried, he moved in with Chloe. He did everything he could to leave me with nothing, even though I battled valiantly for a just settlement. I reached my lowest point, but I didn't want to stay there. Determining to succeed on my own terms, I put my all into my work, and I succeeded. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. I made it my goal to assist women who are struggling, like myself, in finding their ideal houses and starting over. And now I find myself confronting my past. Ethan and Chloe, who are trying to reduce their household size. The thought of their financial difficulties makes me feel a little satisfied. I put on my best act and lead them around the house, pointing out its features. I ignore the sarcastic remarks that Ethan mutters. With her gaze darting anxiously between us, Chloe appears preoccupied. I can't help but make a small jab as we finish the trip. I'm sure I can find you something that fits your budget. My business has been thriving, and I have a lot of high-profile clients. I'm sure I can help you out. Ethan lashes out as his face flushes. You got lucky, Zara. You're just riding on my coattails. I give a charming smile. Luck has nothing to do with it, Ethan. I worked hard for what I have, and I did it all without you. I can see the flaws in their flawless facade as Chloe shifts uneasily. They have no idea what lies ahead. This is only the beginning. As I drive home from the open house, the memories come flooding back. Chloe's scathing comments, Ethan's arrogant expression. They remind me of everything I've attempted to move past, and they're like a knife twisting in my stomach. I remember our marriage, how I helped Ethan through law school, how I had faith in him when others had lost faith. As he started his business from the beginning, I supported him at every turn. But he drifted farther away the more successful he got. I was never good enough at anything. I would act as though I didn't notice when he would arrive home late and smell like perfume and drink. He would simply grunt and withdraw to his study even though I would prepare his favorite dishes and attempt to converse with him. I still recall the day I made the decision to obtain my real estate license. I was sick of depending on Ethan for everything and feeling like a burden. I desired to have something of my own and to contribute. Ethan laughed in my face when I told him about my plans. You? A real estate agent? Don't be ridiculous, Zara. You don't have what it takes. Even though what he said hurt, I didn't let it stop me. I put a lot of effort into my studies, aced my tests, and jumped right into my new job. However, Ethan never helped me. He would minimize my endeavors, claiming that I was squandering my time. The day I learned about Chloe then arrived. I discovered a flirtatious text message between Ethan and his assistant on his phone. My heart broke into a million fragments. That night, my voice trembling with rage and betrayal, I faced him. How could you do this to me, Ethan? To us? He lied while staring me in the eye. I don't know what you're talking about, Zara. You're being paranoid. There's nothing going on between me and Chloe. I fervently hoped that he was telling the truth. But I knew in my heart. It all made sense. The late hours at work, the covert phone conversations, the way he glanced at her when he believed I wasn't looking. After I engaged a private investigator, pictures of Ethan and Chloe caught in the act were revealed. I challenged him once more, this time with evidence. I guess you weren't enough for me, Zara. I need someone who understands me, who supports my dreams, he remarked with a shrug. It was an awful divorce. Ethan resisted me at every turn, attempting to deprive me of everything. He even dared to say that I was the one who had cheated on him. I eventually left with a just settlement, but I was devastated. The greatest years of my life had been spent with Ethan, and he had tossed it all away as if it didn't matter. I reached my lowest point, but I didn't want to stay there. I put all of my effort into my work because I wanted to disprove Ethan. I would prove to him that I was capable of succeeding without his help. And I did. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. Helping women like myself who had been knocked down but refused to stay there was my goal. However, everything comes flooding back when I meet Ethan and Chloe today. The hurt, the betrayal, the rage. I want to lash out, scream, and give them even a small portion of the pain they inflicted on me. I won't though. I am superior to that. I'm more powerful than that. I have created a life for myself that Ethan will never be able to take away. I inhale deeply and exhale slowly as I pull into my driveway. I refuse to be affected by them. I refuse to let them prevail. I'm a survivor named Zara. And I will be damned if I let Chloe and Ethan drag me down once more. On a Tuesday, the divorce papers arrived. The receptionist buzzed me while I was reviewing some postings at my desk. "Zara, there's a courier here for you. He says it's urgent." With trembling hands, I ripped the packet open and signed for it. I was immediately struck by the words, "Petition for divorce." Next to the checkbox for irreconcilable differences, Ethan's name stood out accusingly. It seemed as though someone had punched me in the stomach. Even though I knew things were awful, I never imagined he would get this bad. I never imagined that he would simply give up on us. He wasn't picking up when I called him. My voice became increasingly frantic as I left message after message. "Ethan, please, can we just talk about this? Can we try to work it out?" However, he had vanished. His car was gone as I passed our house, and there was a moving van parked in front of it. As I sat there with the engine running and tears running down my cheeks, the neighbors looked at me pityingly. He moved in with Chloe that same day, as I later learned. He lacked the civility to wait for the divorce to be finalized. He was eager to begin his new life with her. It was an awful divorce. Ethan tried to leave me with nothing, but he fought me to the death. He engaged the most skilled and merciless attorneys, and they thoroughly destroyed me in court. I recall sitting across from him in that impersonal courtroom on the day of the last hearing. He refused to even glance in my direction, instead focusing on Chloe, who was sitting smugly in the front row. It ended when the judge struck his gavel. Even though I received a settlement, it felt like a pointless win. Everything that had ever been important to me was gone. After that, I reached my lowest point. In the morning, I was barely able to get out of bed, much less go to work. To dull the ache, I started drinking. I pushed my family and friends away. I didn't want their platitudes or sympathy. However, I woke up one day and understood that I couldn't continue in this manner. I couldn't allow Ethan to prevail. I couldn't allow him to ruin me. I put my all into my work because I was determined to be successful. I accepted every client and every listing. Fueled by an unquenchable fire in my gut, I worked harder than I had ever done. Painfully and slowly, I began to reconstruct my life. I discovered a new apartment, a little, comfortable space that was exclusively mine. I met new pals who were not sympathetic toward me and who were unaware of my background. I concentrated on finding my clients the homes of their dreams. I focused on helping women going through divorces, women who, like me, were beginning over. I became their rock and advocate. I began to recover as the months stretched into years. The pain grew tolerable, but it never quite disappeared. I discovered how to cope with it and turn it into motivation for my goals. I launched my own agency after becoming a top-selling agent. I surrounded myself with positive, self-believing people. I discovered a fresh feeling of direction and motivation for getting out of bed in the morning. However, I will always remember what Ethan did to me. He threw me aside like I was nothing, and I will never forget it. And I promised to hold him accountable one day. I would one day show him what he lost by choosing Chloe over me. I would get my revenge one day. I put my attention on my work, my clients, and creating the life I deserve for the time being. Zara here, and I'm not going to be broken. As the years went by, I threw myself wholeheartedly into my profession. I accepted every challenge and every listing. I was determined to prove myself, so I put in more hours than everyone else, and it was successful. I became the top-selling agent in my office as my sales figures soared. My clients were so pleased with me that they told their friends and relatives about me. My area of expertise was helping women who were starting over or going through difficult circumstances. I turned into their confidant and mentor. I assist them in locating homes, places where they can recover and start over. At her closing, one of my clients, Sarah, a single mother, gives me a big hug. With tears in her eyes, "I couldn't have accomplished this without you, Zara," she says. "You gave me the strength to start over, to believe in myself again." Her advice sticks with me and strengthens my resolve. I understand what it's like to feel lost and like you've reached your lowest point. However, I am also aware that it is possible to rise above the past and create a new life from its ashes. I launch my own agency and surround myself with a group of strong, kind ladies. We establish ourselves as the agency of choice for women in transition, those who require a little more understanding and support. I establish myself as a respected member of the community, and my business prospers. I get asked to offer my experience and knowledge at conferences. For young women who are interested in real estate, I even launched a mentorship program. But Ethan is always in the forefront of my mind. I will always remember how he deceived me and abandoned me, leaving me broken and alone. I monitor him and his legal practice. I hear tales of unethical behavior and clients that feel taken advantage of and deceived. I waited for the ideal opportunity to present itself. I'm prepared to wait as long as it takes since I understand that retaliation is a dish that tastes the finest cold. Then, one day, An opportunity presents itself. I'm holding an open house for a luxurious home, a magnificent mansion with expansive city views. I hear a recognizable voice behind me while I'm displaying the gourmet kitchen. Zara, I thought that was you. When I turn around, I see Ethan and Chloe, who appear older and more scruffy than I recall. Chloe's face is unpleasant and pinched, and Ethan's hair is becoming gray at the temples. Ethan, Chloe, what a surprise, I say calmly, with a kind smile. I didn't expect to see you here. Chloe says, we're looking for a new place, as she glances around the room. Something a little more affordable. My eyebrows go up. Oh, we're having some financial trouble, are we? Ethan frowns, his face flushed. That's none of your business, Zara, we're just exploring our options. I grin slowly, like a predator. Of course. Well, as you can see, business is booming for me. I've got high-profile clients from all over the city, and my agency is thriving. I'm sure I could find you something suitable. We don't need your help, Zara. We're doing just fine on our own, Ethan says, glaring at me while Chloe appears uneasy. I turn back to the kitchen and shrug. Suit yourself. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me. I can't help but feel a rush of satisfaction as they leave. Despite the fact that Ethan broke me once, I've become stronger and better than before. Now that I've witnessed his struggles and the weaknesses in his flawless exterior, I know it's almost time for me to exact my retribution. Even though I lost the battle years ago, I'm still committed to winning the war. And with my pride and head held high, I'll do it how I want. Despite having ruined my past, Ethan and Chloe have no influence over my future. I'm Zara, and I can't be stopped. My assistant buzzes me when I'm sitting in my office a few days after the open house. Zara, there's Chloe here to see you. She says it's urgent. A glimmer of astonishment passes, but I maintain my composure. Send her in. Chloe enters, appearing worn out and anxious. She avoids my eyes as she fidgets with her purse. Zara, I need your help. I recline in my chair and examine her. Oh? And why would I help you, Chloe? You and Ethan made it pretty clear you wanted nothing to do with me. She inhales deeply before finally seeing me in the eye. Ethan and we're having some financial difficulties. His law firm is struggling, and we're barely making ends meet. We need to sell our house, but we don't know where to start. At what she said, I can't help but feel a little satisfied. The powerful lawyer, Ethan, came to me and begged for my assistance. How the powerful have fallen, oh. However, I maintain a neutral look and a professional voice. I see. And you think I'm the right person to help you? With beseeching eyes, Chloe nods. You're the best in the business, Zara, everyone knows that. And I know we haven't always seen eye to eye, but I'm hoping we can put that behind us, for the sake of our shared history. Sensing an opening, I resist the want to laugh in her face and tell her precisely where she can stick her shared history. Very well, I responded as I straightened my skirt and got to my feet. I'll take a look at your property and see what I can do, but I make no promises. With a look of relief on her face, Chloe nods enthusiastically. Thank you, Zara. You have no idea how much this means to us. Oh, but I think I do, Chloe. I think I know exactly how much it means to you. And I plan to use that to my full advantage. I help Ethan and Chloe prepare their house for sale over the course of the following few weeks. I send in my crew of photographers and stage designers to turn the dilapidated property into a sleek, contemporary focal point. I can't help but notice the tension between them, though, even while I work. Being irritated and short-tempered, Ethan lashes out at Chloe over the simplest things. In contrast, Chloe appears withdrawn and miserable, with dead dull eyes. One day, Chloe pulls me away while we're reviewing some papers. Zara, can I talk to you for a minute? In private? I walk her into a quiet room and nod. Her hands tremble as she inhales deeply. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Ethan, he's not the man I thought he was. I pretend to be surprised and raise an eyebrow. Oh. What do you mean? Tears come to Chloe's eyes. He's controlling, manipulative. He's been emotionally abusive for years, but I never wanted to admit it. I thought I could change him, but I was wrong. I suppressed the glimmer of pity I have for her. This woman destroyed my life by stealing my spouse. I cannot afford to be sympathetic to her. I'm sorry to hear that, Chloe, I remarked in a calm, non-committal tone. But what do you expect me to do about it? Her eyes are beseeching as she looks at me. I don't know. I just needed to tell someone. I feel so trapped. So alone. I nod, my thoughts rushing. It's this. This is my chance to finally defeat Ethan, the moment I've been waiting for. I understand. I put a hand on her shoulder and said, "And I want to help you, Chloe. But you have to be willing to help yourself first. You have to be ready to leave him. To start over." Her face crumples as she nods. I know I do. But I'm scared, Zara. I'm so scared." I give her a shoulder squeeze while speaking in a forceful yet comforting tone. "I understand how you're feeling, but know that you're not alone, Chloe. I'm here to support you, and together, we'll make sure Ethan receives the justice he deserves." I'm polite and professional, but I can't help but notice the building tension between Ethan and Chloe as we work closely together over the following 3 days, showing them possible properties that match their budget. Ethan is irritable and angry, sneering at each house I show them. "Is this all you can do, Zara? I believed you were meant to be the town's top agent." Keeping my smile intact, I bite back a retort. "I promise you, Ethan, that I'm showcasing the finest houses within your budget. However, I'm happy to keep searching if you have a specific idea in mind." During our showings, Chloe appears withdrawn and preoccupied. She seldom talks and keeps her eyes on the ground. I see her glancing at Ethan with a mix of fear and hatred, and I know that our chat from the other day is still a big part of her thoughts. Chloe abruptly interrupts us as we're driving back from yet another failed showing, saying, "Zara, is it possible for us to speak in private?" I turn to look at Ethan, who is frowning out the window. "Chloe, of course. How about we get coffee?" After dropping Ethan off at their hotel with the promise that we will meet later to discuss some paperwork, I take Chloe to a quiet cafe and order a cappuccino for the two of us. "I've been thinking a lot about what you said the other day, about leaving Ethan, starting over," she says, taking a big breath while holding her mug tightly. I maintain a neutral expression as I nod. "And what have you decided?" Tears well up in Chloe's eyes as she says, "I'm not sure whether I can do it. I've known him my entire life, and I'm afraid of what he might do if I try to leave." I take her hand across the table and say, "I know it's scary, Chloe. But this is far less than what you deserve. Instead of someone who depresses and manipulates you, you deserve to be with someone who loves and respects you." She wipes her eyes with a tissue and nods, saying, "I understand. You're correct, I know that. However, I'm not really sure where to begin." Squeezing her hand, I say in a firm but comforting manner, "Start by speaking with a lawyer. Find out what alternatives you have. Meanwhile, keep a record of everything. Note every instance of Ethan being domineering or abusive. If you choose to leave, it will help you make a stronger argument." Chloe nods and takes a trembling breath. "All right, I can do that, all right." With a glimmer of optimism, I grin at her and say, "And Chloe, keep in mind, you're not alone. I'm here to support you at every turn." Ethan is waiting excitedly in the hotel foyer as we return after finishing our coffee. "Where have you been?" Glaring at Chloe, he yells, "I've been waiting for more than an hour." I move forward and say, "I'm sorry, Ethan," in a composed and businesslike tone. I promise that everything is in control, but Chloe and I had some business to discuss. His eyes widen as he frowns at me, saying, "It had better be. Zara, I'm too busy to play any more of your games." With a lazy, rapt smile, I say to him, "Oh, Ethan, you have no idea what kind of game I'm playing." I can feel his gaze piercing my back as I turn to leave, but I ignore it since I have work to do. I assist Chloe in gathering proof of Ethan's abuse over the course of the following several weeks, and she begins journaling, recording every harsh remark and every act of control. She also takes pictures of the bruises on her arms and the holes he has punched in the walls. I'm also constructing my own case against him in the meantime. When the time comes to finally take Ethan down, I'll be prepared to watch him fall and see the expression on his face when he realizes that he's finally met his match. In Zara, the woman he once destroyed, the woman who rose from the ashes, stronger and more powerful than ever before, the woman who will be his ultimate downfall. I reach out to some of his former clients, the ones who felt cheated and misused, and I gather evidence of his unethical practices and shady dealings. I didn't anticipate the day of reckoning coming so quickly. Chloe, who is distraught, answers the phone as I'm in my office reviewing some papers. "Zara, please, you have to help me." Ethan learned about the attorney. He is enraged. He's threatening to destroy me and injure me. In a second, I'm standing up and reaching for my purse and keys. "Listen, Chloe. Now leave that place. Find a secure location. I'll look after Ethan." On the other end of the line, I can hear her crying, all right, I'll go to my sister's apartment. But please, Zara, exercise caution. He's not thinking clearly." My heart pounding, I hang up the phone, knowing what I must do. My thoughts racing with potential outcomes. I know I need to be clever about this, Have to play my cards exactly right, as I make my way to Ethan's office. He looks up from his desk, his face contorted with anger, and they enter his office without knocking, holding my head high. "What the hell are you doing here, Zara?" I give him a chilly, cunning smile and say, "Ethan, I believe you understand exactly why I'm here. I am aware of the things you have been doing to Chloe. I am aware of the manipulation and abuse." With his hands clenched at his sides, he gets to his feet and says, "Zara, you don't know anything. You're just a resentful, envious lady who finds it impossible to move on from the past." With a hard, brittle laugh, I say, "Oh, Ethan, you don't know what I'm capable of. I have been observing you in order to collect proof. I am aware of your dubious activities and immoral behavior. I have enough to demolish everything you've ever worked for and ruin you." I can see the terror in his eyes as his face goes pale. "You're bluffing. You've got nothing on me." "Oh, but I do, Ethan," I say, reaching into my purse and taking out a big folder. "You cheated and lied to your former clients, and I have their testimonies. I have financial documents that prove your fraud and embezzlement. I have pictures of the bruises you gave Chloe when you were angry." He rushes to retrieve the folder as I hurl it onto his desk. "Ethan, it's over. You're done. And I'll make sure you spend the rest of your life in prison if you ever approach Chloe again or touch her." His face twisted with dread and anger, he looks up at me and says, "Zara, you can't do this. You can't ruin me." With a low, ominous whisper, I bend up close and say, "Watch me." He takes my arm and digs his fingers into my skin as I turn to go. "Zara, you'll pay for this? I'll see to that." With my eyes burning with rage, I yank my arm away. "No, Ethan. You will be held accountable for what you have done to Chloe, me, and everyone else you have harmed in the process. I'm going to be the one to ensure that you make the payment." With my heart thumping in my chest, I leave his office, knowing that this is only the beginning and that a long and challenging road lies ahead, but I also know that I'm prepared for it. I'm ready to stand up for what's right, to regain the power that Ethan took from me all those years ago. I get into my car and drive to Chloe's sister's house, my mind racing with potential solutions. I know I must be there for her, to support her during this trying time, but I also know I must be strong, to take the lead, because this is my battle too. I am Zara, and I am a force to be reckoned with. Heaven help anyone who tries to stand in my way. This is my chance to put things right, to get the retribution I have been longing for. And I will not stop until Ethan is held accountable and made to pay for all the suffering he has caused. The consequences of my confrontation with Ethan are swift and severe. Within days, his abusive behavior and unethical practices are widely publicized in the city's newspapers and news websites. His law firm collapses, sending clients running in droves. His partners distance themselves in an attempt to preserve their own reputations. And Ethan himself is humiliated, his name becoming associated with dishonesty and corruption. Knowing that I contributed to his demise, I watch it all play out with a grim sense of satisfaction, but I also know that my work is far from done. Chloe files for divorce, and I assist her in finding a new home, a modest but comfortable apartment in a quiet neighborhood. She is terrified and overwhelmed, but I reassure her that she is not alone and that there are people who want to support her. She tells me about years of abuse and manipulation, the ongoing fear and self-doubt, and I tell her about my own divorce, how Ethan almost destroyed me but I found the strength to rebuild my life. We spend long hours talking, sharing our stories and our pain, and together we begin to heal, finding a new sense of purpose and hope. Chloe goes to treatment and begins classes to complete her degree. I immerse myself in my profession, committed to changing the lives of other women who have experienced similar hardships. After a few months, things start to return to normal, and Ethan fades into the background as a warning about what happens when ego and power run amok. However, one day, I get a call that completely alters everything. Ethan is pleading with me for assistance. "Zara, please," he pleads in a broken and frantic voice. I know I have no right to ask, but I don't know where else to turn. My freedom, my reputation, and my career are all on the line. I need your assistance. I'm tempted to end the call and let him pay for his crimes, but then I recall something my therapist said about the need for forgiveness and how harboring hate and resentment ultimately damages us. I inhale deeply and then make a choice that even surprises me. "All right, Ethan, I'll assist you. But not for me, nor for you. Because in order to move on with my life, I must let go of the past." We meet at a coffee shop, and as I listen to him open up to me about his anxieties, his regrets, and his desperate attempt to put things right, I feel a shift in myself. A sense of release and closure. Then, feeling lighter than I have in years, I get up to go, giving him tools and advice on how to get assistance and make amends. With tears in his eyes, he adds, "Thank you, Zara. I know I don't deserve your kindness, but I'm grateful nonetheless. With a little smile teasing my lips, I nod. Ethan, look after yourself. Additionally, keep in mind that there is always time to start afresh. I feel at peace as I leave the coffee shop, knowing that although I will always remember the suffering and anguish of my past, I have managed to go on and create a new life founded on fortitude, resiliency, and optimism. I feel a rush of pride and thankfulness for how far I've come and for the person I've become when I think back to the woman I was all those years ago, the one who was lost and shattered and believed she would never find her way out of the darkness. I am Zara, a lady who has persevered through hardships and emerged stronger on the other side. I am confident that I possess the bravery and tenacity to confront any obstacles life presents and to keep going forward, one step at a time. My parents kicked me out to let my golden sister live there, even though I bought the house. But karma came faster than expected. I, 37F, have spent the last 15 years developing my career as a senior management at one of the leading investment banks on Wall Street. This narrative focuses on my complex connection with my sister Emily, 47F, my parents, both in their late 70s, and a house I recently bought for them that has become the focal point of constant family strife. I have to take you back to the beginning to see how we got here. My parents were in their late 40s when I was born, so I was an unplanned child. My mother would frequently tell me that they already had Emily, who was 10 years old at the time, and that she was more than enough. She did not say this with malice, but rather in a tone that somehow made it worse. She would say, "We didn't plan for you," as she was arranging Emily's extracurricular activities or putting together her college application paperwork. These innocuous comments, which served as a constant reminder of my position as an afterthought in our family, shaped the background of my early years. I might not even be here if it weren't for my maternal grandparents' persistence. My parents saw me as a burden they hadn't requested, but they were thrilled about the possibility of having a second grandchild. I was an afterthought in my parents' lives, and that was evident right away. They had the same ritual every morning when they dropped me off at my grandparents' place. My father would say to my grandfather, "You wanted her," as he got ready to go for work, keys jingling in his palm. "She's all yours." My grandparents' house turned into my true home, a haven where I felt genuinely loved and wanted. They made sure I was fed and taken care of, picked me up from school, helped me with my homework, and took me to the park. I would spend hours learning about numbers and problem solving from my grandfather, a retired math professor. He'd say, "Numbers never lie." These lessons will subsequently influence my professional choices in ways I could not have predicted at the time, such as they tell stories more honest than people do. At their kitchen table, my grandma would assist me with my schoolwork every afternoon, ensuring that I fully grasped each idea. Her patience appeared limitless. She had taught high school before retiring. She would add, "Knowledge is the one thing nobody can take away from you," in a forceful yet kind manner. She also taught me to cook as a means of expressing my creativity and love, rather than as a chore. These times spent in their kitchen, reviewing my school day and learning how to measure materials exactly, turned into some of my most cherished recollections. My parents, who were generally exhausted and a little irritated at having to make the trip, would only arrive to pick me up late at night. "Madison," my grandmother would say as she bid me farewell every night, "you're the best thing that ever happened to us." I could almost forget that I wasn't wanted anywhere else while I was in her loving embrace. They became my emotional rock, giving me the stability and affection that were conspicuously lacking at home. My grandfather would often add, "Remember, sometimes the best things in life aren't planned." I learned to live as an afterthought in my own home as Emily got ready for her promising future. My sister just pretended that I didn't exist. She wasn't nasty or harsh. She would be lying on the couch, talking on the phone about mails and college applications, totally unaware of me, while I played with my dolls in the corner of our shared living room. The difference between how my parents treated Emily and me was clear and consistent. I would hear my mother's proud voice as she talked about Emily's achievements with family or friends. Emily got straight A's again. Emily made the debate team. Or, Emily got accepted to her dream college. They went to all of her school functions, scientific fairs, and debating contests. They consistently cited, "We're too tired," "We have to work," or, "You understand, don't you?" as excuses for their glaring absence from my events. My grandparents took on the role of my cheerleaders, attending every school function with joy and true pride on their faces. I hoped that things at home would change when Emily went off to college. I was the daughter who stayed, and perhaps my parents would see me at last. I was completely mistaken. I went from being invisible to being the housekeeper at the age of 14. My mother would call out to me, "Madison," before I could even put my backpack down after school. "The house needs cleaning. Start with the bathrooms." Emily's chores were taken up by me, along with a number of additional duties. I got to know the washing machine's settings and peculiarities by heart, and it became my daily companion. Cleaning, cooking, and keeping a home for parents who hardly acknowledged my existence seemed like a continuous loop of housework. My father would remark, "You live here. You need to contribute," if I hesitated in the least. "Your sister always did her part." My career progressed from cleaning to cooking by the time I was 14. The shift wasn't gradual. My mother just quit preparing dinner one day. One morning she declared, "You're old enough now. We expect dinner ready when we get home from work." I maintained a stellar academic standing in spite of the taxing domestic responsibilities. My teachers encouraged me to compete in a variety of academic events after noticing my ability for economics and mathematics. In order to help me get ready, my grandfather would dedicate extra time to teaching me complex ideas that were way above my grade level. He would exclaim, "You have a gift with numbers," with pride shining in his eyes. "Don't let anyone tell you otherwise." Dreaming about college was the only way I could get away. I would go to my room every night after doing the dishes and go through university websites. I would see myself traversing several campuses, distant from the never-ending tasks and chilly quiets. I was rewarded for my diligence in school. Despite my household responsibilities, I maintained straight A's, and at the age of 16, I received acceptance letters from a number of prestigious colleges, including some renowned for their top-notch finance programs. Emily's engagement followed. One Sunday afternoon, she bounded in the front door, pulling a tall, smartly dressed man along with her. She let out a squeal. "Mom, Dad. This is James, we're getting married." You would believe that someone had just declared their lottery victory. With my mother sobbing with happiness and my father already taking out his phone to call family, my parents literally sprung from their seats. "We'll cover everything," my mother exclaimed as she gave Emily a hug. "Our first daughter's wedding has to be perfect." For months, our home was occupied with wedding preparations. Every discussion centered on guest lists, venues, and flowers. With expensive outfits, high-end vendors, and everything at the top end, money appeared to flow like water. Despite attending the wedding, my grandparents didn't appear to enjoy the extravagant decor. My grandfather merely shook his head at the champagne fountain, and I saw my grandma scowl at a sculpture that most likely cost more than a semester's tuition at college. However, they likely already knew what was going to happen, so they kept their opinions to themselves. I gave my parents the wonderful news while sitting at our dinner table with 3 envelopes spread out in front of me on the day I received my acceptance letters. My heart was pounding. "That's nice," my mother murmured, without raising her gaze from her meal. "But we can't pay for it. We spent all our savings on your sister's wedding. Even took out a loan for it. There's nothing left for college." I stumbled and said, "But you paid for Emily's college." Scarcely raising my voice above a whisper. "That was different," my mother said in a condescending tone. "We saw potential in her." The ensuing hush was deafening. "You should get a job, save up some money, and take out student loans. That's what responsible adults do," my father said in between sentences. I had never before dared to leave the table without being excused. Grabbing my phone with trembling hands, I dialed my grandmother. In a matter of minutes, I was crying as I entered their well-known front door. As he heard my narrative, my grandfather's expression hardened, but I could not quite read the sparkle in his eyes. They exchanged a knowing glance after I had told them everything. My grandfather took my hand and said, "Madison, we've been saving for your education since the day you were born, so we've been expecting something like this." He returned with a folder after walking to his study. Bank statements demonstrating years of meticulous saving were found inside. "You can choose any of those universities. We've got you covered." I moved in with my grandparents that evening after packing my necessities. When I told my folks I was going, they were downstairs watching TV and hardly looked up. My mother said, "Whatever you think is best," while keeping her gaze fixed on the TV. Did I hear the relief in her voice? The years that followed were revolutionary. I decided to enroll in one of the best business schools to study financial analysis. My passion in doing things correctly was maybe prompted by witnessing my parents' poor financial management. My zeal and innate financial skills were noted by my lecturers. Before long, I was staying after class to talk about difficult financial ideas. Someone other than my grandparents saw possibility in me for the first time in my life, real potential. I obtained esteemed internships at significant financial institutions during my time in college. Every summer presented fresh possibilities as well as difficulties. Senior managers were impressed by my analytical abilities and meticulousness. During my performance review at Morgan Stanley, my supervisor said, "You've got a natural instinct for this. We'd love to have you back next summer." With the exception of calls with my grandparents, I kept my head down and concentrated on my schoolwork, hardly thinking about my family. I was hired by one of the city's leading financial firms after I graduated. I never would have imagined earning the starter pay. I located a small, clean, and secure one-bedroom apartment. I was thankful every morning that I didn't have to make breakfast for anyone but myself. As I poured myself into every new challenge, my career took off, and I received bonuses and promotions that I could never have dreamed of when I was younger. I advanced to a senior role in 5 years, overseeing intricate portfolios and fostering significant client connections. Within the industry, I became known for my strategic thinking and analytical accuracy. Every accomplishment felt like a subliminal affirmation that my parents had misjudged my abilities. In the meantime, I discovered from my occasional chats with my grandparents that Emily's marketing profession wasn't succeeding as she had intended. James, Emily's husband, struggled to maintain a career. They were begging for money from my parents all the time. My grandma told me in one of our weekly conversations, "Your mother emptied her retirement account last month to help them with rent. They just can't say no to her." After a year, things deteriorated. Even with our parents' assistance, Emily and James were no longer able to pay their rent. They and their twins, who are 7 years old, returned to my former bedroom. My parents, who had previously been really pleased with Emily's abilities, suddenly had to provide for her whole family in addition to their golden child. I maintained my distance, concentrating on developing my own life and profession. Every bonus, promotion, and successful transaction served as a subliminal affirmation that I wasn't the failure my parents had predicted me to be. I had substantial investments and money by my mid-30s, which included enough for a down payment on a home of my own. Then everything was different. My grandfather died unexpectedly after suffering a severe heart attack. It was a tragic loss. He was the father figure who had supported me when no one else did, and he had been more than just a grandfather to me. After that, my grandma, who had spent more than 50 years with him, seemed to lose her spark. She followed him less than 2 months later. In every significant sense, they had been my biological parents, and suddenly they were no longer with me. Behind me at the funeral home, I heard my mother's voice while I was setting up my grandmother's funeral. "Madison, do you want some help with the arrangements?" She was standing there when I turned around, looking older and more worn out than I had remembered. A part of me wanted to tell her to go, but I refrained because of her face. "Sure," I said to myself. "That would be nice." My parents started to open up over the course of the following few days as we prepared the service. They acknowledged that they were having difficulties. One afternoon, when we were choosing flowers, my father admitted, "We haven't been financially well off since retirement." He went on to say, "We barely make ends meet," before mentioning Emily's twins. I recognized that my sister and her family continued to live with them and rely on their diminishing income. We convened in a wood-paneled office for the reading of the will 1 week after we buried my grandma. Emily and James were slumped on recliners next to my parents, while I sat opposite from them. The tension was thick enough to sever with a knife, and the room smelled of furniture polish and old papers. Though none of us realized it at the time, what followed would start a series of events that would permanently alter the relationships of our family. After adjusting his glasses, Mr. Patterson, the notary, started reading in a monotone. I anticipated the standard legalese, but what followed made everyone take notice. "To our beloved granddaughter Madison, we leave our house at 1542 Maple Street and the sum of $150,000. The ensuing hush was deafening. My mother tightened her hold on my father's arm until her knuckles turned white, and Emily's mouth dropped wide. After clearing his throat, Mr. Patterson went on. He glanced at my mother and said, "And a personal note from Mr. Henderson to his daughter Margaret." The message said, "Remember, Margaret, that we provided you with $200,000 just when you needed it most. As we respected your needs back then, we expect you will respect our final decision." My mother's cheeks turned pale after flushing red. Emily and James looked at each other anxiously, while my father gazed at the floor. In the parking lot, my parents came up to me when the notary had finished and collected his paperwork. Something desperate had taken the place of the calm manner they had displayed during the funeral preparations. With a shaky voice, my mother said, "Madison, honey, you must realize that we always assumed we would inherit the house. We're having trouble, but we were depending on it. The mortgage, Emily's family's expenses, we could really use the house," my father continued, stroking his gray hair. Speaking about how her youngsters wanted a yard to play in, Emily also joined in. However, I just got into my car and left. I kept thinking about my grandparents' parting gift over the course of the following few weeks. My life was well established near the city, and although the house I had inherited held many priceless memories, it was too large for me alone. In the meantime, I learned about my parents' growing financial difficulties from our weekly chats. Helping Emily and her family had drained their retirement funds, and they were finding it more and more difficult to pay their own mortgage. I gave it a lot of thought before deciding. I would purchase my parents a better house, one that is single-story, has a lovely garden, but is easier to maintain, with the money I make from the sale of my grandparents' house and my own savings. For their retirement years, something cozy. I was shocked by their response when I shared my concept with them. They actually started crying with happiness. After several weeks of house hunting, we eventually discovered the ideal location. A stunning ranch-style house with large doorways and no stairs in a peaceful neighborhood. My folks couldn't stop gushing about how thrilled they were after the purchase was finalized. A proper housewarming party is what we need, my dad said. It is the least we can do to make all the arrangements. That would be beautiful, I said, intending to show them the deed at the festivities. Tell me when, please. Weeks went by. Even though I had a lot of work to do, I kept expecting an invitation. Oh, my mom would say, we're still planning. You are aware that these tasks require time. My father would also say, we want it to be perfect. We'll notify you shortly. I was annoyed by their evasive answers for some reason. One evening, I was putting Emily's name into Facebook following another evasive phone call from my mother. We weren't connected on any social media, and I hadn't seen her page in years. Just hours ago, it was posted, I can't wait for this Saturday's housewarming party for Mom and Dad. I can't wait to celebrate with everyone in this beautiful residence. Numerous friends and family members confirmed their attendance in scores of comments on the page. Pictures showed caterers being hired and decorations being set up. This was hardly an impromptu get-together. Weeks had been spent organizing it. I called my mother with a little trembling fingers. Hello, Mom. I wanted to inquire further about the housewarming party. Do you have a date in mind yet? Oh, honey, not just yet, she said with ease. Most likely in a few weeks. The specifics are still being worked out. Everyone except me, apparently. I had to make a choice as that Saturday drew near. Shall I go up to them? Do I have to let it go? How could they keep me out of the festivities after everything that had transpired, after I had purchased them this house? I would eventually find out, but not in the manner I had anticipated. I parked a block from the house I had purchased for my parents on Saturday. I could see dozens of people mingling through the windows, including Emily's social circle, friends, and relatives. My father offered tours of the house I bought, while my mother, dressed in her special occasion pearls, welcomed guests at the entrance. Twinkling lights and welcome banners adorned the mansion. Laughter and music poured out onto the street. It was obvious that they had spent weeks organizing this housewarming celebration, to which I was not invited. For a while, I sat in my car and watched Emily's twins chase each other past crowds of grown-ups who were ogling them. I could see moving boxes with Emily's handwriting on them stacked in the corner through the wide bay window. The process of relocating her family's possessions had already begun. I inhaled deeply before sneaking in through the side door. The aroma of flowers and catered cuisine filled the house. I heard my father speaking to a gathering of people in the living room when I followed his voice. After all these years of hard work, we finally did it, bought our dream home. My mother excitedly added, don't forget about Emily. She helped so much with the down payment. Such a wonderful daughter, always thinking about family first. Unlike some people, she went on. In response to a question about me, she said, our younger daughter hasn't helped us at all. Too busy with her career to care about family. Heat sprang to my face as I stood in the doorway. Everyone jumped when I said, actually, I think you've got that backwards. There was a dead silence in the room. My dad was the first to recover, grinning tightly. Madison, what a surprise. Especially since you forgot to invite me to the housewarming party for the house I bought, I said as I entered the room. The quiet grew longer. His shoes quickly piqued Emily's husband's curiosity. Inquiring as to why everyone appeared so distressed, one of the twins pulled at Emily's sleeve. You bought it, yes, but it's ours now? You can't expect eternal gratitude, my mother said with a hint of abrasiveness. With the heads nodding around him, my father added, that's right, gaining confidence. And frankly, you're not welcome here. This is a family gathering. And Emily and her family will be living here too, my mom said. They've already sold their house, it's all arranged. The twins need a stable home. I extracted a folder from within my bag. I remarked, you seem to be confused about something, and held out the ownership and deed documents. This house belongs to me. I never signed it over to you. The color of my mother's face changed from pale to ashen. My father began to ramble on about his responsibilities to his family. Emily's self-assured grin broke when she became aware that her preparations were failing. Despite my shaking palms, I continued. I was planning to give it to you tonight, maintaining a firm voice. I thought this could be a fresh start for all of us. Instead, you've shown me nothing has changed. When my mother said, "You can't do this," her voice became a screech. We're your parents. No, I said softly. You're just the people who gave birth to me. My real parents, my grandparents, taught me that family means more than blood. They also taught me about finances, which is why I own this house and you don't. I turned to speak to the astonished visitors. I'm sorry, but this party is over. This is my house, and I'm asking everyone to leave. My parents, Emily, James, the twins, and all of their guests departed in tears. From the porch, I observed them driving off one by one until the street was deserted. In the yard, the ornamental lights continued to sparkle mockingly. Inside, half-empty drinks and discarded food plates covered every surface. The house, which was supposed to be my gift of reconciliation, ended up being the last straw in our relationship. A few weeks later, I found out that they had purchased an apartment using the proceeds from the sale of their previous home. 3 generations crowded into a 2-person apartment when Emily, James, and the twins moved in with them. They tried calling me all the time at first. Their voicemails varied between angry accusations. You've become so heartless, just like your grandparents warned us you would. And guilt-tripping, how could you do this to your own family? I disabled their social media accounts, emails, and phone numbers. As a reminder of everything that went wrong in our family, the house is now empty. I have an appointment with a real estate agent tomorrow. It's not worth attempting to cure everything. Like old photos in a dusty album, some relationships are better left in the past. When I eventually have kids of my own, I've made a self-promise that they won't ever need to win my affection or vie for my attention. In contrast to my parents, I will love my kids just as much and without conditions, just as my grandparents loved me. Every heartbreaking reality about my family was exposed that Saturday night. I had not been invited to the housewarming celebration my parents were throwing when I arrived at the house I had purchased. Dozens of visitors, catered food, and, most telling of all, moving boxes with Emily's handwriting strewn around were all visible through the windows. My father proudly declared, "After all our hard work, we finally bought our dream home." As I sneaked in through the side entrance. In her comments, my mother praised Emily for allegedly helping with the down payment. She dismissed inquiries about my absence by saying, "Oh, Madison's too focused on her career to care about family." The incident encapsulated every insult I had experienced as a youngster, every instance of favoritism toward Emily, and every instance in which I had been regarded as an afterthought. I had never before experienced such clarity as I stood in the doorway, witnessing my parents rewrite history by preparing to relocate my sister's family onto my land without even asking me. Actually, I said, causing the room to quiet down, I believe there was a miscommunication regarding the buyer of this house. I could tell everything I needed to know about their actual emotions from the expressions on their faces. Amazement, humiliation, and then indignation. My mother was the first to recover, her voice piercing with a sense of entitlement. What's done is done. The house is ours now, and Emily's family needs the space. I took out the ownership documents and the property deed. No, the house is mine. I never transferred ownership to you. I was planning to give it to you tonight, but clearly, that would be a mistake. You can't do this, my mother said in a terrified tone. We're your parents, we have rights. The only rights you have, I said quietly, are the ones I choose to give you. And right now, I'm choosing to ask everyone to leave my property. Following that, there was a frantic evacuation, with guests rushing out with plates of food still in hand, Emily's twins sobbing in bewilderment, and my father trying to maintain some dignity while guiding people to their cars. How could you do this to your own family? Was my mother's final attempt at manipulation, but it failed against my newfound determination. The 5 of them were crowded into a tiny flat in the weeks that followed. The messages began right away. My father demanded a re-examination, Emily begged with tears for her children's stability, and my mother accused me of cruelty. They were all blocked by me. The vacant house served as a reminder of what might have been, a new beginning, an opportunity for peacemaking. Rather, it served as the impetus for my ultimate separation from a family that had never fully embraced me. A month later, I sold it and used the money to fund my own future. Some asked if I would ever try to mend those bridges or forgive them. However, I came to understand that forgiving does not always entail letting harmful people return to your life. Forgiving oneself for leaving can be necessary at times. Before putting away the old wedding picture of my parents, I promised my future children that they would never experience the anguish of conditional love, the hurt of being compared to a sibling, or doubt their position in the family. With me, the cycle of partiality and emotional blackmail would come to a stop. Emily's twins were playing in the tiny courtyard when I last drove by my parents' apartment complex. I briefly experienced sadness, but it was for the relationships that never truly existed in the first place, not for the ones I had lost. My grandparents taught me that a true family is based on love, respect, and support for one another, despite the belief that blood is thicker than water. I take their lessons with me as I start this new phase of my life. Love ought to be freely given rather than demanded. Family is more than just genetics. Walking away is sometimes the healthiest course of action. I didn't open my mother's last unread mail, so I erased it. Any defenses or charges it included were no longer relevant. At last, I had discovered how to put my own value ahead of their conditional approval. Their kind of familial devotion has no place in the life I'm creating now. New opportunities await us in the future, free from the burden of attempting to win affection from those who are unable to freely give it. I learned what true family looks like from my grandparents. I'll build that kind of family for myself someday. One based on respect for one another, unconditional love, and the knowledge that each individual is equally important. At long last, the chapter of being the family afterthought is over. Being the author of my own life is only the beginning of my journey. Inheriting Dad's house, losing Mom's love, how I uncovered her true motive and built a life beyond the betrayal. When Dad passed away and left me his house, Mom left me. I overheard her telling her husband that she was only doing it to get money from her parents, but she later made an effort to set things right. Just a few months before my 18th birthday, at the age of 17, my life took an unexpected and excruciating turn. My father died. He experienced a heart attack. He was there with us, vibrant, 1 minute, and then he was gone. The speed at which everything changed is still difficult for me to comprehend. No warnings were given, no time to prepare ourselves emotionally or say our goodbyes. The most important person in my life, my dad, was abruptly taken from me. We had a very strong connection. I looked to him for guidance, solace, and amusement. It was like losing a piece of my soul when I lost him. My dad's lawyer brought the family together to make his will public after his funeral, while we were still in the cloud of mourning. Although my dad wasn't particularly affluent, he had worked hard throughout his life and had made wise investments. The lawyer revealed, much to everyone's surprise, that he had essentially left everything to me. He owned the family home, but it was now in my name. I had the deeds to the house signed by him. I didn't first completely understand the significance of that, especially when I was still grieving his passing. My mother was enraged while I was still absorbing it. She began screaming as soon as she learned that the house was now legally mine, and she adamantly asked that the lawyer show her the will so she could confirm it. To put things in perspective, my parents' marriage was among the worst in history. My parents were always at odds, and it wasn't like one of them was at fault because they were both flawed. They had first married for love, or at least that was how they explained it, but any love they had soon vanished. As their disagreements widened, their love gave way to frustration and resentment. My parents were both very focused on their careers. That really made them farther distant from one another, despite your assumption that it would bring them closer together. My dad's achievement was too much for my mom to handle. This was because she lost out on years of her work when she decided to have a child. My dad never made her make this decision, to be clear. My mother has expressed to me on multiple occasions her uncertainty about having children. She ultimately made the decision to become pregnant nevertheless since she didn't want to look back and regret not having children. But she soon discovered how much she detested it after having me. My mother is a prime illustration of why not every adult should be permitted to have children. She would become upset with me for the tiniest things, like not tying my shoes properly or having trouble with my homework, and I can still clearly remember those times. From the beginning, she treated me like a burden. Even if I couldn't really comprehend it as a child, I could sense her contempt. I would witness other children with their mothers receiving warmth, support, and hugs. She only gave me coldness and criticism. My mother treated me badly because she was frustrated with her own life. I couldn't help but feel like I was in the way. Due to health problems and pregnancy complications, my mom had to take a few years off from her job after giving birth to me. She blamed me for her inability to work, which she detested. My dad was the one providing for the family at this period. He believed that this would be the ideal chance for my mother to connect with me, but it never did. My mother chose to remain emotionally aloof throughout this time rather than attempting to connect with me. She would frequently tell my dad and I that she wished I had never been born because she wasn't suited to be a mother. As a result, My dad would threaten to divorce her throughout a number of arguments with her. My mother would threaten to take me away from him as a form of punishment for him abandoning her, rather than taking her to see a psychiatrist. My mother was obviously unhappy with the way things had gone, both in her marriage and as a mother. My mom frequently left me alone without any concern or attention by zoning out for hours, watching TV at home, or going out with her friends. She made no attempt to hire a babysitter. I was left to my own devices most of the time. During her few visits, she made it apparent that she had no interest in taking on the duties of a typical mother. I don't recall her ever preparing a decent meal for me because she detested cooking. Pizza rolls, mac and cheese, and other frozen foods that didn't require work made up the majority of my diet. That was all I knew for a long time. Since I was too little to understand any better, I didn't mind at the time, but now I see how neglected I was. It was more than just missing home-cooked meals or a good hug. The most painful part was the emotional abandonment. I immediately discovered that I should never complain to my mother about anything. Every time I attempted to communicate my wants or sentiments, it would backfire. She would reprimand me and act as though I was solely to blame, never accepting responsibility or making an effort to make things right. I found it easier to suppress my emotions and keep her from getting upset. I was always trying to avoid upsetting her, always trying to blend in, and always walking on eggshells. I was deeply scarred by the reality I had to live with. Unlike my mother, I felt appreciated and seen by my father. He was undoubtedly the best of the two, but I wouldn't say he was the ideal parent. He had his shortcomings too. He really liked hanging out with me, unlike my mom. He never gave me the impression that he was acting out of duty. It made all the difference because he truly cared about being in my life. As I began to mature, our home underwent a transformation. In the end, my mother returned to work, although she never fully reclaimed the esteemed position she had held before to her leave. She detested having to rebuild her career after feeling that she had already paid her dues and had to start over. It wasn't any easier to be the target of her hatred, even though I could somewhat understand her frustration, losing years of professional advancement and feeling stuck in her situation. I ended myself spending a lot of time alone myself after my mom started working again. I would get home from school, prepare a basic lunch, and complete my assignments. It became a habit, and to be honest, by then I was accustomed to getting by on my own. I had essentially come to realize that I couldn't count on my mother to provide me with much emotional or physical support. My parents still tried, though. My dad and I would go out to supper together on some evenings. My mother never came. As though she were an outsider in her own family, she maintained a distance from them. My dad and I would discuss everything at those dinners. I would tell him everything about my school life, my friends, or whatever was on my mind, and he would tell me about his job, occasionally the fascinating projects he was working on, or office drama. Everything seemed regular during those few hours. It was one of the few times I didn't feel like an afterthought or a burden, but rather like a daughter enjoying time with her father. I truly treasure those times because they made me feel safe and connected. My mom started a new job that needed her to travel frequently when I turned 14. I believe she saw the high-paying job as an opportunity to finally regain some of the professional success she had lost. She chose to take the job without consulting my dad, which resulted in one of the most heated arguments I've ever seen between them. Although my dad didn't mind her working, she would be gone for days at a time for this job, which meant he would have to care for me by himself. Their voices reverberated throughout the home as I listened to them quarrel late into the night. I was the primary point of disagreement. I detested that. I detested being the cause of so many of their arguments. I went to my dad's study later and assured him that I could take care of myself while he was at work and that he didn't have to worry about me. I reasoned that perhaps my parents' relationship would improve if I could only demonstrate that I wasn't a burden. I recall the expression on his face when I said that. Guilt swept over him. As though he recognized that I had been made to mature more quickly than I should have, he drew me into an embrace. It was one of those times when we both recognized the true dysfunction of the situation without explicitly stating it. My mom started her new job shortly after, and she started to go missing for days at a time. The home was quieter, almost tranquil, without her. It wasn't much better when she returned either. When she did spoke to me, it was like she was speaking to a complete stranger. Warmth and a sense of belonging were lacking. She would return home fatigued, give me a fleeting glance, and then either go back out with her friends or go into her room. Despite the fact that we were in the same room, she felt very far away. I had learned not to expect much from her by then, but it still hurt. My parents' marriage was essentially non-existent by the time I was 16. As though they were just housemates, they were sleeping in separate bedrooms. If you're wondering why they didn't simply file for divorce and move on, trust me. I asked myself that question often. In actuality, I believe that they both chose not to get a divorce because it was simpler to continue living in this unhealthy, distant relationship than to deal with the financial and legal complexities of separation. When it comes to alimony, legal bills, and arguing over child custody, things that neither of them seem to want to deal with, divorces may be extremely expensive. My schooling was the only significant investment that my parents truly shared, despite the fact that they both made good money. They hardly spent any money on me other than that. Other than the home expenditures, they didn't have much money to divide because my dad owned the house. They didn't have to quarrel over little matters. They lived under the same roof, but had largely independent lives, each with their own food and car. For my part, I would receive money from my dad each week, which would be plenty to pay for groceries and school lunches. I didn't really anticipate much more, and while it wasn't much, it was sufficient for me to handle. I had gotten used to being in the background while they were preoccupied with their own problems and grievances. As I approached my 17th birthday, I made the decision to celebrate my birthday in a way that was authentic for once. My birthday had always been somewhat of a non-event until that point. Unless I reminded him, my dad, bless him, had a tendency to forget my birthday. He would try his best to get me a cake once I did, and we would either have a low-key dinner or celebrate in private at home. However, it was never more than the two of us. I wanted something bigger this time. I wanted to have a true party and invite my friends over. To my surprise, my father concurred. He helped me organize it and thought it was a terrific idea. Naturally, my mother declined to go. She simply stated that she didn't want to be part, without even bothering to offer an explanation. I honestly didn't give a damn. I had been emotionally and physically accustomed to her absence by that time, so I wasn't bothered by the idea that she wouldn't be present. I finally received what I wanted for the first time in my life, a birthday celebration filled with joy, laughing, and friends. It was ideal for me, but it wasn't ostentatious. For a second, I was truly joyful. I had finally come to terms with the fact that my life was what it was, flaws and all. However, that fleeting moment of happiness was quickly eclipsed by tragedy, as if the universe couldn't bear to see me pleased. It seemed unreal when my dad died. My mother still detested me, and here I was, only 17, inheriting the home we shared. She made it obvious how much she detested me since she couldn't accept that my dad had given me the house. After the will reading was finished, she yelled at me for hours, claiming that I had manipulated my dad throughout the years and that she was the true owner. Then she modified her strategy. She began attempting to persuade me to put her name on the house's deed. Fortunately, my dad's parents, my grandparents, defended me. They ensured that I couldn't be influenced by my mother. Since she was never a decent wife to my dad when he was living, they made it apparent to her that she didn't deserve his house simply because he was dead. If she attempted to compel me to alter the deed, they even threatened to take her to court. My mother became enraged and threatened to leave me. She claimed that because I was self-centered enough to refuse her the house, she intended to prove to me that I couldn't live without her. She seemed to be trying to convince me that I couldn't support myself, as if losing her would also make me realize how much I depended on her. My paternal grandparents refused to give up. They promised to take care of me in the event that my mother left. In contrast to her, they promised to support me through anything, not only until I was 18, but for the rest of my life. My mom followed through on her threat and left within 2 or 3 weeks after my dad's death. My dad had loved and collected comic books for years, but my mom threw out his whole collection before she left the house. It was her last act of retaliation. It is obvious that she did it out of spite, in some perverse manner, to harm me, to destroy him, and to hold me accountable for any resentment she may have had inside. When I was nothing, she said, I would come crawling back to her in a few years. At a time when I was already feeling totally lost, her words were poisonous and intended to tear me apart even more. She left me as though I had no significance to her. It was hard for me to comprehend that she could leave so simply, so soon after my father's passing. I felt as though I had lost both of my parents in a matter of weeks, and the burden was unbearable. As promised, my paternal grandparents moved in with me. They made every effort to give me support and stability during this period. My grandparents were calm, loving people who understood how much I was in pain. They set aside their own suffering to support me, despite the fact that they were also hurting. I was simply trying to get by day in the meanwhile. My mom's desertion made me feel even more alone, and I was already grieving over the loss of my father. I was unable to completely comprehend what was going on around me, as if I were living in a fog. I made myself get out of bed, get dressed, and go to school every day. I knew I needed to complete my education in order to be someone in my life, even though I wanted to shut down entirely when I was still in high school. I couldn't get my mother's words out of my head. Without her, I would be nothing. I vowed to myself that I would work hard and make sure I succeeded for the rest of my life. My maternal grandparents also made it a point to see me often during this very trying period in my life. They were incensed that their daughter had left me after my dad's death and were just as astonished and horrified by my mom's behavior as I was. They actually bore a great deal of responsibility for it. I've put a lot of effort into creating a life for myself over the last 5 years. I persevered through it all, graduating from college last year with honors, cum laude, and landing a fantastic career in information technology. Being able to work remotely has made the position an incredible opportunity. Given everything I've been through, this flexibility has allowed me to travel the world while still working, which feels like a dream come true. I never imagined that I would be here, leading a life that seemed so full of possibilities. But I managed to get through those difficult times somehow. The house my dad left me has been a blessing in more ways than I can list, and I still reside there. I was able to save a substantial sum of money that I would have otherwise spent on rent in addition to having stability during my time in college. I was able to graduate from college debt-free thanks to the money my father gave me and some assistance from my paternal grandparents. Since starting my career, I've been gradually making the house more uniquely mine by remodeling each room. Every improvement I make to the house makes me feel as like I'm taking back and personalizing the space that has so many memories, both happy and sad. Even though they have now returned to their own house, my paternal grandparents still frequently visit me. We still have a close relationship, and I try to see them as much as I can. They were there for me when I needed them most, and for that I will always be thankful. In all these years, my mother had never once gotten in touch with me. I did get tidbits of information from cousins on her side of the family, and based on what I've heard, she has never felt bad about leaving me. Additionally, rumors told me that she remarried and is currently leading an opulent life with her new spouse. She finally got what she had always desired, I guess, a life without obligations and according to her own rules. My mother unexpectedly contacted me last week for the first time in 5 years. She began by sending an email. She most likely obtained my email address from someone else or from my LinkedIn profile. She mentioned in the email that she had missed connecting with me over the years and that she wanted to communicate. I felt nothing when I read her name in my email. No sadness, no desire, no rage. I definitely would have been desperate for her attention, clamoring for her approval and seizing the opportunity to get back in touch if this had occurred 5 years prior. I would have done anything to win her love back then. Now, though, it was like reading a stranger's email. I was not moved by anything she said. I decided not to respond since, if nothing else, I was annoyed by her message. Then she started phoning me all the time. She may have gotten my number from one of my cousins, but I'm not sure how. I received multiple voicemails from her. She expressed in each one how much she would want to meet and get back in touch. I disregarded each and every one. I didn't need her to pull me back to that dark place after years of mending and moving on my own. Then she texted me for a long time last week. This one was unique. She expressed her sincere guilt for what she had done and her want to simply meet and offer her apology. She said she wanted to make amends with me after giving it some serious thought over the last few years. If I claimed that after reading that message, I wasn't a little intrigued, I would be lying. She had never taken responsibility for her acts before, but now she appeared to be doing so for the first time. I wondered what had led to this abrupt change of heart, but I wasn't prepared to forgive her. Was she truly sorry? Was she serious? Or was this just another self-serving ruse to make herself feel less guilty? I answered when she called again. I wanted to know what she truly wanted because her insistence was beginning to irritate me. After responding, I asked her directly what she wanted from me. I instructed my mother to talk rapidly and made it plain that I would block her and finish the conversation within the next 5 minutes if she didn't have anything important to say. She frantically begged me not to interrupt her right away. She said, "I missed you, and now that I'm older, I hate myself for everything I did." Her voice trembled. She repeatedly apologized, telling me that she had finally come to the realization of the seriousness of her acts, and I could hear the desperation in her voice. She continued by saying that while it was clear that she understood if I didn't want a relationship with her, her true desire was simply to meet with me. I wanted to explain why I did what I did all those years ago, she stated. As though there were some rationale for leaving me out of the question. I couldn't resist laughing. She had given me enough justifications to last a lifetime. I informed her that I didn't need any closure from her because I had already come to terms with the situation as it was. I didn't care, so I didn't need to know why she did it. However, she insisted that I at least join her for supper. She assured me that she would never disturb me again if I didn't agree with her and that I could block her or go. She was so desperate it was almost disturbing. I wasn't comfortable with it. There was a strange feeling. Why now? Why was she now so keen to make amends after being silent for 5 years? Now, the same woman who had cursed me and said I would be nothing had reappeared, pleading for one opportunity to give an explanation. I couldn't get rid of the thought that this abrupt change of heart was about something else. Everything looked too premeditated, too abrupt, as though she had a secret agenda. I smelled something fishy, but I couldn't identify it. I chose to comply even though it was against my better judgment. I simply wanted to find out the true purpose of this. I reluctantly consented to join her and her new spouse for supper. The meal was held at my mother's new home, and I could tell right once that she was leading a very different life. The home was extremely opulent, with pricey artwork, sumptuous furniture, and sophisticated accents all over. Bill, her new spouse, appeared sufficiently amiable and kind. We engaged in small talk after his kind introduction, but the entire situation felt uneasy, as if there were enormous unsaid tensions between us. As I walked past the bedrooms during dinner to use the restroom, I couldn't help but notice them. They seemed like they were from a luxury catalog because of how exquisitely designed they were. The pictures that lined the walls attracted my attention even more. Images of my mother and Bill grinning together while visiting far-flung places across the globe. They appeared content and relaxed. I was saddened to see that. She never acted that way toward my dad and me. Her smile with us was unlike anything I had ever seen. I was taken aback by the contrast, which evoked emotions I had previously suppressed. I heard Bill and my mother conversing in low tones as I was making my way back from the restroom. Since they hadn't noticed me approaching, I stopped and tried to listen to what they had to say out of curiosity. My mother was telling Bill how much she detested seeing me and how much I reminded her of my father at that point. I felt sick to my stomach. Despite Bill's attempts to comfort her, she persisted in moaning that she wished she could skip the entire supper. I took out my phone on a whim and began to record. I have no idea why, although it might have been a reflex, as if I needed evidence of her true vileness. Perhaps I hoped to see it later so I could completely comprehend what was going on. In any case, I made a record. I overheard my mother tell Bill that she would never have gotten in touch with me if it weren't for her folks' insistence that she get back in touch. She continued by saying that she detested her parents for pressuring her to take this action and that, as a result of their circumstances, she was merely going through the motions to ensure her inheritance from them. Everything made sense when she said those words and explained that this dinner and the entire act were really a means to an end for her. Now everything made clear. My mother hadn't become morally upright overnight. She hadn't given it much thought, and she most definitely didn't feel bad about leaving me. All along, my intuition had been correct. For a minute, I stood motionless, my heart pounding. Her statement that she didn't want to be doing this and that she detested being around me struck a deeper chord than I had anticipated, even though I had a sneaking suspicion something wasn't right. She remained the same self-centered individual who only thought about herself after all these years and everything. After turning off the recorder, I left. She fell silent as soon as she spotted me. I silently thanked Bill for supper and made my way out the door, ignoring my mother's persistent calls wondering why I was going so suddenly. She later messaged me to say that I had embarrassed her in front of her husband and that I should just be more honest with her because she is my mother after all. I haven't texted her back because I'm so mad at her. After hearing my mother talk about it, is I wrong to have left the table in the middle of dinner? First update. I want to make it clear that I have always accepted my mother for who she is, which is why I didn't go straight to her in her home after hearing what I did. To be honest, I wasn't overly surprised by it. I was correct to suspect that she had a hidden agenda from the beginning. In fact, I'm happy I got to meet her and have that tape. Tomorrow, I'm going to confront my maternal grandparents about it and find out the truth. Second update, I told my maternal grandparents everything when we met. They initially expressed a happy surprise at my mother's desire to get back in touch with me. However, their faces immediately changed when I played the tape of her telling Bill that the inheritance was her only motivation. While my grandmother apologized to me, my grandfather appeared enraged. She admitted that they had been talking about their inheritance lately and that 2 months prior, they had told my mother that they were too disappointed in her for leaving me, therefore they didn't want to leave her anything. Rather, their older children would receive the bequest. After my mother pleaded with them to change their minds, my grandfather informed her that she may be named in the will if she got back in touch with me. She had chosen to contact me out of desperation. My grandfather apologized awkwardly and said he felt it was a wonderful idea at the time, but I shook my head. After all these years, he told me he thought my mother had finally grown up, but he was obviously wrong. I told him not to put the blame on himself, but that my mother is merely self-centered and that he and my grandma should have known better. Fortunately, I saw her right away and wasn't duped. Rather than giving my mother her portion of the fortune, my grandfather vowed to give it to me instead. Third update. Not even a day after I spoke with my maternal grandparents, my mother called and yelled at me. I knew this was my opportunity to exact revenge on her and let everything out, so I hadn't intentionally blocked her. She said I should have spoken to her first and screamed at me for letting her see her parents. She threatened to destroy my life and said I had no right to confront Grandpa. Her remarks made me chuckle uncontrollably, and I forcefully informed her that I was no longer the child she had mistreated and left behind all those years prior. I inquired as to if her husband was fully aware of the type of woman she was or if I ought to give him a list of all the things she had done to me over the years. At that, she became quiet. I assured her that I would not think twice about publicly exposing her to all of our relatives and cousins if needed, and that I still had the video from the dinner where she admitted her true motivation. She changed her mind and insisted that because she gave birth to me, I should at least respect her as a parent and not threaten her. After months of pain, I sneered and told her that she had chosen to endure that, and that she couldn't continue to blame me for it after all these years. I said she had to leave my life as soon as possible because I was tired of her machinations. If not, I wouldn't think twice about ruining her life by telling everyone the truth. Since then, I have blocked her, and I doubt she would ever attempt to get in touch with me again. After years of being the invisible child in my family, my parents now pressure me to care for my disabled brother. When I started packing and left, my parents barely noticed. I was 33 years old, just out of graduate school, and ready to start my own career. However, I wasn't surprised by it. I had spent my entire life as the youngest of 5 children. I mean significantly younger when I say youngest. Diana, the next oldest, is 7 years older than I am. I'm different from the rest in a lot more ways. In our Massachusetts suburban home as a child, I occasionally felt like a ghost walking down the hallway. With therapy appointments recorded on many calendars, medication regimens displayed on the refrigerator, and the incessant sound of someone in crisis, our home was always in a state of organized chaos. I was left to handle this pandemonium by myself because my siblings were constantly taking care of their own problems. You hear of glass children, youngsters whose siblings demand so much attention that they are ignored or become invisible. I guess I was. My eldest brother Austin needed ongoing care due to serious mental health problems. Nathan battled addiction since he was a teenager. Mason was in and out of specialized care institutions due to a mix of mental and physical health issues. Diana suffered from extreme anxiety and depression. Then came me, the oddball, the one who didn't require anything. In primary school, I recall working on my math assignment at the kitchen table while my mother spoke with yet another doctor over Mason's illness. Occasionally, she would give me a quick glance, but her thoughts were elsewhere. After dropping Nathan off at rehab, Dad would arrive home late, too tired to inquire about my day. It became the norm. The symphony of crises that was my siblings' lives was drowned out by my accomplishments, my hardships, and my very presence. In retrospect though, I don't think that was intentional. I wasn't prioritized, but I also can't say that my early years were terrible. My bodily requirements were satisfied. I had clothing, food, and shelter. However, I didn't exist emotionally. No one asked how my day went or whether I needed homework assistance. When relatives inquired about all the children, I received the most attention in the form of the occasional, "Oh, Catherine's fine." It was out of necessity that I learned to amuse myself. My haven was our finished basement. My most dependable companions turned out to be video games. At least they recognized me and gave me rewards for my efforts. Books offered a way to enter imaginary realms where being normal wasn't a bad thing. I used to lose myself in imaginary worlds when Austin was having another episode upstairs, Nathan was going through withdrawal in his room, Mason was in the hospital again, and Diana was in her therapy sessions. I guess it was a survival strategy, although I didn't know at the time. I remained anonymous while honing my self-sufficiency skills. I wasn't required to volunteer as a caregiver, unlike some others who had ailing family members. All of that was handled by my parents. By the time I was 12, I was able to prepare my own meals, not because I was trained, but rather because occasionally people were too preoccupied with the most recent catastrophe to remember to eat. I taught myself how to manage my school calendar, wash the laundry, and live a quiet life. School presented a different kind of difficulty. When teachers found out that I was the youngest in the troubled family, they would occasionally give me that pathetic look, expecting me to be just another troublesome kid. However, they appeared somewhat let down when I proved to be a quiet, decent student, as though I wasn't living up to the family's reputation. By submitting assignments on time, never raising my hand until asked, And avoiding participation in groups or teams that may call for parental engagement, I also made myself invisible there. Rebecca and Jennifer were my saviors by the time I was 13. The one elective in middle school where I felt free to express myself without fear of criticism was painting class, where I first met them. We connected over that implicit understanding, even though their homes weren't flawless either. In addition to Becca's mother battling illness, Jen's parents were going through a difficult divorce. We didn't need to tell each other why we felt unheard or unnoticed. We would spend hours at one another's houses to avoid the drama in our own families. In an attempt to outdo her mom's house, we would raid Jen's pantry for the snacks her dad kept sending. On Becca's good days, we would assist her mother in the garden, feigning to make miraculous medicinal concoctions with the herbs. We would hide in the basement of my house, where the commotion upstairs seemed far away and muffled. There were new challenges in high school. The problems my siblings were having appeared to get worse every year. Austin attempted suicide twice and was admitted to the hospital. Nathan participated in 3 separate treatment programs. Mason's condition deteriorated to the point where he required placement in a long-term care facility. After graduating from college and returning home, Diana's room next to mine turned into a dark, anxious place. My relationship with my parents stayed distant throughout it all, but my relationship with Jen and Becca strengthened. We had our ups and downs, just like any other adolescent, but we remained close. We grew skilled at making up our own family customs, such as marathons of movies on the weekends, covert birthday parties, and late-night cookie baking sessions when one of us was having trouble falling asleep. It was not even a question when it came time to apply to colleges. We would go together, of course. We decided on a public university that provided courses for every interest we had. To be honest, though, it had nothing to do with academics or school. Our modest family and the only steady relationships we had ever known had to be preserved. For the first time, college felt like a breath of new air. Being 3 states away from home made the incessant hum of family crises seem like a faraway background noise. I poured myself into computer science lessons and found a universe where problems had obvious answers and logic and order were in control. We continued to live together in our apartment while Jen pursued marketing and Becca decided to pursue pre-law. We were inseparable for years. We strategically chose to go to a new area after college in order to look for work in a tech center that would provide prospects for all of us. We established our lives in a modest apartment building, some distance away from the mayhem we had previously experienced. We were now able to concentrate on ourselves rather than balancing the burdens of our families, which had been a burden for years. It was freeing. My software engineering career took off. At a promising business, I began as a junior developer and worked my way up through weekend and late-night tasks. Every promotion felt like confirmation that my prospects of succeeding had not been ruined by being the odd one out, the unseen one. In just 5 years, I rose to the position of senior software engineer, managing my own group and making important choices. I stopped communicating with my parents shortly after, and they hardly noticed. I didn't imagine they would suddenly become interested in my life now because, to be honest, we hadn't talked much even when I was living at home. My mother would occasionally text, generally with a casual message like, "How's work?" or "What's going on?" But we didn't actually discuss anything. It's better that way. At least that's what I believed. I was no longer in need of their attention. Becca and Jen were sufficient. Each of us had a prosperous career. Jen was doing well in marketing, Becca had recently become a partner at her law company, and I had advanced in the software industry. We each had our own goals and lifestyles, and for once, I didn't feel like the kid left behind. I was rather proud to have started a small family of my own. When my mother called last year, that began to alter. Thanksgiving was a few days away. I knew something was awry when her name appeared on my screen because I hadn't spoken to her on the phone in over a year. Questions were always raised by phone calls. She last got in touch with me to let me know about Mason's most recent hospital stay. She immediately got to work asking me what time I was leaving for Thanksgiving at home. I was, to put it mildly, perplexed. First of all, I was unaware that they were even celebrating Thanksgiving because we rarely honored holidays. I can count on one hand how many times we celebrated Thanksgiving and Christmas in a traditional manner as children. When we did attempt, it was generally when someone was in difficulty, like the year Austin lost it over the turkey or when Nathan got drunk and got into a fight with Dad. In short, our family did not celebrate holidays. They were just another day of handling emergencies and preserving the fragile equilibrium that prevented our home from collapsing. 3 years had passed since the last family get-together, which had ended with 2 ambulance calls and a police visit. We then decided in silence to cease acting like we could undertake everyday family activities. It was so strange to hear her ask such a question, considering our long-standing tradition. I told her I wouldn't be attending. For months, Jen, Becca, and I had been organizing a ski vacation. With 3 days' notice, I couldn't possibly cancel it. We had previously scheduled time off from work, purchased new ski equipment, and paid for the cabin rental. Aside from that, I couldn't afford a last-minute flight ticket during holiday prices because I lived 2 states away. I attempted to explain, but my mother didn't get it. She pretended that I was being deliberately challenging and guilt-tripped me by saying that she would be by herself because Dad was spending Thanksgiving with Mason at the institution where he is enrolled. Apparently, she would be alone most of the day while Dad was away. She depicted herself sitting by herself at a table that was deserted, while everyone else had somewhere to go. See, I got it. I understood why she wanted company, but she gave me 3 days' notice. Nevertheless, she began to imply that I didn't care about the family when she got upset when I informed her again that I couldn't make it. She said I was self-centered, had forgotten my origins, and had abandoned them, as I always had. I was aware of the irony of that final charge. After she hung up, I sat there for a while feeling a weird mixture of bitterness and remorse. Where had they been for me all those years, even though I felt guilty for abandoning her? When did I get my college degree? When did I get promoted for the first time? When did I purchase my first vehicle? Suddenly, I was the bad guy for not dropping everything to go home after months of not hearing from them. I combed over my previous communications, searching for anything I might have missed, any indication that they were interested in getting back in touch, any effort to establish a rapport. However, nothing was present. Thanksgiving is not mentioned. You didn't say you wanted to come see me. They didn't care about me until they needed me for something. What confused me more than anything was that it was just a last-minute guilt trip. Later that evening, I tried to be tactful when I contacted her. We had another vacation planned, which we had done for years, so I told her I wouldn't be able to make it for Christmas either. I mentioned that I would love to catch up once the year ended, and that perhaps we could arrange something beforehand the next time. She didn't answer. Not surprisingly. However, after a few days, the weird feeling that had infiltrated my stomach persisted. In hindsight, I think that phone conversation was only the beginning of something much bigger, something I didn't anticipate. At that time, however, I had no idea how far this issue would go. First update. I thought things would settle down after that odd Thanksgiving talk. However, a week or so later, my father texted me. I never get texts from my dad. When his name appeared on my phone, I thought it must be something serious because he tends to talk too much. However, what I read when I opened the message was unbelievable. I'm stopping your college payments if you don't come home for Christmas. I genuinely burst out laughing. 3 years prior, I had received my degree. There was nothing left to stop with the college payments. In an attempt to be lighthearted, I first believed that he could have confused me with Diana or another of my siblings. I assumed that would be the last word on it. Maybe check your bank account. 3 years without payments have passed, I said. Nevertheless, my phone buzzed once more a few hours later. The message was longer this time around. Yes, my father was really angry. He continued by accusing me of being self-centered, of failing to appreciate the sacrifices my parents had made for me and my brothers, and of leaving the family. At this point, I just gazed in awe at my phone. I had never once made a request of them. To be honest, I was unaware that they believed they were covering my education expenses. All of my costs, including tuition, had been covered by Grandma. She wanted my parents out of that part of my life, away from any influence they might try to have, and to be honest, I was delighted she had. My father was trying to put me through this whole guilt trip, and it seemed completely unexpected. I inhaled deeply before answering. I'm sorry you feel that way, but Grandma paid for my college. After the holidays, I'm happy to catch up, but I already have Christmas plans. Naturally, it didn't end the way I had hoped. Instead, he became more focused. He started talking about how the family was supporting me, how I was rejecting them, and how I didn't care about them twice. I was just finished by now. It was so absurd. I had been living alone for years. When I left, they barely noticed, and now, all of a sudden, I was leaving the family because I wouldn't be visiting for Christmas. I grew more irate the more I considered it. I wanted to brush it off, to ignore it. They hadn't gotten back to me in months. They hadn't inquired about my well-being or whether I needed anything. But I was supposed to abandon everything and rush home the moment they needed something. To vent, I called Jen and Becca. As usual, they got it right away. It sounds like your parents are just trying to use you to boost their own mood, Jen said. They don't really care whether you're there. Becca, who is always straightforward, expressed precisely what I was thinking. Screw them. They just want to feel like they've fulfilled their role as parents by getting you home for the holidays. You owe them nothing. I decided to sleep on it that night before responding to my father once more. I didn't want to make a mistaken statement. However, my phone buzzed again as I laid there attempting to let it go. My father sent me another note, this one chilly and succinct. If you don't come home, don't bother coming back at all. I froze as I gazed at the screen. How did we arrive here? From practically disowning me over Christmas to barely communicating with my own father. I felt like I didn't belong in that house, and I wanted to lash out at him for all the times they had ignored me. I just switched off my phone instead. I didn't want our holiday plans to be marred by this. Second update. My mother sent me a number of further notes when I got up the following morning. They were more of the same. They expressed their disappointment in me and their perplexity at my lack of communication. Here, too, I laughed a bit. They were just now realizing that I had been aloof my entire life. But there was something odd about these texts. I hadn't previously recognized the urgency between the lines of manipulation and guilt. I was really drawn to one message. We need to discuss Mason's future care arrangements. You're the only one stable enough to handle this. At that point, things began to come together. This has nothing to do with family time or Christmas. They wanted to tie me up in something more significant. That morning over coffee, I showed Jen the messages. I had never been able to read between the lines as well as she did. She added, calmly swirling her latte. They're planning something. This sudden interest in getting you home, the guilt trips, the threats, they want something from you, and it's not just holiday company. In search of any clues I could have missed, I spent the morning going through old emails and messages. They had been setting the foundation for months, and there were sporadic references to Mason's care facility getting more costly, my parents growing older, and ambiguous remarks regarding future arrangements. I simply hadn't noticed it. Their attorney sent me an official letter that afternoon. There was a draft document regarding Mason's guardianship arrangements within. I hadn't even been asked. They simply assumed that I would assume this enormous burden. The paper described monetary obligations, care needs, and legal duties that would fundamentally change my life. In the hopes that my sister could shed some light, I gave Diana a call. She sounded worn out and somewhat resigned. She said, "They've been talking about this for months. None of us are in any position to take care of Mason. Austin's still in and out of institutions himself, Nathan's barely staying clean, and I can barely take care of myself. You're their only option." I wrote a concise, forceful email to their counsel after hours of internal discussion. I clarified that I had my own life and work and that they needed to look into other possibilities because I would not be taking on Mason's guardianship. I included a personal remark and copied my parents on the email. You should have asked me directly instead of trying to manipulate me into this. My mother's, father's, and Diana's phones began calling in a matter of minutes. All of them went to voicemail. I refused to be persuaded to change my viewpoint by guilt. Instead of using legal ambushes and manipulating holidays, they might politely and directly address Mason's care if they so desired. Third update. I didn't hear from my family for a week. I was beginning to believe that perhaps they had finally understood. Their family lawyer sent a certified letter to my office with a suggested care plan for Mason that was only focused on me accepting responsibility for him. A schedule was outlined in the letter. I was to begin assuming the role within the next 6 months. Information regarding financial responsibilities, medical decision-making authority, and power of attorney was included. They even suggested that I move closer to the family by including a real estate listing for a home close to Mason's care facility. Becca, who had done some elder law work during her internship, and I took the letter to lunch. With each page, her expression darkened as she carefully read it. "This is presumptuous even by legal standards," she stated. "They're essentially trying to restructure your entire life without your consent." My life would have been totally turned upside down by the care plan. They anticipated that I would return to their state, handle Mason's medical and financial matters, pay him frequent visits, and be available 24/7 for emergencies. Without ever requesting my consent, they had meticulously arranged every aspect. My mother contacted me again that night. Determining to speak directly, I picked up this time. She said, "We've already found a perfect house for you." Without even saying hello. "It's only 10 minutes from Mason's facility." "Mom," I said, "I'm not moving. I'm not taking guardianship of Mason. You need to stop planning my life without asking me." A long pause ensued. "We have no other choice, Catherine. Your father and I are getting older. None of your siblings are capable. You're the only one who can do this." Soon after, exhausted but determined, I hung up the phone. I wrote a formal answer that evening through my own attorney, clearly refusing to be a guardian and asking them to cease mailing me legal documents without my permission. I blocked their email addresses and phone numbers the following morning. They could contact me via the appropriate legal procedures if they so desired. I had had enough of being forced into a life I had never chosen. Update number 4. My mother's sister, Aunt Linda, unexpectedly showed up at my office 2 days after I blocked their numbers. Her appearance at work took me entirely by surprise because I hadn't seen her in years. She continued. "Your mother asked me to give you this." As she passed an envelope over my desk. A handwritten letter in my mother's recognizable cursive was inside. It wasn't one of her typical guilt trips. She told me something this time that she had never told me before. According to the document, my father was given an early-stage dementia diagnosis 6 months prior. Mason's deteriorating health was the cause of his recent hostile behavior, his sudden obsession with holiday get-togethers, and his last-ditch efforts to ensure his future care. Aunt Linda whispered, "We should have told you sooner," as she observed me reading the letter. "They're both scared, Catherine. Your father's condition is progressing faster than expected." Although I was deeply affected by the revelation, my stance remained unchanged. If anything, it strengthened my conviction that I couldn't care for Mason. They wanted more than just me to be Mason's guardian because my father's health was getting worse. They wanted me to someday take care of my father and him. I replied succinctly, expressing my condolences for Dad's diagnosis while restating my choice. "I can't be the solution to everyone's problems. I care about you all, but I won't sacrifice my entire life because you're afraid to look for other options." Aunt Linda accepted the answer and said she would deliver it. She stopped at my office door before she left. "They love you, Catherine. They just don't know how to show it without needing something from you." I sat in my apartment that night and looked through old family pictures. Their affection had always been accompanied by requirements, demands, and expectations that I had to meet. Love is insufficient at times, particularly when it only manifests when something is required in return. 5th update. An unlabeled envelope showed up at my residence last week. In addition to a statement from my father's neurologist recommending family support meetings, there was a comprehensive medical report describing his health. Though they were employing various strategies, they were still attempting to entice me back in. My doorbell rang just as I was ready to throw it. As she stood there, my mother appeared older and smaller than I had remembered. She began chatting without waiting for an invitation, discussing Mason's growing care demands, Dad's declining health, and how she was unable to manage everything on her own any longer. She claimed, "I'm not here to guilt you," but in reality, she was doing just that. "But your father might not recognize you soon. Don't you want to spend time with him while he still knows who you are?" I stood in my doorway, feeling a familiar mixture of sympathy and rage. "Mom, I understand this is hard," I insisted. "But using Dad's condition to manipulate me isn't going to work. I've made my decision." She looked at me like I was a stranger. She whispered, "When did you become so cold?" "I'm not cold," I answered. "I'm protecting myself from being pulled into a situation that will destroy the life I've built. You had years to build a relationship with me, to show interest in my life. You can't demand everything now just because you're scared." She didn't say anything else, and I shut the door, fatigued but relieved. I contacted Jen and Becca that evening, feeling thankful once more for the family I chose instead of the one I was born into. 6th update. Diana texted me this morning, and it completely altered my life. "Dad passed away last night. Thought you should know?" For what seemed like hours, I gazed at those words. Not a big lead-up. No reconciliation at the last minute. No heartfelt farewells. A straightforward text message declaring the dissolution of a complex relationship. Diana inquired further about the funeral plans, but I was already certain I wouldn't attend. I knew that being there would merely be another chance for manipulation, not because I was angry or spiteful. Mom would undoubtedly take advantage of the opportunity to bring up Mason's care, transforming even Dad's funeral into an opportunity to change my life to suit their purposes. I pondered my decision while sitting in my home office and gazing out at the metropolis I had created. I knew that was the best choice for me, even though some could describe it as cold or self-centered. Even in the face of death, the same courage that had enabled me to forge a life apart from the shadows cast by my family was now enabling me to uphold those boundaries. As soon as I notified Jen and Becca, they arrived with champagne and food. I finally broke down in tears as we sat on my balcony. Not only for Dad's passing, but also for the bond we were never able to have. For the acknowledgement that never materialized. For the father he didn't know how to be, and for the daughter I couldn't be. Later that night, Diana texted me again. "Mom's asking if you'll reconsider coming back now. Mason needs you more than ever." I didn't answer. Rather, I turned on my laptop and donated a sizable sum to an organization that helps persons with disabilities and those who care for them. Instead of taking part in what would inevitably turn into another family power battle, it seemed like a more heartfelt homage to Dad. I woke up feeling remarkably calm the following morning. Setting limits with family members might occasionally be the most difficult to uphold. However, they are frequently the most essential. I've discovered that leaving doesn't always imply cruelty. It is the ultimate act of self-preservation at times. I want to express my gratitude to everyone in this community for their understanding and support. Your feedback has made me feel less isolated in this choice. Thank you to everyone who has told a similar story. It has made me feel less bad about following my own route. To some who have implied that I'm being cold or self-centered, I respect your viewpoint, but I know deep down that this is the best decision for me. I was always seen as the disappointing daughter, while my sister was the golden child. The truth about her came to light at my wedding. I, 42F, have had a prosperous career as a research professor at a prominent institution, but I have always been the disappointing daughter in my family. I had to tell my tale now, after decades of silence. Since we were small, my younger sister Ava, 38 degrees Fahrenheit, has been the golden child, and their obvious partiality has finally reached a breaking point, shattering our entire family dynamic. The faint sting of comparison permeates my earliest recollections. When I was 8 years old, I recall sitting in my room excitedly reading my scientific books as my mother's voice could be heard downstairs. "Why can't you be more gregarious like your sister?" At the age of 6, Ava had already captured our parents' attention by entertaining their acquaintances in the living room with her theatrical acts. I spent hours disassembling and reassembling old clocks, interested in the mechanics of how things worked, while Ava was performing and receiving all the attention. It was an early pattern. I requested a chemistry set for my 10th birthday, but instead I received some used novels because books are more practical. 2 months later, Ava expressed interest in taking dance lessons, and our parents unexpectedly found money for private instruction, complete with new ballet shoes and specially designed tutus. That same year, when I sought to join the school science club, Mom groaned about the cost and advised me to concentrate on making friends instead. In those early years, my lone family ally was my grandma, Martha. Her home, which was only a few blocks away, turned into my haven. I would spend weekends with Grandma Martha while my parents took Ava to acting classes and dance performances. Before she retired, she taught science in high school, and she fostered my curiosity in a manner that my parents did not. "Your mind is a gift," she would say as she taught me about the constellations from her backyard or assisted me in doing easy experiments in her kitchen. When we were teenagers, the difference in how we were treated became glaringly apparent. My renewable energy project won the state science fair when I was 14 years old. My parents said they had to take Ava to a crucial audition, so they didn't even go to the ceremony. Our parents gave Ava a lavish celebration that year, inviting the whole extended family and even hiring a photographer, after she was cast in a small role in a local theatrical performance. High school was a haze of scholastic success that was not acknowledged at home. In addition to maintaining a 4.0 GPA, I served as president of the scientific club and editor of the school newspaper. Ava was starring in school plays and dating the football captain at the same time. Her social life and her theater endeavors were the topic of every dinner talk. If my academic achievements were recognized at all, they were just given a cursory nod. I had obtained a full scholarship to study biochemistry at a prominent university by the time my college acceptance letters arrived. When Ava decided she wanted to go to a pricey private institution for performing arts, our parents sold our vacation cabin to pay for her education. My mother's response, rather than one of pride, was, "At least we won't have to worry about your tuition." They remarked, "Ava shows such promise. We can't let her talent go to waste." I pushed myself into my studies during my undergraduate years, finding comfort in the lab where my intelligence and dedication were at last acknowledged. My teachers supported my academic endeavors and encouraged my research, becoming the mentors I had always desired. I received full financing for a prestigious PhD school after graduating with honors. Ava received a callback for a commercial audition, so my parents left early even though they were at my graduation. I effectively and steadily developed my career during my 20s and 30s. I obtained substantial research funds, published widely, and at 40, I was granted tenure, which is an uncommon accomplishment in academia. However, the topic of Ava's most recent acting career or her marriage to Richard, a prosperous real estate developer, always came up during family get-togethers. The conclusion drawn from my molecular biology research achievements was, "Oh, Emily's still doing her science things." When I met David, a researcher in my department, I felt like I had finally found bliss. He seemed to share my enthusiasm for scientific advancement and to comprehend me. Our partnership developed organically as a result of our same interests, and we worked together on multiple papers. I believed that when he proposed last year, I would finally have a typical milestone that my family could recognize and celebrate. However, things fell apart in the most catastrophic way last week. In order to finish some data for our most recent paper, I stayed late at the lab. I discovered David and Ava sharing a passionate hug on his desk when I went to his office to deliver the results. My fiancée and my married sister were having an affair. Even worse than the heartbreaking betrayal was what transpired afterward. Our parents were immediately worried about Ava when I told them. My mother begged, "Please don't tell Richard. Think about your sister's marriage. He has a prenup. She'll lose everything if this gets out." In agreement, my father said, "These things happen, Emily. You need to be the bigger person here." I've been the bigger person for 40 years. When they held lavish celebrations for Ava but missed my birthdays, I remained silent. They flew across the nation to attend Ava's community theater performances, but I remained silent when they missed my PhD defense. When they told me I needed to learn how to be financially independent, but assisted Ava in purchasing her first home, I swallowed my hurt. Amidst all of this turmoil, an unforeseen event occurred. I met Michael at a university fundraising event 3 weeks ago. He was come to deliver the ideas for our new science facility. He is a 45-meter architect who creates research facilities. When I discuss my work, Michael listens with true attention, unlike David, who frequently engaged in intellectual competition with me. He poses intelligent queries and discusses his own imaginative technique for creating environments that support scientific advancement. When I called my grandmother, Martha, last week to tell her about Michael, she detected the shift in my voice. She remarked, "You sound lighter, dear. Tell me about this architect of yours." We spent 2 hours discussing everything, including how Michael's eyes light up when he talks about how art and science intersect in his designs, how he asked me to comment on his early sketches for the new research wing, and how, when we reconnected for coffee, he remembered every detail about my work. There is a clear difference between how my family treated David and how they responded to Michael. Whenever I brought about David at family get-togethers, they would instantly turn the topic to Ava's most recent accomplishments. However, my parents really stopped their normal compliments on Ava's acting career to listen when I brought up Michael to my aunt during a recent family dinner. Naturally, they were able to change it to Ava in a matter of minutes. "An architect, huh? Did you know that a well-known architect is married to Ava's yoga class friend? Tell Emily about him, Ava." I recognize the irony of my current circumstance. I've been a successful professional for decades, receiving recognition that my folks hardly notice. My mother is mainly worried about whether I'm getting enough light in the lab, even though I've published groundbreaking research that may result in new treatments for genetic illnesses. Ava, on the other hand, has alternated between little parts in community theater shows and commercials, and she is given the attention of an Oscar at every audition. For my work on cellular regeneration, I was awarded the coveted Morrison Grant last month. In my field, it's a huge accomplishment because only 3 researchers are chosen year nationwide. My mother said, "That's nice, dear. But did you hear about Ava's latest role?" when I called to tell her the news. In a national ad, she has 3 complete lines. They celebrated Ava landing the commercial part with a family supper later that week. My grant was not mentioned. In fact, I had visited David's office to show him the grant acceptance letter the day I saw him and Ava together. Since we had collaborated on some of the initial research, I assumed he would be pleased. Rather, I discovered him with my sister, clutching the doorframe in disbelief as my engagement ring glinted on my finger and her luxury dress was tied up around her waist. The events that followed seemed to have been a blur. David's rambling justifications about feeling neglected because I spent too much time in the lab, Ava's casual, "Oh Emily," as she adjusted her clothing, and my parents' anxious calls after I told them, all of which were intended to preserve Ava's marriage and reputation. Nobody ever inquired about my emotional state. As usual, I went to my lab the following day. My haven has always been science, the one field where hard work and intelligence are regarded more highly than flamboyance and where outcomes are more important than showmanship. I was able to spend a few hours immersed in actual problems with measurable answers as my graduate students talked about their most recent research. However, something had changed within me. For the first time in my life, I felt outraged rather than just wounded by my family's actions. I'm actually furious. It was a powerful, freeing wrath instead of the silent resentment I'd harbored for years. I recognized that I no longer needed their approval after glancing at the grant letter on my desk, the papers I had published, and the students eagerly awaiting my direction. It had been years since I needed it. I had dinner with Michael that night. Since the fundraiser, we had been hanging out informally, but I had been reluctant to divulge too much about my family's circumstances. I felt comfortable telling him everything because of his consistent presence and sincere interest in my opinions. His architect's eyes were analytical and concentrated as I explained 42 years of systematic dismissal and favoritism, and he listened without interjecting. Michael was silent for a while after I had done speaking. Then he said something that gave me a whole new perspective on my predicament. In the field of architecture, we occasionally come across structures that appear flawless on the outside but have serious structural problems that cannot be resolved by cosmetic remodeling. In these situations, the most considerate thing we can do is admit that the structure is no longer safe and construct a new one. I've tried being the ideal daughter, the smart researcher, the understanding sister, and I've minimized my accomplishments to avoid overshadowing Ava and downplayed them to spare my parents the cognitive dissonance of having to acknowledge them while maintaining their narrative of Ava as the special one. He's right. I've spent my entire life trying to fix a fundamentally flawed family structure. Grandma Martha, who is 92 years old and still as sharp as ever, always sees right through the dynamics of our family. Last night, I had supper with her. Your parents have spent so much time making Ava the star of their show that they've forgotten there are other stories worth telling, she added, swirling her tea with a poise that belies her advanced age. But you, my dear, have been writing your own story all along. Perhaps it's time to stop letting them edit it, she continued after taking my hand. I am writing this now because I have made up my mind. Michael and I have been talking about getting married, not engaged yet, but headed that way. And when the time comes, I will not have a large family wedding, nor will I invite my parents or Ava, who will inevitably try to make it about her in some way. Instead, I will have a small celebration with the people who have truly supported me, including Grandma Martha, my Aunt Linda, my co-workers who appreciate my work, and Michael's family, who have shown me more sincere interest in 3 weeks than my own parents have in 42 years. I let Ava's attempt to call me go to voicemail yesterday, and she left a message saying that I'm overreacting to the situation with David and that she wanted to explain. She concluded by reminding me that she is my only sister and that families should forgive each other, which I deleted without answering. For the first time in my life, I'm putting my happiness ahead of my family's meticulously crafted story, choosing to be surrounded by people who appreciate me for who I am rather than who they wish me to be, and celebrating my accomplishments without downplaying them to stroke someone else's pride. But here's the thing, I'm a scientist, and I deal in observable facts. And the facts are that they broke up this family long ago, piece by piece, every time they chose to devalue one daughter in order to elevate the other. I know there will be fallout when my parents realize I'm serious about cutting contact. They'll probably tell everyone that I'm being dramatic, that I'm jealous of Ava's success, and that I'm destroying the family. I have my research, my students, my grants, and now, possibly, a partner who sees me clearly and values what he sees. So here I am at 42, finally prepared to do the most important experiment of my life, seeing who I can be without the weight of their expectations and disappointments. Perhaps that's more than enough. Perhaps that's everything. First update. 3 months have passed since my previous post, and a lot has transpired. Let's start with the good news. Michael and I are officially engaged. He proposed last weekend while we were going over the final blueprints for the new research center. He had concealed the ring in a blueprint tube, and it was the ideal combination of thoughtful, subtle, and wholly us. Let me give you a little background so you can see how far I've come. After the David and Ava disaster, I threw myself into the new research facility project, and working with Michael became my haven. As my family called me non-stop to ask me to forgive Ava and keep the peace, Michael and I spent long hours talking about how to create the ideal laboratory spaces. The interaction itself was a huge contrast to my experience with David, who made the proposal at a department meeting, making it all about getting attention from the public. With David, everything was a competition, who had more publications, whose research was more innovative. Michael, however, made it personal and significant. My Aunt Linda, who was sincerely delighted for us, sent the bad news to my parents, and within hours, my phone was overflowing with messages. "Why didn't you tell us you were seeing someone serious?" was Mom's initial reaction, rather than "congratulations. Ava may have compared you to her friend's architect spouse." The guilt-tripping then began. "We should have been the first to know. We're your parents." It didn't matter that they hadn't inquired about my life once in the 3 months since the David incident. They were too preoccupied with helping Ava cope with the anxiety of possibly being discovered having another affair. Mom called in tears, claiming that I was denying Ava her position as maid of honor and family tradition. When I reminded her that Ava wasn't even invited, she fell silent for a full minute before giving a speech about forgiveness and family ties. That's when the real drama began. Richard has been aloof ever since David, my ex-fiancé, began working as a personal trainer at his company's fitness center. Yes, you read correctly. David quit academia to pursue a career in personal training. It seems that he and Ava have been seeing each other at the gym. Richard isn't aware of this yet, but people are talking about it. During this trying time, Ava has been phoning me every day and left messages about how she needs her big sister. In contrast, my research has thrived amidst all of this turmoil. Last week, we were awarded further funding for our cellular regeneration study, and the grant committee particularly mentioned the creative lab design Michael and I created together as a contributing reason. Grandma Martha was thrilled when I contacted her to tell her the news. "That's my girl," she remarked proudly. His mother, a retired judge who truly knows the complexities of the situation, said me something that truly spoke to me. Family isn't about sharing DNA, it's about sharing respect. Michael's family has been incredible throughout this entire ordeal. One of my best friends is his sister, a professor of literature. Michael and I had our first real date in the botanical gardens, where he had asked me to discuss the greenhouse specifications for the new research facility. We ended up talking for hours about everything from architectural history to photosynthesis, which is why the wedding planning has been surprisingly calm, mainly because we are keeping it small and meaningful. Grandma Martha, who has been more of a parent to me than my own parents ever were, is the only member of my immediate family who will be there when Michael and I meet with her tomorrow to show her our wedding preparations, and to be honest, it seems perfect. Michael joins me for some sessions, and his insights as an architect often provide interesting perspectives. Emotional boundaries are like load-bearing walls. They're not about keeping people out. They're about maintaining structural integrity, he said in our most recent session. I've started going to a therapist to process all of this, and she's helping me understand that it's okay to set boundaries, even with family. For now, I'm concentrating on my research, my future spouse, and finally putting myself first. I'll provide another update once we have a clear wedding date. For the first time in my life, I feel appreciated and seen for who I am, not because I'm someone's sister or daughter. Second update. 2 more months have passed since my last update, and I wish I could report that things have improved with my family. The wedding is in 3 weeks, and instead of being a happy period of preparation, my parents and Ava have caused yet another family crisis. We meticulously organized everything, a small ceremony in the botanical gardens, followed by a private reception. I made it clear to my parents that Ava was not invited, and the guests were chosen to include my grandmother Martha, a few close relatives who have always been there for me, my coworkers, and Michael's family. My Aunt Linda called to warn me after overhearing Ava boasting about the surprise she was planning for my wedding, and it turned out that she had already purchased a dress that, in her own words, will show everyone what a real star looks like. I learned yesterday that my parents had not only informed Ava about the wedding details, but had actively encouraged her to attend. When I confronted my parents, they pretended that they were helping me. "We couldn't let you make the mistake of excluding your only sister," Mom said, adding, "She's got a beautiful speech about sisterly forgiveness. It will make the wedding so much more meaningful." This was the most frustrating part. They responded, "But she's going through such a difficult time with Richard. He's been so cold to her lately, and she needs her family's support." I had to reiterate that someone who had an affair with my ex-fiancé is not allowed to speak about forgiveness at my wedding. With his exact words, "The only dramatic performance happening at our wedding will be our vows." Michael, who has been tremendously supportive throughout this whole ordeal, quickly phoned our wedding venue to set up extra security after I informed him of Ava's planned intrusion. The irony that Ava's marriage to Richard is disintegrating at the same time that I'm starting a new life with Michael is not lost on me. Richard has finally begun to inquire about her frequent gym visits with David, and my Aunt Linda claims that there have been some tense arguments at their home. Nevertheless, in my parents' eyes, this makes Ava the victim who requires assistance rather than the mastermind behind her own demise. In addition to the gym, my colleague noticed David and Ava eating lunch together at a cafe close to the university, looking very intimate. I brought this up to my mother in the hopes that she would finally notice the pattern, but she dismissed it as Ava being a supportive friend to someone going through a career change. My parents tried a new strategy this week. Dad, who has never shown up at my lab without warning in my academic career, tried to persuade me that keeping Ava out would create a rift that can never be healed. The rift was created when you consistently chose her over me. It was widened when you dismissed her betrayal of my trust, I said, looking at him standing there, this man who had never taken an interest in my work. "Don't worry about Ava," Grandma Martha, bless her, assured me. "I'll be stationed at the entrance. She wouldn't dare try to get past me." Grandma Martha, who is 92 years old and still sharp as a tack and doesn't take foolish people well, offered to run interference on the wedding day. My research lab has become my haven during all of this chaos. The clarity of data analysis and the precision of scientific work are a welcome contrast to the emotional manipulation I'm dealing with at home. Michael's brother, who works in private security, has also arranged for a few colleagues to be present, disguised as guests. I've hired additional security for the wedding, though it pains me that I have to protect my own wedding from my sister's intrusion. The venue has been given photos of Ava and strict instructions not to allow her entry. 3 weeks before the wedding, I should be thrilled about marrying the amazing man who supports my career, knows my boundaries, and loves me for who I am, but instead I'm planning how to prevent my own sister from ruining my wedding day. My graduate students have noticed my increased presence in the lab, but they've been incredibly supportive. I will provide another update following the wedding. Regardless of Ava's presence, I am getting married to Michael. I will no longer allow my family's drama to overshadow my happiness. Third update: yesterday was the wedding, and while I wish I could say everything went well, my family did manage to pull off one last dramatic moment, but this time, something unexpected happened. The truth was revealed, and the fallout was both painful and freeing. Ava, as usual, wore a white dress that looked more appropriate for a red carpet event than a morning garden wedding, and our parents showed up at the botanical gardens despite all our precautions, my mother sobbing uncontrollably about how cruel it was to exclude them while my father tried to reason with the security team. When Grandma Martha and Michael's sister came, I was in the bridal suite with them, and as I saw the chaos at the door through the window, something inside of me finally broke. It all came to a head when I stepped out to the entrance still wearing my wedding dress after years of being the nice daughter, being silent as they denigrated me, and watched them justify Ava's actions. "Emily, how could you do this to me? I'm your sister. I came here to support you, to show you how much I love you," Ava said as she launched into her performance. When she saw Richard's car arrive into the parking lot, she stopped talking. Yes, it was Richard, her husband, who had reportedly followed her there. A scene from a movie played out when Richard confronted Ava about her relationship with David. Despite her best efforts to deny it, David called her phone, which was on speaker, and everyone heard him ask whether she would still be coming over later. My mother then turned to me and exclaimed, "Look what you've done. If you had just invited your sister properly, none of this would have happened," rather than confronting Ava about her actions. The last straw was that. I answered in a surprisingly composed voice. "No, Mom. These are her decisions, not mine. She chose to have an affair with my fiancé while she was married, to attend my wedding without being invited in white, and to keep seeing David behind Richard's back. 3 years ago, I found Ava and my then fiancé David, together in his office," I began, turning to our guests. When I told our parents, they never once asked how I was feeling. They were only concerned with protecting Ava's marriage because Richard has a prenuptial agreement. Richard's expression changed from hurt to angry. "A prenup? Is that why you've been pretending everything's fine?" he asked Ava, who revealed everything through mascara and tears. The affair with David had been going on before he and I were engaged, and she had pursued him out of boredom and because she couldn't stand that for once I had something she didn't. My parents, who were still apparently more worried about Ava's failing marriage than their other daughter's wedding day, followed as Richard turned and left without saying another word, and Ava ran after him while yelling his name. Following their departure, an extraordinary event occurred. The remaining guests, which included my co-workers, Michael's family, Grandma Martha, and the relatives who had consistently witnessed Ava's deception, surrounded us in a protective circle. Michael's mother, a retired judge, then asked, "Now, shall we have a wedding?" Michael's vows moved me to tears. He pledged to love me and to always see me, to value my mind as much as my heart, and to create a life based on mutual respect and understanding. The ceremony was lovely, with the gardens in full bloom and the morning sun casting a natural spotlight through the trees. My Aunt Linda told me today that Richard is divorcing Ava, and the prenuptial agreement means she will receive nothing. My parents are inconsolable, trying to find out how to support her, but for the first time in my life, I don't feel compelled to join in the drama. In between hiking excursions and wine tastings, Michael and I will be visiting some of the most cutting-edge research facilities in the world on our 2-week honeymoon in New Zealand, which is the ideal fusion of science and leisure, much like us. Some of the most significant experiments are the ones where everything goes wrong but you end up discovering something revolutionary, Grandma Martha observed when she called to see how I was doing this morning. As always, she is correct. Amid all of that craziness, I found my own strength. I'm not sure what the future holds for my family, but I'm concentrating on my new life with Michael, my research, and the family we've chosen, one based on genuine love and respect for one another rather than duty and rivalry. I have a feeling my parents will eventually try to get in touch with me, most likely to ask me to help Ava get back on her feet. It's time to begin my honeymoon with my amazing spouse, who loves me because of my commitment to science, not because of it. This will be my last update. Cheers to fresh starts, unambiguous boundaries, and at last, the freedom to be who I truly am. My parents rejected me when I chose a blue-collar life, but now they want back in. Am I the asshole for refusing to help? Growing up in a wealthy Chicago suburb with a father who is a well-known professor at Northwestern University and a mother who is the stereotypical faculty wife, I, 35F, have always been the challenging twin. Early on, I discovered that I was supposed to take a very certain route. The ideal daughter, my 35-foot twin sister, accepted everything our parents desired. She epitomizes all of our parents' dreams, married a wealthy lawyer, and lives in a lovely home in Lincoln Park. From my earliest recollections, our house resembled a meticulously organized museum, with each item having its own location. While my mother's realm was the spotless living room where she invited faculty spouses for afternoon tea, my father's study was crammed with leather-bound volumes and academic honors. My sister and I were expected to be living examples of their success even as kids, well-groomed, well-behaved, and constantly successful. Early on, the difference between us became apparent. My sister was very good in charm school and piano recitals, but I liked to lose myself in science fiction books and watch motorcycle races on TV in secret. Our mother's constant correction was the answer. Sit up straight, sweetheart, don't cross your legs, cross your ankles. Every instruction was given with a smile that never quite made it to her eyes. Do try to smile more. The pressure definitely increased in high school. My sister became a member of every club that was relevant to her, including debate team, student government, and Young Republicans. Despite being compelled to do so, I didn't want to. I proposed setting up a fundraiser for a nearby motorcycle maintenance training program for at-risk teenagers during a particularly memorable student council meeting. For weeks, I was plagued by the terrified expression on my mother's face when she learned about it. The impact of our father was not limited to our household. He was well known in Chicago's intellectual and corporate circles as a renowned economics professor at Northwestern. These relationships served as the foundation for our futures and were more than just social capital. Through his network, every summer internship, college application, and employment opportunity was meticulously planned. I can still clearly recall the day he declared that he had gotten me accepted into Northwestern's economics program. I was shoving the remnants of my mother's expertly presented roast beef around in our formal dining room. He said, "It's all arranged," without raising his gaze from his wineglass. "Professor Richardson owes me a favor. You'll start in the fall." From the other side of the table, my sister, who is already in her second year of business administration, smiled. I could feel the walls closing in, yet I was at a loss for words. My life has always gone like that. I follow the meticulously prepared tracks even if my inner voice begs for a different course. Because it's what responsible young ladies do, I earned my MBA. I choose to work in corporate strategy at one of the best companies in Chicago because it's a fantastic opportunity. My entire career has been a masterclass in following expectations rather than pursuing my own desires. My everyday schedule is the ideal representation of the life I should aspire to. My wake-up time is 5:30 a.m. My mother picked my high-rise apartment on Michigan Avenue since it's a popular place for young, successful professionals to dwell. During required shopping trips with my mother and sister, I wore designer suits that were more expensive than other people's monthly rent. My mother constantly adds, "Appearance is everything in the business world, dear," suggesting a more conservative heel height or changing my collar. People who are living examples of what my parents want me to be are all around me at work. On most days, I hardly notice the breathtaking view of Lake Michigan from my 47th floor corner office. Rather, I meet with people who seem to actually care about quarterly estimates and shareholder value for hours on end to discuss market strategies and profit margins. With a passion I can't seem to summon, they enthuse about their vacation houses in Lake Forest, their children's private schools, and their memberships in country clubs. In an effort to keep us close, our mother insists that my sister come to lunch with me every Wednesday. Perfectly groomed and typically fresh from a board meeting at one of her numerous charitable organizations, she comes at precisely 12:30. She tells me about her picture-perfect life over expensive salads at the trendy restaurant below, including her husband's recent high-profile case, their plans to buy a second house in Aspen, and the prestigious daycare where their child is already on the wait list. She gently wiped her lips with a handkerchief last week and advised me, "You should join the junior league. Mother thinks it would be good for your social connections. Besides, you need to start thinking about marriage. All the best eligible men are involved in charity work." I instinctively agreed, as I've come to do when my family offers advice on how to live my life. In all honesty, This world of manufactured perfection is smothering me. While my colleagues enthusiastically debate market penetration tactics and hostile takeovers in meetings, I can't help but stare at the construction workers in the building across the street. They're making something substantial, doing something real. I can be so envious of them at times that it hurts. I found myself scribbling motorcycle ideas in the margins of my notes during a particularly dull budget discussion last month. Upon noticing, my direct report looked at me with anxiety. I promptly turned to a blank page and made myself concentrate on the supply chain efficiency optimization PowerPoint presentation. I heard him express concern to another management later that day over my dedication to the company's mission. Weekends are the worst. I'm stuck driving through the city's industrial areas while my sister and her husband go to country club parties and charity galas. I pretend that I'm working late, but in reality, I'm drawn to the unadulterated, authentic elements of Chicago that they deny exist. I observe those who make things with their hands and appear to truly like what they do, such as welders at their shops, artists in their studios, and mechanics working on automobiles. Everything changed last night. My BMW, my father's thoughtfully selected graduation present, began to make a menacing grinding sound after yet another heartbreaking day of acting as though I cared about market forecasts. I was in the wrong part of town, as my mother used to say, but I had to stop or risk getting stuck. Just before closing time, I stopped into a nearby auto repair shop and saw the check engine light flash mockingly. I met Jake at that time. With a welding torch in hand, Jake, 35, was the final guy left working, hunched over a handmade motorbike frame. Jake was authentic, work boots, faded trousers, and hands that demonstrated he truly made a living, in contrast to the polished business people my parents are constantly attempting to pair me with. He looked up and grinned, but it wasn't the staged smile I see at business events. It was sincere, it extended to his eyes. Timing belt's about to go, he observed, having listened to my engine for less than a minute. I can fix it now if you want to wait. Simple competence without any corporate language or ulterior motives. Even though I could hear my mother's disapproving voice in my mind about being in that neighborhood after dark, I found myself nodding. We chatted while he worked. Jake shared with me his experiences progressing from simple welding to more complex metalwork, his aspirations to start his own custom fabrication business, and his passion for creating things by hand. He showed me the motorcycle he was restoring, which fused contemporary engineering with vintage design. My practiced presentations about market expansion strategies seemed insignificant in comparison to the enthusiasm in his voice as he described the technical specifics. He said, "Want to see something cool?" He fixed my car and then showed me a part of the business with a number of finished projects. Every piece was distinct, the ideal fusion of creativity and utility. After years of moving papers in my corner office, I felt more a part of actual production as I ran my fingers over the beautiful curves of the metal. We ended up sipping coffee from the shop's antiquated vending machine and spoke until long after midnight. Jake told me about his upbringing with a single mother who was a nurse, his time at community college studying his craft, and the joy he gets from making something enduring by hand. I started talking more about my life, including the oppressive expectations, the constant comparisons to my sister, and the increasing sense that I was living someone else's fantasy. "You know," he began slowly, "metal's interesting. People think it's rigid, unchangeable, but with the right heat and pressure, it can become anything. Sometimes the most beautiful pieces come from metal that's been stressed and reformed." I did not fail to notice the metaphor. I've been seeing Jake practically every day since that night. After work in the shop, he has been teaching me the fundamentals of welding. The process itself is immensely fulfilling, the concentration needed, the observable outcomes, the way two disparate parts are permanently fused together. In contrast, nothing feels real in the fleeting realm of business strategy. Jake took me on my first motorbike ride around Lake Michigan last weekend. There were no conference calls, shareholder expectations, or family pressures, just the wind, the road, and the sensation of being fully alive. The freedom was exhilarating. In Wisconsin, we made a stop at a tiny diner, the kind of establishment my mother would never enter. It was the best coffee I've ever had at any of Chicago's best eateries. Jake is taking me to meet his mother tomorrow. Despite being retired, she continues to volunteer at the nearby hospital. Instead of the required awe I give my parents at Sunday dinners, he speaks about her with such sincere love and respect. I've never been more anxious before a corporate presentation than I am now. What's coming, I know. My folks will need to hear about Jake soon. My mother will weep, my father will threaten to cut me off, and my sister will be appalled. However, I'm prepared to make my own decisions for the first time in my life. I feel like I'm finally becoming into the person I was destined to be, not the person my parents wanted me to be, when Jake smiles at me. Perhaps having the guts to live genuinely is what true success looks like, rather than having a prominent location or corner office. I feel more alive than ever, yet I'm also scared. First update. 3 months have passed since my previous post, and a lot has changed. When I eventually told my parents about Jake, it was a complete disaster, worse than I could have imagined. I decided to tell them during our Sunday meal, which was required. My father's face went a shade of crimson I had never seen before when I revealed that Jake was a welder. My mother let her sterling silver fork fall to the exquisite china, clattering. Like a gunshot, the boom reverberated across our suddenly quiet dining room. My father spat the phrase, "a welder," as if it were toxic. "After everything we've invested in you, after all the connections I've built." For about 20 minutes, he launched into a tirade about family reputation and social status. My mother would alternate between giving me looks of complete betrayal and wiping her eyes with an embroidered handkerchief. At first, my sister, who was there with her lawyer husband, genuinely chuckled, assuming it was a joke. Her face took on an expression of sheer fear as she realized I was genuine. She growled from the other side of the table. "You can't be serious. What about Richard from the golf club? His family's been asking about you." When I told Jake that I was thinking of quitting my corporate position to assist him in launching his custom fabrication company, the situation became heated. My father got to his feet so suddenly that his chair toppled over. "You are no longer welcome in this family if you pursue this absurd fantasy," he said, his voice shaking with anger. The peace that swept over me at hearing it was unexpected, but I had anticipated the threat. My sister's expensive outfit, my mother's exquisitely placed flowers, the oil paintings, and the crystal chandelier in the formal dining room all seemed to me to be of no use anymore. I said, "Then I guess this is goodbye," and got to my feet. Despite my mother's theatrical gasp, I kept gathering my belongings. My sister followed me into the foyer as I made my way to the door. She cautioned, "You're making a huge mistake. You're throwing away everything we were raised to be." "No," I said, getting stronger every step of the way. "I'm finally becoming who I really am. There have been many developments over the last 3 months. To the surprise of my coworkers, I left my corporate job. An emergency board meeting was called in response to my resignation letter, and my former employer continues to send me letters every week urging me to come back. Jake and I have been working tirelessly to launch our own company. In an industrial neighborhood, we discovered the ideal location. Although it needs some maintenance, there is a lot of potential and the rent is fair. My commercial experience is proven surprisingly helpful in establishing up our organization, and Jake's underwater welding talent has already drawn several significant clients. Jake's mother has provided the most surprising assistance. Warm, accepting, and truly interested in who I am rather than what she believes I should be, she is everything my mother is not. She arrived with homemade sandwiches and old trousers to assist us with painting the office area of our new store. I had never felt more at home in my parents' estate than I did when she embraced me, splattered with paint. Through her husband's legal practice, my sister issued me a formal letter last week requesting that I change my ways and rejoin the family. She reminded us of our family's reputation in Chicago society and provided a comprehensive list of available corporate jobs and eligible bachelors. I lit the new wood stove at our workshop using the letter. Finding a community I was unaware of has been the most unexpected development. We have been greeted warmly by our neighbors in the industrial area. We get coffee in the mornings from the car repair shop next door, and the local artists collective has already commissioned a number of custom metal works for their next show. Next month, Jake and I will tie the knot. There won't be a country club reception, a beautiful gown, or the society wedding my parents have been planning for me since I was born. In the workshop, surrounded by the things we've created together and the individuals who genuinely support us, we're holding a modest ceremony instead. The invitation was sent back unopened by my parents. Another legal letter from my sister threatened to declare me mentally incompetent. However, I can tell I've made the correct decision when I watch Jake work, witness his commitment to his trade, and experience the joy of creating something tangible. I saw my reflection on a polished metal piece this morning while assisting Jake with a challenging welding project. I felt more attractive and more like myself than ever before, even though I hardly recognized myself, work boots, jeans, and almost pulled back hair. Even if my family no longer approves of me, I've gained authenticity, which is far more valuable. In my new life, every burn from hot metal, every callus on my hands, and every late-night business brainstorming session are all medals of glory. Second update. After 6 months of marriage, Jake and I have experienced some unexpected changes in our lives. The most exciting news is that Jake's underwater welding certification has opened up contracts we never thought were feasible. Due in large part to Jake's specialist abilities being in great demand for marine infrastructure projects, our tiny business has grown quicker than we could have imagined. We secured a significant underwater repair contract with the Chicago Port Authority last month. I recognize the irony. The same blue-collar jobs that my parents mocked now generate more money each year than my previous corporate job did. With more specialized tasks, our custom fabrication business is flourishing, and Jake's salary has risen to $150,000. However, success has presented unforeseen difficulties. Surprisingly, word of our expanding company made its way to my former corporate circles in Chicago's industrial area. My old coworkers have begun contacting me, some with sincere congrats, others with barely concealed interest in our small business. My former boss called last week to propose a consultancy arrangement. I declined courteously. Our appearance in a local business publication was the biggest step forward. The article highlighted our special blend of technical know-how and business savvy, with a focus on successful career transitions. For the first time in months, my sister texted me the morning it was released. The article was read by me. "Congratulations, I guess," she wrote. "Jake's mother is no longer only his mother-in-law. I've always hoped I had a parent like her. She frequently stops by the shop with handmade food and a sincere interest in what we do. She recently assisted us in setting up a training program for aspiring welders, a cause close to her heart after witnessing the transformative power of welding on her son's life. Our workshop has developed into a gathering place for the neighborhood. In addition to hiring 3 local apprentice welders, we have begun providing weekend workshops for those with an interest in metalworking. We have worked with a number of local artists on public art projects, and the owner of the car repair company next door sends his younger mechanics to learn from Jake. The work's physical demands have altered me in unexpected ways. Work clothes that are useful have taken the place of my luxury suits, which are still hanging unworn at the back of our wardrobe. I have developed muscles I never knew existed, and my hands are now calloused. There are more than just physical improvements though. I now carry myself with a confidence that comes from doing something real rather than merely promoting papers. An unusual encounter occurred last week. At our workshop, I was overseeing a delivery when a beautiful Mercedes arrived. My sister's husband came out, looking totally out of place in his fitted suit. His legal firm wants to hire us to do some underwater inspections on their marina properties, therefore he would bring a business proposal. It was an uncomfortable but illuminating conversation. He acknowledged that everyone was surprised by our achievement. He hesitated before departing, saying, "Your sister follows your business in the news, but your father still won't talk about it. You seem different," he said to her. "Happier?" My mother would be horrified by the rhythm that has been established in our home life. We decided to put practicality ahead of elegance and purchased a modest home in a developing neighborhood. Our furniture is a combination of items we welded ourselves and old treasures. Although the garden isn't as well kept as my parents' estate, it is thriving with herbs and vegetables that we utilize on a daily basis. The wedding pictures, which were taken by a local artist who captured the genuine moments, arrived lately rather than by a society photographer. One shows Jake and I in safety gear, totally focused on the task at hand as he teaches me how to weld an ornamental arch for the ceremony. Another depicts us dancing in the workshop with our chosen family and our creations. As I look at them, I see that we have created something that, in spite of their wealth, my parents never had. True happiness. We've begun discussing starting a family, which raises more questions. I consider the principles we wish to impart. The value of creating, pursuing your own path, and gauging success based on fulfillment rather than prestige. My own parents have no idea that they could ever have grandkids, and Jake's mother breaks down whenever we bring up the subject. I found out yesterday that our workshop had received an invitation to my sister's forthcoming charity event. The note in the envelope wasn't what I expected, but it was addressed in her well-known handwriting. "I miss you," she sent. I haven't replied yet, but I said, "Maybe we could talk." A part of me understands that I can never return to my former self, but another part of me wants to make amends. Our most recent endeavor is a massive public artwork for the city that consists of several metal sculptures that symbolize change. I consider how much we've changed together as I watch Jake work on it, transforming metal into flowing shapes that seem to defy their material nature. Me from a corporate puppet to someone who at last feels real, and him from a talented carpenter to a prosperous business owner. The silent moment when we all shut up the workshop is the highlight of the day. Looking at what we've created, both the actual company and our life together, makes me feel accomplished in a way that no corporate success ever did. Even though my hands are rough today and my clothes smell like metal and honest labor, my heart is fuller than it was in my past existence. Life tends to come full circle. I hadn't seen my parents in more than a year until they unexpectedly dropped by our studio yesterday. They appeared smaller in some way. Northwestern's scandal had cost them dearly. Due to claims of harassment, my father, who was once a proud professor, was forced to leave. The very thing they valued above all else, their social standing, had fallen apart. My mother's fancy shoes were totally out of place on the store floor, and they stood clumsily in our workspace. Their superbly designed clothing stood out sharply against the background of our welding tools and ongoing projects. First to speak, my father's voice lacked the authority it usually possessed. In between my mother's hardly contained cries, the story poured out, "We need your help." My sister's husband, the accomplished lawyer they had always commended, refused to assist until they paid his entire legal bill after the scandal surfaced. My sister sided with her husband when they were unable to pay his rates. They were ordered to vacate the guest home at my sister's house where they had been residing. My mother remarked sourly, "Your sister believes it will harm her reputation." The irony of what she said didn't escape my notice after everything we did for her. I recalled all the times they had cautioned me that picking Jake would harm the family's reputation. My father surveyed our studio, his gaze resting on the honors we had just received for our unique workmanship. The wall was framed with an article from the local newspaper about our success. From corporate to creative, local welding business makes waves. He said the words, "We thought perhaps we could stay with you for a while, with difficulty." Behind me, I sensed Jake's steady, encouraging presence as usual. He quit his job, but he didn't get involved, so I was free to manage my family the way I wanted. That small gesture of respect and trust said a lot about our relationship. When I truly looked at my parents, I realized what they were no longer able to conceal. The flawless facade was crumbling, and the fine clothing were a little shabby. They were here because they had nowhere else to go, not because they had accepted me or my decisions. "No," I answered in a firm voice. "You can't stay with us." The phrase released something I had been holding on to for too long, like a key turning in a lock. "You threw me out of the family when I chose this life. You can't come back now just because you need something." My mom's face fell flat. She begged, "But we're your parents." A hint of my father's former authority emerged as his face darkened. "After everything we've done for you." I cut in. "That's exactly the problem. Everything you did was to control me, to make me fit your image of success. When I found my own way, you disowned me. And now that my way has proved successful, you want back in?" I pointed to our workshop. "See all this? The business you thought was beneath you? It's thriving? The husband you rejected? He's more successful than most of your country club friends. The life you said would embarrass the family? It's featured in business magazines." "But that's different," countered my father. "We can see now that you've made something of yourself." "No," I interrupted him once more. "That's not different at all. You still don't get it. I didn't need to prove anything. My worth isn't measured by income or social status. I'm happy because I'm finally living authentically, not because we're successful." After a while, they departed, my father stiff with rage and my mother in tears. As we saw their fancy car drive out, Jake gave me a hug. Simply, "You okay?" he inquired. I was more than fine. I had freedom. As we shut down the store later that night, I reflected on the path that had led me here. The corporate job I had detested, the familial pressure I had fled, the love I had discovered, and the company we had established. I had been moving toward myself with each step I took away from my parents' expectations. I came to a surprising realization while examining our most recent project, a sophisticated metal sculpture that the city had commissioned. Life occasionally requires extreme heat and pressure to create something beautiful, much like the metal we deal with. That heat had been my parents' rejection, and I had grown stronger and more authentic as a result. They failed to realize that they were giving me a cage by attempting to reintegrate me into their culture. Regardless of how plated. With a partner who loves me for who I am rather than what he wants me to be, my home is now here, surrounded by steel and sparkles. I appreciate the Reddit community's support during this trip. Your advice and support kept me going when I was having self-doubt. I'm thankful for this platform that allows me to share my story because sometimes the most difficult decisions are the best ones. To everyone who must make similar decisions, remain loyal to who you are. Although the journey may be more difficult, the end result is worthwhile. My brother overheard his wife asking me to pay to edit out my disabled daughter from their wedding photos and immediately kicked her out. My younger brother David married Amelia, the joy of his life, just 2 weeks ago in a lovely and touching ceremony. Everyone who knew David could tell how much he loved Amelia, and he had been anticipating this day for a long time. Their invitation cards made it apparent that their wedding was once intended to be a totally child-free affair. That being said, David called me a few weeks prior to the wedding. He surprised me by telling me that he wanted to make an exception for my daughter Katie, who is his niece. Startled, I asked him if he was certain. David told me how much he adores Katie and that without her as their flower girl, he couldn't have the wedding. Hearing him say it nearly brought me to tears. Uncle David has always had a special place in Katie's heart, and she adores him. David reassured me that he had discussed it with his bride, and she was also in agreement. His sincerity was evident in his voice. He realized how much it would mean to Katie and didn't want her to miss such a significant day in his life. To put things in perspective, my daughter Katie was partially paralyzed at birth. The fact that she is unable to move her body beneath her arms has undoubtedly changed our lives. My husband Roger and I were devastated as parents when we first learned. The ground seemed to have been yanked out from beneath us. We refused to accept the diagnosis and were in total astonishment. We visited several doctors in a frantic attempt to get a different viewpoint in the hopes that someone could know the answer. We hoped for positive results from every test we could think of. We wanted to think that there could be a procedure or therapy available that could help Katie and give her the life she was due. However, the response was always the same, regardless of our actions or where we went, nothing could be done. It was really difficult to accept that our daughter's situation was irreversible. We went through a difficult period that was full of tears, insomnia, and unanswered questions. We were totally powerless. Every time we considered Katie's future, our hearts ached while we gazed at our darling daughter. We gradually started to locate and establish connections with other families who were traveling the same path as us, which provided us with some comfort despite the overwhelming sense of powerlessness. We began concentrating on what Katie could do and providing her with as much love and support as we could, rather than on what she couldn't accomplish. Uncle David is among those who have consistently brought Katie happiness and light. Her illness never caused him to treat her differently. He actually has a knack of making my daughter feel so relaxed and at ease that her illness seems to vanish when they are together. I've always valued this, especially when other family members can occasionally, even unintentionally, make situations difficult or uncomfortable. For instance, my own mother was obviously shaken when she first saw Katie after she was born and saw how paralyzed she was. Her response surprised me, even though I knew it was a tough thing for her to digest. Rather than provide consolation or encouragement, she drew me away and whispered that I ought to attempt to conceive another child. One that could walk. When I heard her remarks, my eyes widened in surprise. My mother persisted in pressuring me, suggesting that perhaps if I tried again, I would have a better baby. It seemed as though Katie's illness made her insufficient or unworthy. I was taken aback. What a callous thing it was to say. David, however, defended me right away and chastised our mother for being so callous and cruel. He assured her that Katie was ideal just the way she was and that she didn't require comparison or replacement. When he stood up for my child, I will always remember the ferocity in his voice. When I was still grieving and accepting the reality of Katie's condition, he chastised our mother for pressuring me to become pregnant. Since then, I have minimized my interaction with my mother and have forbidden her from spending any alone time with Katie. In the meantime, David would visit my daughter every weekend, rain or shine, simply to be with her. They would play games, watch ridiculous shows, or just joke around for hours. Katie would light up for a few hours on those weekends in a way that was so innocent and happy. She can simply be a child enjoying herself with her worldly favorite. Both she and we have benefited from their relationship. I was therefore really moved when he called to ask if I might make an exception so that my daughter may attend his wedding. In addition to being a lovely way for David to celebrate their relationship on his special day, I knew that letting Katie be there would mean the world to her. I was thrilled for Katie to be a flower girl, so I consented to bring her along. I don't believe his wife Amelia was as excited about the prospect of having Katie at the wedding as David was. Amelia contacted me directly a few days after David called to give me the invitation for Katie. She told me that in order for her to let Katie attend their wedding, she had some requirements. The conditions annoyed me because they were strangely detailed. Initially, Amelia demanded that Katie wear a beige dress, which she described as flowing and appropriate for the wedding atmosphere. She also stated that Katie's hair had to be styled so as not to detract from the beauty of the wedding. Her demands were so domineering that I was surprised. But I decided to keep my mouth shut. After all, we had to follow her wedding theme because it was her wedding. I nodded in agreement and promised to follow her instructions because I didn't want to cause any conflict or discomfort for David. Ultimately, my top priority was for Katie to be able to support her uncle. I went out right away and got Katie a gorgeous beige dress. Amelia urged me to purchase it since it was understated yet sophisticated. My daughter would feel unique, I knew. Since Amelia had requested that I give her a photograph of the outfit after I bought it, I snapped a picture of it and sent it to her. To my astonishment, she wasn't satisfied, even though I had anticipated she would be. Amelia soon responded that the garment appeared lifeless and was too bland. "I would like something a bit more colorful," she replied. I was perplexed and angry. Isn't this precisely what she requested? I didn't want to protest or argue, though. I was trying to maintain the peace as best I could. This time, I chose to send her a couple options before making a purchase rather than wasting my money on another dress that I bought on my own. I didn't want to spend money on something that she would undoubtedly turn down once more. When Amelia eventually selected one of the outfits I had received, I was astounded by what I saw. The dress she picked was almost the exact same shade of beige as the one I had previously purchased, which she had critiqued for being too beige. The slightest trace of a pinkish tone, which was almost perceptible, was the sole difference. I began to realize then that this had nothing to do with the dress or the color. Amelia was purposely complicating matters. She seemed to be putting me to the test or creating barriers to force me to do things that I didn't want to do. She hadn't told me outright, but there might be a reason why she didn't want my daughter to attend the wedding. I didn't want to cause her any unnecessary trouble. She needed to speak with my brother and work things out if she wanted to remove my daughter from the invitation. But she never did, and the wedding proceeded according to schedule. Katie looked magnificent as she walked down the aisle in her gorgeous beige dress, the one that Amelia had finally approved, on the day of my brother's wedding. As she wheeled forward, the dress flowed elegantly, and she paused to fling flower petals, her face beaming with joy. The whole room seems to stop. The visitors let out a loud gasp, and then there was a round of applause. As she continued down the aisle, distributing flowers and making her steady progress in her wheelchair, I could feel the excitement emanating from her as people couldn't stop gushing about how lovely she looked. At that moment, I was overcome with pride and love for my daughter. One of the memories I will always cherish is seeing her there, taking full part in such a momentous occasion. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I looked at David, whose face reflected mine. He grinned warmly and proudly as he gazed at Katie, obviously moved by her presence and her luminous personality. David approached her as she arrived at the front and knelt down to offer her a warm embrace. Their heartfelt moment together revealed a lot about their strong relationship. After ensuring she was comfortable and able to participate in the ceremony from the front row, he assisted her in positioning herself to the side. Amelia started walking down the aisle a short while later. As she made her way to the altar, she was undoubtedly stunning in her wedding gown. I couldn't help but notice that she looked at Katie for a moment. I briefly hoped that she might smile at my daughter, showing some appreciation for her presence and the part she played in this significant day. However, without even a faint grin, Amelia gazed past Katie and rolled her eyes visibly. It was impossible for me not to feel disappointed. Nevertheless, I decided to ignore the idea because I didn't want anything to ruin the day's happiness. I was ecstatic for my brother when David and Amelia exchanged vows and the officiant pronounced them husband and wife. Nothing else mattered at that time since he had at last found someone with whom to share his life. His happiness filled my heart with pride and happiness. We got together as a family for photos during the photo session following the ceremony. David made sure Katie was in every photo we took, and the love and solidarity we all had that day were captured in a ton of images. I couldn't help but notice that Amelia seemed a little strange during the photo shoot. I initially assumed that she was simply weary because she kept huffing and moaning heavily. Weddings are tiring, so perhaps she just needed a respite from shooting so many pictures. However, her behavior got more difficult to ignore as the session went on. Amelia's expression changed considerably as David took Katie up and held her in his arms for a photo. Her eyes were fixed on them, and she had a dissatisfied smile that wavered. Though subtle, it was obvious enough to unnerve me. Amelia approached me after we had taken a number of shots with Katie, asking if I could wheel her out so she could take some pictures with her family alone. Her tone was courteous but short. I was surprised by the request, but I granted it. Katie and I went to the reception to sit with my parents. I was fortunate to have a daughter like her, my mother said, acknowledging my daughter's beauty. Although it was a little gesture, I was pleased to see my mother overcoming her prejudices and coming to terms with my daughter's identity. What mattered most to me was that Katie appeared to have had a pleasant day overall, blissfully ignorant of any strain. From the photos and anecdotes David shared on social media, it appeared that Amelia and David were having a great time on their honeymoon after the wedding. He deserved to savor this unique moment with his new bride, therefore I was pleased for him. After they got back from their honeymoon, David asked Roger, our parents, and me to lunch at his new house. Since we hadn't actually spoken much since the wedding, I was excited to see him again at what was supposed to be a laid-back family get-together. My mom and I have reunited in a surprising way since the wedding. She had taken the time to fully apologize to me for her remarks about Katie and her encouragement to try for another child years prior. She was truly sorry, and even though I was still wary, I was glad that she had acknowledged the hurt her remarks had caused. When David saw Katie again during lunch, he was ecstatic. He enthusiastically produced a selection of presents he had brought back for her from their honeymoon as soon as we got to his house. He had obviously given each one much consideration, and when Katie opened them, her face glowed with delight. As usual, David was totally absorbed in her, asking her about her favorite aspect of the wedding and told her how much everyone had been praising her for her involvement. She was beaming from ear to ear. He often expressed his pride in her, telling her that friends and family had called him to tell him how well Katie had done after the wedding. Katie was so proud to hear all of these praises, and her eyes were sparkling with joy. But I couldn't help but observe Amelia as my brother showered Katie with love. I kept a tight eye on her, and it became clear to me that she was not feeling as excited as David. She didn't even recognize Katie, let alone smile. Rather, she appeared clearly irritated, as though David's conversation with Katie had somehow annoyed her. Her face was a mixture of frustration and anger, and she hardly spoke to anyone while David concentrated on Katie. She seemed to be eager for the moment to end so that he would stop focusing on my daughter. Naturally, David was totally unaware of his wife's behavior. As a family, we relaxed and chatted in the living room after lunch. Amelia approached me at that moment and subtly requested that we speak in private. I already knew what was about to happen, so I felt a knot form in my gut. Since the wedding day, I had been preparing for this discussion. I nodded in agreement, bracing myself for what I knew would be a challenging conversation. We sat down to chat after Amelia showed me to one of the bedrooms. She began by praising me for doing a fantastic job with Katie, meeting all of her requirements, and honoring my promise about how Katie would look at the wedding. I thanked her and nodded, explaining that it was her special day and I wanted to show her respect. After a moment, she said that although she valued my work, she had been bothered by something ever since the wedding. My heart fell. Amelia brought up the wedding pictures on her phone and browsed through the photographer's selection. I came across pictures of David, Amelia, Katie, myself, and the other family members all grinning and savoring the time spent together. Her tone became icy as she paused on a single image and gestured at it. She said, "Look at this," as she enlarged the picture. We were all grinning and looking content in one of the family pictures, with Katie in her wheelchair next to David. Katie gave me a disdainful look as Amelia's finger lingered over her. Her voice was piercing and poisonous as she asked, "Do you see how your stupid kid in a wheelchair is ruining the vibe of the entire picture?" I had trouble breathing for a while. I was stunned. How could she have spoken about my daughter in such a callous and nasty way? I was instantly filled with rage. It was intolerable that my darling daughter, who had done her best to join in the festivities, was now being held responsible for spoiling the mood. I retorted, reminding Amelia that she was aware from the beginning that Katie was in a wheelchair and that she had no right to talk about Katie in that manner. My daughter had no choice but to pose for pictures. How else could she have possibly participated? I responded. Despite my arguments, Amelia sneered and said, "That's not my problem," adding that seeing Katie's wheelchair in every photograph was an eyesore that had made it difficult for her to see the wedding photos. She went on to say that I ought to compensate her for allowing my daughter to ruin her wedding, as if that weren't enough. Her arrogance horrified me. I was so surprised that she would make such an absurd demand that I raised my voice and asked her what sort of compensation she was even referring to. Amelia hit me with her actual demand at that point. According to her, I would have to hire a photo editor to either remove Katie from the wedding shots or, at the absolute least, make her appear to be wheelchair-free. I let out an incredulous gasp. How could she possibly believe it was okay to remove my kid from the wedding pictures or change her identity for the sake of appearance? This was the tipping point. I was at my breaking point. "Are you serious?" I yelled, my voice full of incredulity. "You want me to pay someone to erase my daughter or pretend she isn't in a wheelchair? You're an a-hole, Amelia. I am proud of my daughter exactly the way she is, and I will not be paying for any kind of Photoshop. If you had such a problem with her being part of the wedding, then you should have never let her be the flower girl in the first place." Amelia countered by claiming that although she had done everything in her power to stop David from allowing Katie to be their flower girl, he could not agree because his love for her was so blind. She told me that she was aware that he would have called off the wedding if she had persisted on not inviting my daughter. When I discovered that this woman had been so bitter about Katie, I shook my head. I was shocked by the callousness and heartlessness of her logic. I sternly reprimanded her, telling her that my kid was a real person with feelings and didn't deserve to be hated in this manner. She had been truly thrilled to attend their wedding because she liked her uncle. Now that Amelia was my sister-in-law, She certainly didn't deserve to be treated this way. Amelia, however, seemed unconcerned. She countered by claiming that Katie and I were both attention seekers and that I should remember that Katie's disability was the sole reason people had taken such an interest in her during the wedding. Something inside of me exploded at the disgustingness of her comments. My long simmering anger suddenly erupted, and I slapped Amelia before I really realized what I was doing. The silence of the room reverberated with the sound of my palm touching her face. My hand was shaking as I stood there, and the weight of everything that had just transpired was heaving in my chest. Amelia's eyes widened incredulously, and her cheeks turned scarlet with horror. My brother, my husband, and my parents stormed into the room before she could react. Amelia was questioned by my brother about whether or not she meant what she had said about Katie. Amelia's eyes grew wide with insight. As it happens, David had been listening in on our entire talk and had probably heard all of her nasty and deceptive comments. Her face lit up with panic, and she made a desperate attempt to retract her statement, fumbling over her words. However, it was too late. David's voice filled the room as he screamed at her, accusing her of being arrogant and cunning for dragging me aside to discuss my daughter in such a manner. His voice was a mix of grief and rage as he said, "I can't believe you manipulated me into thinking you were a nice person when in reality you hate my family this much." He was clearly seeing Amelia for who she truly was, someone who had concealed her actual sentiments all along, and the displeasure in his tone was evident. Desperate to save face, Amelia attempted to counter the argument. As she spoke, her voice wavered. "I don't hate your family exactly. This is just about Katie," she added. Then, in an attempt to change the subject, she accused David of constantly giving preference to Katie over everyone else because he felt sorry for her due to her disability. She asserted that he should stop giving Katie so much attention and instead concentrate on their marriage because she was his wife and should receive more of his attention. Then, feeling embarrassed, Amelia started to gripe about how inviting Katie had caused some of her friends to subsequently make fun of her wedding photos. According to her, this is why she wanted to remove Katie from the pictures in Photoshop so she could always remember their lovely day free of such ugliness. David, fortunately, wasn't having it. He advised her to quit being so arrogant and to stop acting as though his niece might have ruined their photos. He claimed that her presence enhanced the beauty of the photos. "I love Katie like my own daughter," he stated. "Giving attention to her doesn't take away anything from you. The fact that I even have to explain this goes to show how cheap your mentality is. Katie is part of my family, and if you hate her this much, then I can't be married to you." When David's comments struck Amelia, her face became white. He gave her a clear look that made it clear he wasn't going to overlook this. "You're an ableist," he continued, repeating what I had said before. "The fact that you continue to justify your behavior means that you will never change. I do not want to be married to a cruel woman like you. Pack up your things and go back to your parents' place." Still in disbelief, Amelia attempted to protest again, but my mother, who had been silent until now, finally interrupted, clearly furious. She was upset at the circumstance, stating that although it was one thing to not enjoy the attention Katie got at the wedding, it was cruel to think of removing her from the photos. My mother informed Amelia that she should feel ashamed of herself for ever bringing up the subject, and she firmly expressed her support for David's choice. Amelia realized she had nothing left to stand on after hearing my mother's defense and witnessing David's uncompromising position. My husband appeared enraged, and I have no doubt that he would have physically assaulted Amelia for saying such awful things about our kid if she hadn't been my brother's wife at the time. Her actual nature had been exposed for everyone to see, and Amelia was outnumbered. She reluctantly left the house with only her phone and car keys because she had no other option. I was grateful that David stood up for Katie, but he later apologized to Roger and me for what his wife had said about our daughter. He has nothing to do with this. Probably after Amelia had gone to them in tears, Amelia's parents called David and my parents that evening to talk more about the matter. But David had asked for a break so he could calm himself and consider the situation. Amelia has been messaging me ever since the incident, essentially accusing me of causing friction between her and David. She believes that by agreeing to pay for a photo editor, I could have easily resolved their problems. Naturally, I don't want to be the reason my brother's marriage fails, but I also can't forgive what Amelia said to me about my kid. Update 1. I can't respond to everyone because I'm getting so many DMs and comments. I shall therefore make all the points clear here. Amelia was aware of Katie's friendship with my brother because she had previously met her. However, it appeared that she had been able to hide her contempt for my daughter for a long time. I had never had the slightest suspicion that she truly detested my kid to this extent. We try our best to make Katie feel as normal as possible so she doesn't feel like she is being treated differently because of her impairment, but I recognize that some people may find it awkward to see a child in a wheelchair, especially during a wedding. Regardless of the fact that Katie is in a wheelchair, I am sure that people would still find her attractive. She has her dad's blonde hair and blue eyes. Amelia was obviously merely attempting to point out my daughter's flaws out of jealousy. Katie's godfather is my brother. This is because I know that my husband will support my daughter no matter what happens to us. He is extremely protective of Katie since he loves her like his own daughter. It must have felt like a total betrayal to him to hear Amelia's statements and realize her actual intentions toward my daughter. Since Katie was absorbed in her cartoons, I doubt she heard anything Amelia and I said. She would have undoubtedly questioned me later if she had. Update 2. In case you were wondering, my brother is having his wedding revoked. My brother and his attorney are adamant that Katie lied to him from the beginning and tricked him into believing she would get along with his family when she wouldn't. Amelia panicked and tried desperately to keep her marriage intact when she realized that David was truly serious about leaving her. She made a pathetic attempt to apologize to me, but it was obvious to me that her words were not sincere. She wasn't prepared to accept responsibility for her actions or show true regret. Knowing that her apologies was merely a ruse to deflect criticism from herself, I was unable to accept it. Her rage was only increased by this. She became angry with me right away and accused me of destroying my brother's life. It seemed as though I was the cause of all her issues instead of the results of her own decisions. She accused me of being the one who made my brother leave her when he could have been content with her. As if that weren't enough, Amelia's parents also contacted my parents in an effort to place the responsibility for their daughter's struggles on Katie and me. Fortunately, my parents have denied this unjust claim. In particular, my dad expressed his disappointment, telling them that he is glad she will no longer be a part of our family and that they should be embarrassed of the daughter they raised. The fact that my family has supported Katie and me over this entire ordeal makes me really proud. I did apologize to my brother for what he was going through with Amelia when we spoke. He convinced me that knowing the truth about her now was preferable to later, when she may have said or done something more hurtful in front of Katie. I absolutely concur, and I'm relieved that we are also successfully removing Amelia from our lives. Update 3. My previous update was 4 months ago. For those who are curious, my brother is no longer married to Amelia after formally annulling their union. Everyone reacted negatively to Amelia after the truth about their failing marriage was made public. Eventually, she apologized to me, but I just blocked her without answering. We all had a vacation together not long ago. We had an amazing time together. I'm really happy that David and Katie still have such a wonderful connection. I'm thankful that the entire ordeal has only made our family ties stronger. After my husband gave his mother a key to our home and helped her destroy my life, I exposed their lies with the police at my doorstep. When I opened my front door, I didn't notice the strewn documents or the toppled furniture right away. It was the quietness, that oppressive, strange hush that envelops you like a veil of death and whispers that something is gravely amiss. My name is Audrey, and I recently attended a 3-day business retreat where I learned how to trust my coworkers through absurd team-building activities. Now that I'm standing in my cluttered living room, I see that I should have prioritized trusting my own family more. As I called Ryan's phone, my fingers were shaking. Voicemail's recognizable click is heard after 1 or 2 rings. Naturally, my beloved husband was most likely at his mother's place, acting as though he had no idea why his wife had called. "Ryan, someone broke into the house. The safe is open, call me back immediately." I cataloged the damage as I wandered through the wreckage of my home. The couch cushions were cut open, drawers were pulled out and emptied, and picture frames were placed face down. However, they hadn't been searching for cash or valuables. This was personal, no. My grandmother's letters, the only remnants of her that I still possessed, were the first thing they targeted. It buzzed on my phone. Not Ryan. Evan at work. He inquired, "How's the drive back?" "Someone broke into my house," I said, shaking my voice. "The safe. They knew the combination." "Jesus, are you okay? Do you need me to come over?" I tossed away a ripped magazine and said, "No. I know exactly who did this. Helen's fingerprints are all over this mess. She's been trying to get those letters for months." "Your mother-in-law? Why would she?" I arrived at the kitchen, where all the cabinets were empty, and said, "Because she can't stand that Ryan married someone who won't bow to her every whim. She thinks those letters prove my grandmother's family wronged hers decades ago, some ancient real estate dispute she won't let die." When Evan said, "Call the police." "And tell them what?" "That my mother-in-law used a key my husband probably gave her to steal family documents. That my sister-in-law probably helped because she's bitter about her divorce and wants to hurt someone else's marriage." Though it sounded empty, I chuckled. "They're too smart for that. They'll say Ryan gave them permission. It'll be my word against the entire Miller family. The door to the basement was ajar. I had not yet looked down there. I have to go, Evan. I need to see what else they took. Audrey, wait. After hanging up, I went down the stairs. My feet creaked with every stride. More mayhem was shown when the basement light flicked on. However, I noticed a tiny piece of paper stuck behind a toppled box. I managed to liberate it. It was a 3-day-old receipt for a duplicate key from the hardware store. Once more, my phone buzzed. Ryan. Before I could say anything, he inquired, "Where are you?" "At Mom's," it was his words. "Listen, Audrey, I can explain." "Did you give her a key?" "Quiet." "Afterwards. She just wanted to look for some old family photos while you were away. I didn't think." "You never do think when it comes to her, do you?" I clenched my fist around the receipt. Those letters were all I had left of my grandmother, Ryan. The only things that were truly mine. "We can talk about this when I get home." "No." The word was piercing enough to pierce. "We'll talk about this in front of everyone. I'm coming over there right now. And Ryan, tell your mother to prepare for war." After hanging up, I stood in my basement, surrounded by the ruins of faith. Like everyone else in their lives, they believed they could break me and force me to submit to their authority. However, they were unaware of what they had just begun. Sometimes the opponent who knows how to hit back harder is more dangerous than the one who hits first. My skin crawled when I saw Helen's immaculate living room. While my house was in ruins across town, everything else was in its proper place, not even a cushion out of place. Helen's interpretation of reality was depicted through the carefully chosen family images on her walls, which conveyed the story of Ryan and Chloe's early years. There aren't any photos of my wedding day in them. Helen poured tea into exquisite cups, her voice dripping with honeyed, delicious poison. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she said. "Ryan gave me permission to look for old family albums while you were away, nothing more." With her arms folded and her wedding ring noticeably missing, Chloe sat next to her mother. "You're being hysterical, Audrey, as usual." I put the receipt from the hardware store on the coffee table. "Funny how you needed a new key made 3 days ago. Planning ahead?" Eyes flitting between his mother and myself, Ryan shifted in his seat and said, "Maybe we should all calm down." "Oh, we're very calm," I remarked as I observed Helen's immaculately manicured fingers encircling her teacup. "Just like we were calm last Christmas when you went through my phone while I was sleeping. Or last month, when you showed up unannounced at my office to check on me. When Helen said, 'I worry about my son. Someone needs to look out for his interests.'" "His interests?" I laughed till my throat ached from the broken glass. "Or yours. Mother was right about you from the start." Chloe's eyes shone as she leaned forward. "You never understood our family, always keeping secrets, hiding things in that safe of yours. Those letters belong to my grandmother. Letters that prove your family cheated ours 60 years ago." Helen's mask broke. "That property should have been ours. Your grandmother knew exactly what she was doing when she," Ryan warned, but it was too late. Slowly, the pieces clicked into place as I stood up. "So you admit you took them?" Helen's face suddenly became smoother. I admitted nothing. "And you have no proof?" With my hand hovering over the record button, I took out my phone and said, "You're right. But I will. Ryan, are you coming home or staying here?" He glanced at his mother, then at me, constantly conflicted, always taking the easy route. "I think maybe we all need space to cool off." I paused to glance back at Helen before making my way to the door, saying, "Wrong answer. You know what's funny? Those letters you stole? They're not even the originals. Just copies I kept as decoys. Grandmother taught me well. Always keep what matters most where manipulative people can't reach it." The clatter of Helen's teacup against its saucer was heard. "You're lying." I asked. "Am I? Guess you'll have to wonder about that, along with what else I might have hidden away." I looked into Ryan's eyes. "Don't bother coming home tonight, or maybe ever." He started to get up but Chloe grabbed his arm and said, "Audrey, wait." She urged. "Let her go. She's just trying to manipulate you, like always." I left Helen's well-organized world behind and made my way to my car. I held the steering wheel with trembling hands, but not because of terror. As I had previously stated, the originals were secure because they had been kept in a safety deposit box ever since I married Ryan and seen Helen's hunger when Grandma's letters were brought up during the wedding. It buzzed on my phone. "Evan once more." He inquired, "How bad was it?" "They fell for the ruse." Helen essentially admitted it. "I started the engine, but I have another task for you. Remember that security system you installed at your lake house? The one with the hidden cameras?" "Yeah, why?" Because I'm done playing defense. They want to go through my things. Let's make sure we catch them in the act next time. As I backed away, I noticed Helen's house become smaller in my rear view mirror. And Evan, thank you for being the one person in my life who actually listens. Always. But Audrey, just be careful. People like that, they're most dangerous when they're cornered. With plans already racing through my head, I hung up the phone. Helen believed she knew everything there was to know about me. She understood me well. She had overlooked one important fact, though. I had observed her influence everyone for 3 years. It was time to apply the principles I had acquired from the greatest. Although it wasn't my typical location, the coffee shop across from Helen's preferred hairdresser offered me the ideal view. After 2 hours of observing, Evan moved into the seat across from me and pushed a brand new cup in my direction. His words, "The cameras are set up. Motion sensors, night vision, everything feeding directly to your phone. But are you sure about this?" I gestured to the window of the salon where Helen and Chloe were sitting, receiving their weekly manicures. I hit the play button on my phone and said, "Listen." During our confrontation, the bug I had placed in Helen's handbag allowed me to hear their voice as well. Helen was stating, "We need those original letters. That safety deposit box has to be at her bank downtown. Ryan says she's been going through their financial records," said Chloe. "Probably planning to divorce him and take everything." She yelled, "Over my dead body, Helen. I didn't spend 30 years building this family's reputation to have her destroy it. We're going back to the house tomorrow while she's at work. There has to be something we can use against her." I put an end to the recording. "Still think I'm paranoid?" Evan's expression stiffened. "We should take this to the police and tell them?" I put my hands around the steaming cup and said, "And tell them what? That my mother-in-law is planning to rob me? They'll say it's a family matter. Besides, I want more than just stopping them. I want them to face consequences for once in their privileged lives." It buzzed on my phone. "Ryan. I'm calling once more. For the 3rd time today." I turned it down. "He's been sleeping at their house," I said. "Probably plotting with them, trying to figure out where the originals are. Or maybe he's worried about you." My coffee tasted unpleasant, so I said, "Then he should have worried before giving them a key to our house. Before choosing them over me again." Ryan texted, "Come home, please. We must speak." "Home?" I whispered. "Like that means anything anymore?" Evan bent over. "Audrey, I know you're hurt, but..." The entrance of the salon chimed. Helen and Chloe came out with shiny new manicures. Helen stopped and stared straight into the coffee shop window as they made their way to her Mercedes. I remained motionless, unable to breathe. Her mouth formed the sly smirk I had come to despise. She was aware that I was observing. I said, "Time to go," and suddenly stood up. "They'll be at my house tomorrow at 10 o'clock, according to their usual schedule. That's when we'll catch them." Evan's eyebrows went up. "I thought you wanted to handle this yourself." "I did. I do." I collected my belongings, my hands trembling a little. "I can't face them alone anymore. I need someone in my corner. Always." He lightly touched my arm. "Just promise me something. Don't let revenge consume you. I've seen what it does to people." As I watched Helen's car drive away, I thought back to our wedding reception, when she had cornered me in the restroom and first revealed her true nature. "You'll never be good enough for this family," she'd stated. "One day, Ryan will realize that." I informed Evan, "This isn't about retaliation. It's about justice. And maybe saving Ryan from them, even if he doesn't want to be saved." Once more, my phone buzzed. A message from an unidentified number. When I opened it, my blood froze. "Found something interesting in your grandmother's old law firm records. Tomorrow noon, Riverside Park. Come alone, or Ryan learns everything about the Anderson case." Evan saw my face. "What's wrong?" With my thoughts racing, I closed the message. My grandmother's greatest regret, the secret she carried to her grave, and the true cause of Helen's animosity toward our family was the Anderson case. "Nothing," I pretended to smile. "Just work stuff. I should go prepare for tomorrow." But Helen's comments from 3 years ago kept repeating in my mind as I made my way to my car. "Ryan will understand it one day." Perhaps she was correct. Perhaps he would tomorrow. Perhaps it was time for him to do so. At lunchtime, Riverside Park appeared different, somehow cooler. Holding a manila envelope containing ammunition for whatever game Helen was playing, I sat on a bench. The case files of Anderson. Decades ago, my grandma had sealed them away. In my hands now, they were a weapon. A shadow landed on my lap. Not Helen. Ryan. My mother told me everything, he claimed. He sat next to me, keeping a safe distance from me. About the Anderson case. About what your grandmother did to our family. It felt like a heavier envelope. Did she tell you how your grandfather tried to blackmail mine? How he threatened to destroy their law firm unless they gave him that property? That's not, he paused, face rubbing. She said you'd try to twist things, like she twisted you. I looked over at him. When did you give her the safe combination, Ryan? His silence was sufficient response. I went on. The day after our wedding. When she convinced you I was hiding something. That's why you've been checking our bank statements, right? Looking for evidence I'm stealing from you. I was protecting our family. Our family? I laughed, but my voice didn't sound like it. There is no our family. There's only ever been yours. It buzzed on my phone. Regarding the cameras he had set, Evan was messaging. Everything was prepared for the trap of tomorrow. All of a sudden, though, it felt empty. She's using you, I whispered. She always has. And you let her, because it's easier than standing up to her. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I dropped the envelope on his lap and stood up. Here. The precious Anderson case files. Proof that your grandfather was the one who committed fraud, not mine. Proof that your mother's been lying all these years. He gazed intently at the envelope. How did you get them? From my grandmother's old partner. Turns out, he's been waiting years for someone to finally expose the truth. I took a step back. But you know what? Keep them. Burn them. Give them to Helen. I don't care anymore. Audrey, wait. I filed for divorce yesterday. The words hung like broken glass between us. Ryan's face turned white. You what? Check your email. The papers should arrive today. Now my hands were steady. I'm done being the villain in Helen's story. Done watching you choose them over me. Done pretending we have a marriage worth saving. He approached me as he rose up and said, we can fix this. I'll talk to Mother. That's exactly the problem, I said, stepping back from his contact. Your first instinct is still to run to her. It always will be. Once more my phone buzzed. This time, Helen. Where are you? We had a deal. I returned the type. The deal has changed. Inquire about the files with Ryan. You can't just throw away 3 years of marriage, Ryan stated. I started to go, but stopped when I heard. You already did that when you gave them the key to our house. You know what the saddest part is? I actually thought I could save you from them. But you don't want to be saved. Audrey. Goodbye, Ryan. I passed the seat where we used to have Sunday lunches and the location where he had proposed as I strolled through the park. Helen, Ryan, and even Chloe were all buzzing on my phone. I made them all quiet. Only Evan's message was received. The cameras are in real time. Do you still intend to carry out tomorrow's plan? At the park's exit, I paused and took one final glance back. Ryan appeared disoriented as he stood where I had left him, holding the package tightly. My determination faltered for a second. Then I recalled the broken safe, the broken house, and the 3 years of gaslighting and deceptive tactics. Yes, I did reply to the text. However, plans changed. I no longer only wished to catch them in the act. What are you looking for? I observed as Ryan, who was constantly rushing back to Mother, took out his phone and most likely called Helen. I typed, I want to destroy them, each and every one. Because sometimes destroying everything and starting anew is the only way to save yourself. I was sitting in my car across the street when the security camera feed flashed on my laptop screen. Helen's typical Thursday morning interruption is 10 minutes away. Every aspect of my property, including the front and back doors as well as the garden walk Helen loved to criticize, was caught by Evan's intricate setup. From the passenger seat, Evan said, you don't have to watch this. We can just let the cameras record. My coffee cup made my fingers whiten. I need to see it. Need to know exactly how they do it. Helen's Mercedes smoothly came to a stop in front of my house on time. Chloe followed her out, as always immaculately styled. Then a third door opened, and Ryan appeared. In my hands, the coffee cup crumbled. He is assisting them. They went to the main door. Ryan looked over his shoulder anxiously. Helen gestured angrily as she spoke. He produced his original key, not the duplicate. Jesus, whispered Evan. Audrey, maybe we should wait. As a fourth figure stepped out of Helen's car, I took hold of his arm. Who is that? With a briefcase in hand, the man in the pricey suit walked with authority. Somehow, he looked familiar. That's James Morton, Evan announced. Helen's lawyer. I've seen him at charity events. The group vanished within my home. I flipped between camera angles, seeing them navigate places with unsettling resemblance. Helen led them as a general would lead soldiers. She said, "The study," clearly audible over the covert microphones. "Those Anderson files have to be here somewhere." "Mother," added her. "She said she gave them to me." Ryan made a feeble protest. "Copies, obviously." Helen yelled, "You think your wife would give up her only leverage? Search everything." Once more I saw them tearing up my house. However, things were different this time. This time, I noticed that Ryan was opening drawers with trembling hands. As Chloe knocked books from the shelves, I noticed her smug smile. I witnessed Helen's disguise come off when she believed no one was looking, exposing her true desperation. Morton said, "Behind the safe, without warning." "Did you check behind it?" I gasped. The safe on the wall had been a ruse. There was nothing back there, but everyone was aware of it. "Too soon," Ryan answered. "No, there's nothing back there." Helen squinted her eyes. "Move it, mother, move it." My fingers hovered above 911 as I reached for my phone. The prior owner had installed a secret compartment behind that safe. There were documents within that showed Helen's own financial misdeeds, which were considerably more devastating than the Anderson case. Compiled with care over 3 years of observation and anticipation. Ryan took a step forward, then halted. "No," he replied. Helen turned against him asking, "What did you say?" "I said no," he said more firmly. "This ends now. We're leaving." Helen's composure broke when she asked, "After everything I've done for you?" "That woman has poisoned you against your own family," Ryan remarked. "That woman is my wife." "Not anymore," Morton cut in with ease. "The divorce papers were filed yesterday. You have no legal right to—" With my phone filming everything, I walked into the doorway and asked, "To prevent us from?" "Breaking and entering, destruction of property, conspiracy." With the exception of Helen, they all froze like guilty kids. She flashed her sly smile. "Perfect timing, dear, we were just discussing the Anderson case and other family matters." I walked deeper into the room with Evan right behind me and said, "I can see that. But you made one mistake, Helen. You got sloppy. Desperate." She responded, "I don't know what you mean," as her voice became more strained. "The Anderson case was never about property fraud, was it? It was about covering up what really happened." "What you did?" Her smile faltered. "You're confused." Adding, "The real documents aren't behind that safe." I looked into Ryan's astonished eyes and said, "They're already with the district attorney. Along with proof that your mother embezzled millions from her own charity foundation. That's why she's so desperate to find evidence against my family, to protect herself." Chaos ensued in the room. Ryan stood motionless between them all as Helen reached for her lawyer and Chloe began to scream. However, I continued to watch Helen as her idyllic environment fell apart. Retaliation isn't always about ruining someone. Allowing them to ruin themselves is sometimes the solution. And sometimes speaking the truth is enough to bring about justice. My living area was painted in alternating shades of blue and red by the police lights. As she talked to the authorities, Helen sat primly on the couch, tears running down her flawlessly applied face. She pointed to me and wept. She's the one who's been hurting our family. I was just trying to protect my son." "We have evidence of her harassment," Morton said with ease. "Her obsession with destroying her mother-in-law's reputation. The break-in was merely an attempt to recover documents that rightfully belonged to the family. The recording of their entrance was no longer useful, and my phone felt heavy in my pocket. Like Helen always did, they had gone ahead of me and completely changed the situation." "That isn't true," Ryan exclaimed abruptly. Everybody looked at him. "Mother, stop, just stop." Helen's weeping stopped at once. "Ryan, dear, you don't understand." "I understand perfectly." He moved away from her and in my direction, but I retreated. "Too late, too little." "The embezzlement accusations, they're true, aren't they?" asked Ryan. "That's why you've been so desperate to destroy Audrey's family's reputation, to cover your tracks." "Everything I did was for this family," Helen stated. Her mask fell off entirely. She pointed a finger at me and threatened to destroy everything. "That money secured your future, your sister's future," she said. The officers looked at each other. He heard someone talking into his radio. "Mrs. Helen Miller, we're going to need you to come down to the station." "This is ridiculous. I'm the victim here," she said to Morton, her attorney. "Do something." Morton, meanwhile, was already moving in the direction of the entrance. "I think our professional relationship has concluded, Helen. given the circumstances. After that, everything occurred pretty fast. As they led her away, Helen wailed and Chloe followed, complaining about loyalty to her family. The evidence I had acquired was being gathered, recorded, and labeled when Morton escaped during the confusion. "Audrey," said Ryan. "Don't," I said, putting my arms over myself as I felt icy. "Just don't. I didn't know about the charity money. About any of it, I swear," I said. "But you knew about the break-ins, the harassment, the lies," and my voice broke. "You chose them. Every single time, you chose them. I can fix this?" I pointed at our demolished house and said. "Fix what?" "My grandmother's letters are still gone. Our marriage is over. Your mother's going to jail. What exactly can you fix?" There was Evan in the doorway. "Audrey, the detective needs your statement." Ryan grabbed me by the arm as I tried to pursue him. "I love you," he shouted frantically. "Isn't that worth something?" I remembered every touch, every promise, and every instance when I felt like we were actually creating something as I gazed at his hand on my arm. Then I recalled the last time I saw him pick his mother's falsehoods above my reality, helping them break into our house. I whispered, "Love without trust isn't love. It's just another form of control." He was standing in the ruins of our life together as I withdrew. The detective waited while filling out more paperwork and asking additional questions. I spent hours describing how I had discovered proof of Helen's embezzlement, how I had recorded her harassment, and how I had seen my marriage gradually deteriorate due to deceit and manipulation. Later, when I was by myself in my car, I took out my grandmother's final letter, not the one Helen had taken, but the authentic one. The one I'd held dear for years. "Remember, dear heart," she'd wrote, "sometimes winning means walking away. Sometimes the greatest victory is in refusing to play their game at all." Ryan again buzzed on my phone. I turned off the phone and turned on the engine. He was standing in the doorway of what had been our house, looking lost, and I could see him in the rear-view mirror. My heart grieved for a second, but as I drove away, I came to a realization. I had nearly turned into Helen in my attempt to destroy her. Manipulative, control-obsessed, and prepared to give anything up for success. My grandma had been correct. Taking down Helen wasn't the true victory, it was in releasing myself at last. The corridor of the courthouse was cold and long. While waiting for Helen's arraignment, I watched from a rough wooden seat while her society pals whispered to one another. They were still in shock that the president of their charitable board was being charged with embezzlement 3 weeks after the break-in. With black circles under his eyes, Ryan emerged at the end of the hallway. With her eyes like daggers, Chloe held onto his arm. I pretended to read emails while concentrating on my phone. His voice was closer than I thought. "Audrey. Can we talk?" I stated, "The divorce papers are with your lawyer," without raising my gaze. "Just sign them." He sat next to me, too near, and said, "That's not. Mother wants to make a deal now." I gave him a look. "A deal? If you drop the charges, she'll return all of your grandmother's letters." Bitter than coffee grinds, a giggle erupted. "You don't understand, do you? All that matters is that she is still my mother, isn't that right? She made mistakes despite everything she did and everything she stole, so I stood, seeking space. Errors? She terrorized me in my own home, stole millions from her own charity, and methodically destroyed our marriage," I said, turning heads. "Ryan, those aren't errors. They are options." Ryan was beckoned by Helen's smile, but before he could react, the doors of the courthouse sprang open, and Evan hurried in with a manila packet in his hand. Breathing heavily, he replied, "I found it in Morton's office." With shaky fingers, I opened the envelope to reveal a single document, a letter from Helen to her lawyer dated 3 years prior to my wedding. "What is that?" did Ryan ask. I looked through the contents and remarked, "Insurance. Just in case I ever threatened to take control of you." Helen had orchestrated this whole thing from the start, the harassment, the break-ins, everything, to make me appear crazy and fixated on the Anderson case, so I looked up as she came in handcuffed and accompanied by officers. For the first time, I saw genuine fear in Helen's eyes as they fixed themselves on the letter. "Where did that come from?" she insisted. I held up the letter and said, "Helen, you documented everything. Your lawyer isn't as loyal as you thought. Every stage of your scheme to ruin me. Everyone will now be fully aware of your identity." She rushed forward, but the officers stopped her. "You ungrateful little," she said. "Stop, Mom." Ryan positioned himself between us and said, "Stop. Everything I did was for you, to protect you from her." Helen said, her face crushed. "From where?" Ryan's voice broke. "From emotion? From a life that is beyond your control? She never loved you like I do. Helen said, her eyes hardening. No, I cut him off. I loved him enough to let him make his own decisions. You loved him enough to make sure he never could. The murmurs surrounding us became more intense. Chloe turned away from her mother, finally realizing the truth she had helped facilitate, and Helen's friends stared in horror as their ideal society matron broke before their own eyes. Evan whispered, "The arraignment's starting." The district attorney had been quietly waiting nearby, so I gave him the letter before turning to Ryan one more time. "I did love you," I replied. "But love shouldn't hurt like this. Audrey, please." "Goodbye, Ryan." As Helen was escorted into the courtroom, I turned to leave, her well-planned world crumbling in my wake. My grandmother's former legal partner texted me, saying, "I found something in the archives. Your grandmother would be proud." My phone rang. The autumn air outside was crisp and clean, and Evan caught up to me at the bottom of the steps leading to the courthouse. "You all right?" he inquired. As the wind pulled the leaves away from their limbs, I saw them strewn all over the sidewalk. Sincerely, I replied, "No, but I will be." Because sometimes defeating your adversaries isn't the only way to win. Refusing to allow them to ruin you is sometimes the key. And sometimes the best form of retaliation is just to walk away with your head held high, and let them deal with the fallout from their own decisions. In contrast to the suburban gloom I had left behind, the lights of downtown glittered through the window as the final box from my previous life stood unopened on the floor of my new apartment. Helen's carefully constructed reputation was shattered like a dropped teacup, and the society pages were already humming with scandal when Evan texted me about her sentencing, 5 years for embezzlement. Ryan was standing in the hallway with a familiar leather-bound bundle, and I froze when I heard a knock at the door. I recognized the pattern. 3 rapid taps, 1 slow. I said, "Grandmother's letters," with a constricted throat. He held them out as a peace gift and explained, "I found them in Mother's study while cleaning out the house. They were always yours." I took the bundle and traced the tattered edges with my fingers. "How is she?" He shrugged, saying, "Angry, bitter. She's in therapy. She claims to be beginning to comprehend certain aspects of our family. Along with you. Gaining the ability to stand alone." A painting and easel stood by the window, the canvas half covered in bold strokes of red and gold, something I'd discovered by mistake, a means to pour forth all words couldn't describe. He looked beyond me into the flat. "Simply, it helps," I said. "Audrey, I don't." As I moved away I said, "We both know why it ended." "I understand. You should see," he said, bringing out an envelope containing the signed divorce papers and other items. It contained a 30-year-old newspaper clipping about a young Helen Miller who was frantically attempting to establish her social standing before marrying into a wealthy family. Ryan remarked softly. "She was constantly terrified of losing control, of being shown to be inadequate. I now understand what she did, but I'm not condoning it. Understanding doesn't make it right. No, but it helps me not become her." Somewhere in the metropolis below, a siren screamed. Where I used to cringe at the sound, now it served as a reminder that life moves on, changes, and evolves. I told myself, I never wanted revenge, in shock at the reality. I just wanted to be free. "I understand. You won because of that." He started to walk away but stopped. "The picture. It's stunning." I opened the bundle of letters after he departed, and while my grandmother's words flowed across the pages, describing her strength, her courage to confront bullies, and her courage to choose integrity over retaliation, one piece, written shortly before her death, struck my attention. "Because they are afraid of their own darkness, some people will attempt to dull your light, dear heart. You have more power if you keep shining than if you resist them." Not every story needed a tidy ending, and sometimes victory wasn't in killing or even forgiving your enemies, but rather in finding who you truly were without them. I grabbed up my brush and added blue touches to the canvas. My phone buzzed once more, and Evan was inviting me to dinner. No date yet, but perhaps someday. For the time being, friendship was sufficient, and I had my freedom, my truth, and my work. In my previous life, I would have perceived danger in the shadows created by the flickering city lights, but now I see opportunities, patterns, and untold stories. The canvas was waiting, the night was young, and I picked up another brush. For the first time in years, I felt genuinely free, not because Helen had lost, not because I had won, but because I had finally understood the difference between emancipation and retribution. And I discovered who I was in that disparity. My parents gave my sister a brand new car for Christmas, leaving me with nothing. Until a winning lottery ticket changed everything. The peacefulness of Christmas morning was broken by the sound of laughter and delighted squeals coming up from our driveway. With my coffee mug warming my hands, I stood at the kitchen window and watched my younger sister Tessa hop up and down next to a brand new red Volkswagen Beetle that had a huge silver ribbon on top. With joy on their cheeks, my parents smiled as they gave her the keys. I'm Ella, and I recognized at this point that I would always be the underdog in my family's history. Through the glass, Tessa's voice could be heard. "Oh my God. I can't believe you guys did this." As if it were made of gold, she was already seated in the driver's seat and rubbing her hands over the steering wheel. I looked at my small Christmas presents to everyone, the pile of scratch-off lottery tickets on the counter. They had yet to bother opening them. After investing every available dollar in my culinary school applications, the tickets were the only thing I could afford. However, it would have been useless to try to explain that to my family. They had been rather explicit about what they thought of my pastime. I was shocked to hear my mother say, "Lay?" She was still wearing her coat when she stood in the doorway. "Why aren't you outside with everyone? Come see your sister's car." I made an effort to grin. "Just finishing my coffee, Mom?" With that typical expression of despair, she scowled. "You could try being happy for her, you know. This is a big moment." Before I could stop them, they blurted out, "Right. Because I'm the one who makes everything about myself." When she said, "Don't start. Not today," I watched her go back outside, biting my tongue. My father was demonstrating how Tessa should adjust her mirrors through the window. He was grinning proudly, which is something I never managed to achieve, not when I made the honor roll, when I won the regional cooking competition, or even when I was accepted to culinary school before they refused to cover my tuition. I found myself reaching for the lotto tickets. I began scratching out the numbers on one out of habit, not really noticing until I noticed 3 matched digits. I double-checked the winning combinations, and my heart began beating. $50,000. With trembling palms, I gazed at the ticket. I could pay for culinary school with this money. I could begin constructing the restaurant of my dreams. At last, I could demonstrate to everyone the value of my pastime. However, this ticket was intended to be a present. Giving cash to them and seeing them celebrate another lucky break would be the appropriate thing to do. Cash would likely go into Tessa's education fund or a family vacation that I wouldn't be invited to. My folks chuckled as Tessa playfully honked the horn outside. They hadn't even realized I wasn't there. That's when I decided what to do. I folded the winning ticket carefully and put it in my pocket. I collected the remaining scratch-offs and disposed of them in the recycle bin. What they hadn't bothered to open, they wouldn't miss. "La!" A voice shouted from outside my father's house. "Get out here and take a family picture." As I approached the front door, I stopped and placed my hand on the handle. They were huddled around the automobile, their breath evident in the chilly December air, as I could see through the window. Without me, they appeared to be the ideal family of 3. "Coming," I returned the call. But I went upstairs to my room instead of joining them. Within an hour, I had the winning ticket in my wallet and a laptop open to apartment listings. Sometimes the finest form of retaliation is to leave rather than to get even. And I eventually had my chance because of their forgotten Christmas present. When I unlocked the door to my new flat, the key felt heavy in my hand. A studio above a downtown Thai restaurant wasn't much, but it was mine. My stomach rumbled in spite of everything as the scent of garlic and lemongrass rose through the floorboards. My phone was still blazing with missed calls from home 3 weeks after Christmas. My mother continued to text me, each one more filled with guilt than the last, even after I had left a letter stating that I needed space. "You're being selfish, Lila. Your sister needs you right now." After setting my duffel bag on the exposed mattress in the corner, I began unpacking the few culinary supplies I had packed, including a well-seasoned cast-iron pan, my knife roll, and the necessities. The winning lottery ticket, the funds already set aside for tuition at the culinary school, and the security deposit for this apartment were all securely deposited. I froze when I heard a knock on my door. Had they discovered me somehow? "Hello, new tenant?" It was a strange, highly accented voice. "I'm Marco, from downstairs." A tall man in chef's whites with his salt and pepper hair pulled back in a short ponytail was waiting for me as I opened the door. His blazer bore the moniker Executive Chef. He pointed to my boxes and remarked, "I noticed someone moving in. Wanted to introduce myself. We try to keep a family atmosphere here." I winced when I heard the word family, but his kind grin calmed me. He noticed the knife roll that was visible through my open door. "You cook?" he inquired as he followed my eyes. "I try to. I'm actually starting culinary school next month." His eyes glowed. "No kidding. We're short-staffed downstairs. Could use someone who knows their way around a kitchen, even part-time." My phone buzzed once more before I could reply. The name of my father appeared on the screen. Marco noticed my face and said, "Complicated situation? You could say that." He gave a contemplative nod. "Listen, come down tomorrow morning if you're interested. Sometimes the best therapy is keeping your hands busy and your knives sharp." I eventually listened to my father's voicemail after he departed. He spoke in a rough, irate tone. "Your mother's upset, and Tessa's grades are slipping. Whatever point you're trying to make, you've made it. Time to grow up and come home." After deleting the message, I launched my laptop and navigated to the website of the cooking school. Tuition for the first term was due the following week. I had my finger hovering over the submit payment button when Tessa sent me another text. "Mom and Dad are freaking out. Where are you? I'm worried." Compared to the others, this one hurt more. Even if Tessa and I didn't get along, she wasn't to blame for our parents' actions. But she had never been able to hide anything from our parents, so I couldn't risk giving her the truth. "I'm safe," I replied by typing. "Just need some time." I was in Marco's kitchen the following morning, slicing vegetables with more attention to detail than was necessary. The motion felt familiar and calming. Marco worked next to me, sometimes giving me technique advice. He remarked, "You have good instincts," as he observed me adjusting the heat beneath a boiling sauce. "But you're angry? It shows in your cooking. Is that a bad thing?" He gave a shrug. "Depends what you do with it. Anger can fuel passion or destroy it. The difference is in the control." My mother texted me again, and my phone buzzed in my pocket. I choose to disregard it. Marco went on, trying the sauce with a spoon. "The people who hurt us don't suffer when we let them consume our thoughts. They have no idea. We are the only ones that suffer." I reflected on my silent exit and the lottery ticket. They must occasionally realize that they cannot take people for granted. He gave me the spoon and said, "Maybe, but be careful that your desire for vengeance doesn't become your motivation. Try this." "What is absent?" Thinking, I took a taste of the sauce. "Salt, and perhaps a little acid." He grinned. "Exactly. In both life and cookery, balance is crucial." A server burst through the entrance of the kitchen. "Chef, a woman is outside inquiring about Ella, claims to be her mother." My heart stopped beating. I could see her looking around the dining room through the kitchen window, Tessa following her like a shadow. Marco gave me a curious glance. Silently, he said, "Back door through the alley. But keep in mind that you can't run indefinitely. You must eventually take a firm stance and serve the food you have cooked." I tied my apron as I nodded. The true test was deciding when to stay and fight, not when to flee. After 3 months of culinary school, I felt like I was finally settling in. I seldom had time to think about my family because of my early classes, afternoon jobs at Marco's restaurant, and late evenings designing my own future kitchen. That should have been my first clue that things were going to blow up in my face. As I was getting ready for dinner service, Amelia entered Marco's kitchen. Now a rising star chef at one of the city's best restaurants, my old friend from high school culinary club looked just like I remembered her. Pristine chef's whites, neatly combed hair, and that grin that never quite reached her eyes. She leaned on the prep table and muttered, "Lila Hawkins? I couldn't believe it, but I had heard reports that you were employed here. By now, shouldn't you be managing your own business?" "I'm still learning," I said, continuing to cut vegetables in the steady pattern Marco had shown me. Not all of us were supported by our parents while attending Le Cordon Bleu. "Talking about parents," she added, taking out her phone and browsing through some content. "Last week, I met your mother at the charity dinner. She appeared concerned about you." My finger almost got caught as my knife slipped. "You spoke with my mom? She made a comment about you stealing money and fleeing. Theatrical, even for you." Suddenly, the kitchen felt too small and too hot. "That wasn't the case." "No." Her eyebrows went up. "I know you've been looking at restaurant business plans since I also heard from several investors. Considering that, the timing is intriguing." Now my hands trembled. "Amelia, what do you want?" "Want? All I'm worried about is my old acquaintance. You know, it takes more than simply money to open a business. It requires reputation, relationships, and stability." She underlined the final point. "It would be unfortunate if prospective investors were aware of rumors regarding the true source of your startup funding." Marco's voice exploded from the doorway before I could reply. "Is everything in here all right?" Amelia's smile became incredibly sweet. "Just catching up with a friend from long ago. Chef Marco, I actually came to discuss business. Next month, my restaurant will host a pop-up event with up-and-coming talented artists. Lay's participation would be greatly appreciated." Marco glanced at me, but I was unable to look him in the eye. Decisively, "I'll let her think about it," he stated. "Now, if you'll excuse us, we have service to prepare for." I tried to stabilize myself by holding onto the side of the prep table when Amelia left. I muttered, "She's going to tell everyone. The investors, my family." Under his breath, Marco said, "Tell them what?" I told him everything, including the lottery ticket, my escape, and the meticulously planned plans that were now in danger of failing. He gave me a towel to wipe my hands after listening to me without passing judgment. His words were, "So now you have a choice. You can run again, or you can face this head on." "How?" "She'll destroy everything I've worked for." He took my knife and tested its sharpness, asking, "Will she? Or will she just expose what you've been afraid to face?" Sometimes our biggest fears are just shadows, Ella. They disappear when we shine a light on them. A text message from an unidentified number rang on my phone. It was a screen grab of an email sent to possible investors, most likely by Amelia. It went into detail regarding my family problems and money irregularities. "The pop-up event," Marco said, "could be an opportunity. Show everyone, Amelia, your family, these investors, exactly who you are and what you can do. Or it could be a trap." He grinned. "Most likely both. But you're not that scared girl from Christmas morning anymore. You've learned more than just cooking techniques in my kitchen." I reflected on the previous 3 months, including the cuts, burns, and late hours spent honing recipes. With every minor triumph, I developed something beyond my culinary abilities. "What's that saying you always use?" I responded. "The hottest fires make the strongest steel." He gave a nod. "And you, my dear, are about to walk through fire." I grabbed up my knife and started chopping again, making deliberate, accurate cuts. Amelia believed she could exploit my past to ruin my future, but she had overlooked the most crucial culinary rule. Time is everything. "Tell her I'm in," I responded, "for the pop-up event. But I'm doing it my way." Marco grinned knowingly. Now that sounds like a chef talking. At 3 a.m, Tessa sent the following text. "Can you meet me? Please don't tell Mom and Dad." Her eyes were red and swollen when I spotted her seated in her Volkswagen Beetle outside Marco's restaurant. Her normally flawless hair was pulled back in an untidy ponytail, and she had lost weight since Christmas. She replied, "I failed 2 classes, as I got into the passenger seat. And I can't tell them? They think I'm applying to pre-med programs, but I haven't even started the applications." The quiet between us was filled by the gentle hum of the heater. This vehicle had represented every issue with our family's dynamic. It was like a confession booth now. Even though I already knew the answer, I questioned, why pre-med? My personal nightmare. Mom's backup plan, Dad's dream. She laughed, but her voice sounded more like a sob. "How do you do it, Lai? Just walk away from their expectations?" I reflected about Amelia's threats, the lottery ticket concealed in my apartment, and all the lies entangled in my purported bravery. "I'm not sure I'm the best person to ask about making good choices right now." "At least you made a choice." She reached into her jacket and took out a crumpled piece of paper. "I found this in Mom's study." It was a list. My movements were monitored, notes of folks she'd spoken to in town. Tessa stated, "She is aware of the culinary school." I felt sick to my stomach. "Does she know about the money?" "Not yet, but she's obsessed with figuring out how you're paying for everything," she said. "She thinks you're involved in something illegal. Dad's talking about hiring a private investigator." I didn't miss the irony. I had given them even more justification to meddle in my affairs by attempting to break free from their authority. "There's more. Go on, Tessa." I overheard Mom talking to Amelia Stone's mother at the country club. "They're planning something for that pop-up event, some kind of intervention or confrontation. They want to save you from yourself or whatever." I balled my hands into fists. Amelia would involve our mothers, of course. She was an expert at twisting the knife. Whispering, "You should tell them the truth," Tessa whispered. "About everything. Like you're telling them the truth about pre-med?" She winced, and I instantly felt bad about what I had said. Both of us were imprisoned in distinct iterations of the same cage. "Maybe," Tessa said hesitantly. "Maybe we could help each other. I could come to your pop-up event, run interference with Mom, and you could help me figure out how to tell them about changing my major." "To what?" "Photography," she confessed, displaying a collection of gorgeous culinary photographs on her phone. "I've been practicing at restaurants around town. That's actually how I found out where you were working." The photographs were stunning, capturing the soul of each dish through the play of light and shadow. Their strict, meticulous approach to everything was quite different from our mother's. These are incredible, Tess. Really? Because sometimes I think I'm just being stupid and selfish, throwing away a real career for something you love, I said at the conclusion. Yeah, I know that feeling. We were swept by the headlights of a passing automobile. I briefly caught a glimpse of us as sisters fleeing the same darkness, but in opposite directions. I have to be at the restaurant in 3 hours, I replied. Want to come in? I could teach you some plating techniques. Give you something interesting to photograph. She grinned, but it wasn't the flawless smile she gave our parents. I'd like that. I became aware that something had changed when we entered Marco's kitchen. My quest for vengeance has evolved beyond simply disproving my parents. It was about ending a cycle and making room for Tessa and me to be different from what our parents wanted us to be. I had to make it through Amelia's pop-up event first though. The stakes were bigger than ever now that we knew our mothers were engaged. My future was no longer the only consideration here. Tessa's was also at issue. I said, "Hey," and gave her an apron. Want to learn how to make Mom's favorite dessert? I have some ideas for improving it. Tessa smiled mischievously. Now that sounds like a photo opportunity. 3 days before the pop-up event, everything began to go wrong. While I was finishing up my menu in Marco's kitchen, Tessa stormed in the back door with her phone in her hand. She threw the screen at me and said, "You need to see this?" It was a gorgeously presented dish from Amelia's Instagram story that looked just like my go-to recipe. The one I had spent months creating. A sneak peek of our upcoming showcase, was the caption. The greatest inventions can occasionally be found in unlikely locations. I wiped my trembling hands on my apron. She's been watching me. Someone's been feeding her information. After saying, "That's not all," Tessa swiped to another post. It was a set of pictures taken at Amelia's restaurant during a private investor meeting. One photo had my mother sitting at the table with her face animated in discussion in the background. The cutting board clattered against the knife I was holding. "She's working with Mom?" "I overheard them yesterday," Tessa acknowledged. "Mom's been telling potential investors about your unstable behavior and questionable finances. They're trying to make sure no one backs your restaurant plans." Marco showed up next to us, looking serious. "The health inspector just called. Someone filed multiple complaints about our kitchen. They're coming tomorrow, right before your big prep day." There was a reason for the timing. Amelia was skilled at using my own mother as a weapon to harm me. I clutched the edge of the prep table as the room began to spin. "I can't do this," I said. "Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm in over my head." Tessa's voice was stern as she said, "No. That's exactly what they want you to think. But look at this." She showed me pictures she had taken during our late-night cooking sessions by pulling up her camera roll. The photographs were breathtaking, showcasing not only the cuisine but also the love and imagination that went into each dish. "This is who you are, Elia. Not their lies. Not their manipulation." Marco, as he often did when he was making a point, picked up my fallen knife and tested its edge. "You know what separates a good chef from a great one? Not talent, not even creativity. It's what they do when everything goes wrong." "But she stole my recipe." He gave me the knife and said, "So make a better one. Show them who you really are, not who they think you are." As I gazed at the knife in my palm, I recalled all the evenings I had spent honing my cuts, all the burns and scars I had acquired via perseverance rather than innate skill. Amelia may have taken my recipe, but she was unable to take away my enthusiasm. "How skilled are you at social media marketing, Tessa?" I said gently. She smiled. "Better than Amelia, that's for sure." "Good, because I have an idea." I looked across at Marco. "Remember that fusion dish we talked about? The one that combines Mom's traditional family recipe with modern techniques?" His face lit up with a smile as he nodded. "The one that's too risky? Too controversial?" "Exactly. Amelia wants to play it safe, stick to stolen classics. Let's give them something they can't copy. Something that tells our whole story on a plate." I recreated my mother's signature dish over the course of the following few hours, changing every component. My childhood comfort food was transformed into something fresh that evoked both tradition and defiance. Every step was recorded by Tessa, who used her camera to record the transition from the old to the new. Even Marco appeared impressed when the last meal was prepared. His words, "This isn't just food. This is your declaration of independence." Tessa captioned the pictures simply when she uploaded them. Some recipes are passed down. Others are transformed. Coming soon to at Amelia Stone Showcase event. The post went viral in the local food community within a few hours. Amelia texted after making 2 calls. "You're making a mistake. Back down now or everything comes out, about the money, about your family, everything. For the first time that day, my hand was steady as I handed Tessa and Marco the text. When I said, "Let it come out, I'm done hiding," Marco gave a nod of approval. "Now you're cooking with fire." Tessa responded, "Just promise me one thing." As she lowered her camera. "When you face them, all of them, let me be there. Someone needs to document what happens when the golden child and the black sheep finally stand together." Retaliation and self-promotion were no longer the exclusive goals of the pop-up event. It was about finally writing my own life recipe and escaping all the ones that others had created. With the subtlety of a cooking fire, the pop-up event's night arrived. Other young cooks were vying for the interest of possible investors as I stood in Amelia's prep kitchen. My burners were inexplicably becoming cold, and my station had been accidentally positioned near to a drafty service door. "Equipment issues?" Amelia asked as she went past, her voice brimming with fictitious worry. Such a shame. But then, working with subpar tools builds character, doesn't it? I tried not to notice that she had placed my mother at a prominent table right in front of me, so I focused on my preparations. Evelyn Hawkins wore her critical face like a crown as she sat there like a queen at court. Someone shouted, 10 minutes to first service?" I grabbed for my sauce with trembling hands, only to discover that the container was empty. Only a few minutes ago, I had filled it and had turned my back. "Looking for something?" Amelia produced a well-known container. "Oh, this? Found it by the sink. Looked spoiled, so I tossed it. Health and safety, you know?" In a flash, 3 months of labor were gone. Recalling Marco's remarks about maintaining control under duress, I held my knife so tightly that my knuckles turned white. However, this was deliberate devastation rather than merely pressure. L.A. With her camera in hand, Tessa showed up at my station. "Mom's talking to the investors. She's showing them something on her phone." I felt sick to my stomach. I could see my mother making impassioned gestures through the service window, and the investors' expressions were getting serious as they turned to face me. With a shake of his head, one of them got up and left. Tessa muttered, "It's the lottery ticket. They know." The room began to swirl. Every cautious step I had taken toward freedom, everything I had created, was falling apart. No financiers. No sauce. There is no hope. Through my panic, a voice said, "Chef Hawkins? Health Department. We need to discuss some concerning allegations about your food handling practices." Naturally. The icing on the cake. I glanced around the kitchen, taking in my mother's contented grin, Amelia's victorious smile, and the other chef's adamant avoidance of eye contact. This was the feeling of complete defeat. "I'm done," I muttered as I tied my apron. "They win." Tessa grabbed my arm and said, "No. Remember what you told me about Mom's recipe, about making it your own? So your sauce is gone. Make something better. Something they can't steal or destroy." "With what?" "I have nothing left." She took out her phone and showed me the pictures she had shot of our late-night cooking sessions, saying, "You have me?" At the final picture, she paused. Marco and I were in the kitchen, giggling as I tried a failed dish that had unintentionally become something fantastic and completely different. Marco had remarked that evening that sometimes the best dishes come from disasters. I glanced at the essential elements that were still there, at my almost empty station, at my sister's resolute countenance, and then at my mother, who was now approaching us with that well-known look of disappointment. She began. "This has gone far enough, it's time to—" "You're right," I interrupted, grabbing my knife. "It has gone far enough. Tessa, start filming." Amelia shouted, "What are you doing?" As I started slicing the few items I had left quickly. "I'm cooking," I declared, my knife moving deliberately. "But not your way, or Mom's way, or anyone else's way. My way." The service was 20 minutes away. No sauce, no financiers, no assistants, just my trembling hands and my sister's camera. Maybe it was the intention, but all I had planned was in ruins. Perhaps in order to discover what I truly needed, I had to let go of everything I believed I desired. "Last call for plating," was said by someone. I gazed at my creation, honest, straightforward, the product of defiance and despair. It wasn't flawless. I hadn't even planned for it. However, it was truly mine. With her camera trained on my hands, Tessa questioned, "Ready?" I took the first plate and nodded. I could see my mother and the other investors waiting through the service window. This was my final opportunity to demonstrate that the greatest works can occasionally emerge from the darkest situations. After saying, "Time to serve," I pushed through the door. And I hope they're hungry for the truth. It was so quiet in the dining room when I served my homemade dish. I observed the investors leaning forward through Tessa's camera, their faces changing from doubt to interest. My mother's hands showed her anxiety by twisting her napkin under the table, but her face stayed purposefully expressionless. One investor examined the plate and remarked, "This isn't what was advertised." "No," I concurred. "It's better. This is what happens when someone tries to sabotage your carefully planned menu. You either give up, or you create something new." Amelia came out of the kitchen and I met her gaze. I turned to Amelia and asked, "Would you like to explain why my original sauce disappeared? Or should we ask my mother about the convenient timing of the health inspector's visit?" My mother said sharply, "Li," as a warning. However, I wasn't done yet. "It's funny, Mom. I tried to replicate your recipes for years in an attempt to win your approval, but tonight, when everything was taken away, I finally got it. Real hunger produces the best food. For recognition as much as for food. For approval." Now that the investors were trying the meal, their appreciative mutterings were becoming more audible and Tessa walked around the table, recording their responses, the way they nodded their heads and raised their eyebrows at one another. The principal investor remarked, "The combination of traditional and modern techniques is unexpected. The harmony of flavors. It narrates a tale." "That's because it's my narrative," I responded, "the genuine one, not the one they wanted to share. About creating something out of nothing. About converting rejection into motivation." With her poise crumbling, Amelia went forward and said, "You think you're so special? A tenacious underdog who—" "No," I said, "I believe that I am just what you fear. Someone who no longer need your approval, any one of you." I hadn't seen my father since Christmas morning, so his arrival was a shock to the room as he entered and stopped short at the scene in front of him. "What's happening?" he insisted. "Your daughter," the principal investor stated, "is going to get an offer of support for her restaurant idea. If she's interested, that is." My father's expression changed from one of bewilderment to something I had never seen before, perhaps recognition or regret. "The lottery ticket," he replied softly. "Isn't that how you accomplished all of this?" "The Christmas present you gave us," I said. "The one you never bothered to open," and I said, "Yes." Suddenly my mother got up and said, "You had no right to—" "Mom, to what?" "To want something different than what you planned," I yelled. "To be successful without your consent?" "You should ask your golden child how she feels about medical school," I said, gesturing to Tessa, who was still shooting. "Find out what she truly wants to accomplish with her life." All eyes shifted to Tessa, and the room fell silent once again as she dropped her camera, her hands calm despite her trembling voice. "I want to be a photographer," she said. "And Liz going to hire me to shoot for her restaurant's marketing." "No one is being hired by you." "This was a publicity stunt," Amelia yelled. The main investor stepped in and said, "These investors are very impressed, Miss Hawkins, both with the food and with how you handled unexpected challenges." My father came up and reached into his jacket, taking out a wrinkled, still unscratched scratch-off ticket that I had given him for Christmas. "I don't know why, but I kept it," he remarked. "If it's okay with you, I'd like to scratch it right now. Perhaps because that was the last thing you gave us before." He cleared his throat. "And I would like to invest money in your restaurant, regardless of its value." "Hey, Roger," my mom objected. However, he raised his hand and said, "No, Evelyn. We've already caused enough harm by attempting to dictate their lives. Take a look at what Ella produced tonight, despite all the odds being against her. Take a look at Tessa's images. We weren't afraid of these failures. They are artists." "I think we have some details to discuss, Miss Hawkins," said the principal investor, grinning and passing a business card across the table. "Every one of us." I looked at my father's unscratched ticket after picking up the card. "Keep it," I replied. "Some gifts are worth more unopened." I was too absorbed staring at my father's face when he finally, saw me, not as a letdown, but as a chef, as myself, to observe Amelia storming away. I turned to the investors and said, "So, let's talk about opening night." The restaurant was packed, as it had been every night since it opened, and I was standing in my own kitchen, 6 months after the pop-up event, watching the dinner service unfold through the pass. The walls were covered in Tessa's photos, which included candid candids of our family's adventure as well as beautiful views of our hallmark dishes. Marco entered with a familiar envelope as the door slid open. He handed it to me and said, "Special delivery. Found this at my restaurant." Amelia's was the return address, and there was only one page inside. "Last week, I shut down my restaurant. It turns out that building success on other people's formulas isn't worth much. You were correct. You must be the one who is hungry." As I folded the letter, I reflected on how, somewhere down the line, revenge had lost its appeal. Have you watched the special today? I nodded toward a meal that was waiting at the pass as I asked Marco. He grinned when he saw my mother's famous recipe, modified but still hearty. What was her reaction? She cried, I said. Then spent an hour telling me everything I'd done wrong while secretly eating every bite. I could see my family at their usual table through the kitchen window. My mother sat straight-backed as usual, but her eyes kept wandering to the kitchen with what appeared to be pride, and my father was showing Tessa something on her camera, presumably talking about her upcoming gallery show. My line cook said, "Chef, we have a situation." At the kitchen entrance, I turned to see a familiar face, Amelia, who appeared smaller and less assured. She blurted out, "I'm not here to cause trouble. I wanted to know if prep cooks are still being hired by you." I would have cherished this moment of defeat 6 months ago, but now, when I looked at her, I saw part of myself. That same hunger, just focused in the wrong direction for too long. The kitchen was silent, and everyone watched to see how I would respond. I said, "Tomorrow morning, 6 a.m., and be on time. Additionally, this time, Amelia, bring your own recipes." With a look of relief on her face, she nodded and rushed out. "You're not the same chef who burned with revenge in my kitchen," Marco said, giving me a shoulder squeeze. "No," I said. "I feel better now." Speaking of which, I took out the lottery ticket that my father had returned to me last week, stating that certain presents needed to be completed. He had kept it unscratched for months. "Do you want to take the lead?" I extended an offer to Marco. "Some things are worth more unscratched," he said, shaking his head. "Sometimes we learn more from the wonder of what might have been than from knowledge." I tucked the ticket under my chef's coat, where it lay close to my heart as a reminder of how far I'd come, while the dinner rush was intensifying and tickets were pouring in. Mom is criticizing your plating once more," Tessa called from the dining room. "Tell her if she wants to reorganize my garnishes, she'll have to put on an apron and do it herself," I said, laughing and grabbing my knife. My mother surprised me by showing up at the kitchen doorway a few moments later, already rolling up her sleeves. "Well," she remarked, "would you demonstrate for me how this updated version of my recipe functions?" I gave her an apron and watched as she tied it using motions that were similar to mine. I learned that some wounds heal slowly, but that they do, especially when they are seasoned with time, truth, and a little bit of forgiveness. Making room at my station, I said, "Okay, Mom. Let me show you how hunger enhances the flavor of everything." A cacophony of sizzling pans, clicking dishes, and calling tickets filled the kitchen as it hummed around us. My rules, my restaurant, and my family, the one I was born into and the one I created, are all mine, no matter how imperfect. Additionally, an unscratched ticket in my chef's coat served as a reminder that sometimes the finest form of retaliation isn't providing cold food but rather inviting your adversaries to a warm table and teaching them how to prepare meals for themselves. My parents skipped my wedding because I married before my perfect sister. Now their perfect family image is finally crumbling. After being together for 4 years, I, 32F, got married 8 months ago. Except for my sister Malene, 30F, and my parents, everyone went to the wedding. My parents' decision to skip the event was startling, but I wasn't overly shocked by my sister's absence because we've never really gotten along. However, considering our past, I should have anticipated it. I'll give you some background on our family's dynamics. I can't completely blame my parents for constantly favoring my sister over me. Throughout her life, she has been exceptionally good at almost everything. She was the center of attention in every room she visited as soon as she could walk. She won every spelling bee, science fair, and talent show in elementary school. Class president, valedictorian, and prom queen were all very much the same in high school. Tall, slender, and attractive enough, she pursued modeling while in college before concentrating on her business degree. She got her first modeling job during her sophomore year, and I can still remember it. To celebrate, my parents invited all of our family members and her friends to a lavish party. Her first professional headshot was framed and hung in our living room, where it remains to this day, directly above the fireplace. The same year I received my degree in computer science, they merely murmured, "Well done," and resumed organizing Malene's next photo session. She immediately climbed the corporate ladder after graduating and landing a job at a prominent company. She already has a corner office and a corporate car at the age of 30, making her a senior executive. In the meantime, I work for a respectable computer company as a mid-level software developer. Although I'm pleased with my work and it's a decent profession, it's not the type of employment that makes parents boast in front of the family. In addition, I'm bigger and shorter than my sister. My mother made crude remarks about my appearance, signed me up for workout classes I didn't want to attend, and put me on diets all the time when I was growing up. She would say, "Malene never struggles with her weight." Or, "You could look as nice as your sister if you just put in a little more effort." Even though I had learned to ignore these remarks by high school, they had an impact. Over the years, I've accepted these distinctions. I ultimately came to terms with the fact that my parents never took as much delight in my accomplishments as they did in Malene's. What was my option? I tried to get their approval for years by attending classes they recommended, joining clubs they encouraged, and even attempted modeling for a short time, a failure my sister never lets me forget. However, nothing was ever sufficient. I was merely the second daughter, and they were completely enamored with my sister's achievements. I gave up attempting to impress them sometime in my mid-20s. I concentrated on creating my own life, growing professionally on my own terms, and forming bonds with individuals that respected me for who I am. To be honest, following that, things have improved. Knowing that my parents were constantly concerned about maintaining appearances, I kept my interactions with them superficial in order to prevent conflict. During our mandatory Christmas meals and sporadic family get-togethers, I would nod and grin while they raved about Malene's most recent job, lover, or vacation spot. Since they had Malene to swoon over, they didn't seem to notice my emotional distance. Then, at a computer conference, I ran upon my spouse through a mutual friend. He noticed me, actually saw me, unlike my family. He liked my dry sense of humor, my ability to code, and yes, even my body type, right from the beginning. He never once said I should change or make comparisons to other people. He proposed to me after 4 years of dating when we were alone at home, enjoying takeaway and our favorite TV in the background. It was flawless. Naturally, I told my folks that I was engaged last year. My first clue should have been their response. There was no congratulation, only stillness. My mother then questioned whether I was certain I wanted to jump right in and recommended that I might want to improve my physical condition before the wedding. My father didn't say much at all. During the engagement party, my husband noted their odd reaction, which I was too anxious to fully comprehend at the time. They crouched over my mother's phone in a corner for the majority of the evening. My husband then informed me that he had heard them talking to Malene on the phone, who was clearly crying. They were talking about how this wasn't the plan, and how they never expected Rebecca to get married first, according to what he vaguely heard. There were some minor setbacks during the wedding planning process. Despite not even being engaged at the time, my mother had already made many wedding Pinterest boards for Malene and was not interested in assisting me in selecting a dress or location. My mother merely remarked that it was practical and suitable for my figure when I selected my dress, a straightforward yet exquisite A-line gown that made me feel lovely. My future mother-in-law, who treated me like the daughter she never had, and I ended up working together on the majority of the preparations. I carefully reviewed and double-checked the guest list with my spouse to be sure no one was overlooked before sending out both electronic and paper wedding invitations. I am certain that my parents received theirs because the electronic invitations included red receipts. I called, texted, and emailed them several times after realizing they hadn't RSVP'd. My mails were either ignored or met with evasive responses stating that they were very busy and needed to check their schedules. I couldn't waste too much energy worrying about it because I was too busy getting ready for the wedding. My in-laws were incredibly helpful, offering assistance with everything from seating maps to floral arrangements. Even at the lovely bridal shower hosted by my husband's sister, the painfully obvious absence of my own family was never brought up. Even though my parents weren't there, the wedding day itself was beautiful. We held a laid-back afternoon celebration after the morning wedding in a garden setting. Everyone was right when they said we looked so content and in love. But there were times when their absence felt like a physical anguish, such as when I saw the front row seats empty or at the father-daughter dance that I was not able to attend. I sought answers after the honeymoon and wedding. They said they were deeply hurt, that they had never gotten a formal invitation when I eventually reached them on the phone. My mother launched into a lengthy tirade about how careless I was, how she had always wanted to assist in organizing her daughter's weddings, and how she couldn't comprehend why I would leave them out of such a significant occasion. I was perplexed by this since I was positive we had given them both kinds of invitations. During the call, I verified that we had indeed sent them by looking through our records. Even the physical invitation's delivery was confirmed. I didn't confront them about their attempts to gaslight me. I just said I was sorry for the error and hung up. Later, my husband brought up a number of incidents that demonstrated their true intentions, such as the way they appeared surprised rather than delighted when we told them we were engaged, or the way they continued coming up with reasons not to assist with the wedding planning. Because he didn't want to add to my anxiety during the wedding planning process, he hadn't brought up these findings earlier, but in retrospect, the pattern was clear. The idea that I, the less successful daughter, was getting married before their beloved Malene was too much for them to bear. Their demeanor simply served to validate what I had always suspected but had resisted, that I would never be able to compete with my sister in their eyes. The most depressing thing was learning that even my wedding day, which ought to have been a celebration of love and fresh starts, turned into yet another front in their never-ending war to preserve their ideal family image, with Malene at its core. Malene recently got engaged to someone she's been dating for a year, according to family members I spoke with. In family group conversations that I don't participate in, my parents openly express their excitement about organizing an elaborate wedding for her. They are already boasting about securing upscale locations and luxury gowns, and my mother is taking Malene to private fittings at upscale stores. All the mother-daughter time I was not allowed. It's intriguing that a large number of our family are suddenly refusing to go to Malene's wedding and engagement party. My parents' actions at my wedding apparently became a topic of conversation in the family. I just tell my family members what I think is real when they inquire as to why my parents didn't attend my wedding. They couldn't bear it when I married before their beloved daughter. I present the facts as I perceive them, without embellishment or an attempt to win sympathy. My parents got in touch with me a few days ago and accused me of purposefully attempting to spoil Malene's wedding. According to their claims, the relatives they have spoken to are using reasons to avoid going to any of her wedding-related festivities. My cousin, to whom my sister vented, informed her that people are reluctant to come because they have heard about my parents' treatment of me. My parents claim that because I'm envious of my sister's impending lavish wedding, I'm spreading false stories. The problem is that I'm only telling folks the truth about what happened. Perhaps they should consider their conduct instead of blaming me for the results if the truth makes them appear terrible. As things continue to change, I'm finding it harder and harder to keep up the appearance of a relationship with my parents. Their behavior during my wedding finally made it clear to me that I would never be sufficient for them, regardless of what I did. Their absence at my wedding is no longer the most difficult aspect. It's coming to terms with the fact that I never had the kind, encouraging parents I always desired. I'm concentrating on creating a life with someone who genuinely appreciates me for who I am right now, but I'll keep you updated if anything important changes. First update: since my last post, which was 2 weeks ago, a lot has transpired. I ultimately made the decision to speak with my parents face-to-face over their actions at my wedding and their current charges that I ruined my sister's special day after reading your encouraging remarks. I felt it was time to put everything on the table when they began texting me about their tarnished family history. My parents quickly started making accusations during our phone call, saying that I was jealous of Malene and had planned the entire thing. I did something I had never done before. I agreed with them, but not in the way they had anticipated, in place of defending myself as I usually would. I said to them, "You're correct. I'm envious. Not Malene's career, not her accomplishments, not her appearance. I'm envious of the unwavering love and support you've shown her, which you never even made an effort to show me." There was a pause in the line. My mother then began claiming that I was exaggerating and that they had always treated us equally. Something broke inside of me at that moment. Feelings that had been repressed for years came flooding out. I informed them of each birthday when Malene's most recent success eclipsed my own accomplishments. When Malene had a modeling callback, my mother canceled my high school graduation dinner. About how her prom outfit cost more than the total cost of my college textbooks for a year. I continued despite my father's attempts to cut me off by accusing me of exaggerating. I talked about how it was to watch them spend years organizing my sister's fictitious wedding while showing no interest in my own. I told them how painful it was to see my parents' seats vacant and how my mother-in-law had to help me with everything, from wedding preparation to clothing buying. Their reaction was instructive. They flipped it on me rather than accepting any of my arguments. "Why did you never speak up if you felt this way?" As if I hadn't tried to speak with them for years, my mother insisted. My father went on to say that by discussing these emotions with our family members, I was being unjust and spiteful. My mother said something at that point that ultimately clarified everything. "We never imagined you'd go to such lengths as to try to ruin Malene's wedding out of spite, but we always knew you were insecure about her success," she stated. "This is not how we brought you up." I became aware that they couldn't even hear me. They believed that their behavior and my emotions had nothing to do with the entire circumstance. It has to do with Malene's reaction. They were more worried about her impending nuptials than the hurt they had caused me, even during this discussion about their absence from my wedding. I didn't attempt to make things better for the first time in my life. I didn't retract or apologize. Rather, I expressed my thoughts to them directly. "You're correct on one point. I was raised by you. You instilled in me the belief that I would never measure up. That Malene's accomplishments would always be more significant than mine. That upholding your ideal family image was more essential than my feelings. However, you also taught me that I deserve better than this, which was something you didn't mean to teach me. Before my father spoke, there was a long pause. He spoke in a cool, collected tone. Maybe it's time for us to stop acting like we're bad parents, since you've already determined that we are and you obviously take pleasure in seeing us suffer. Since you are family, we assumed you would assist in resolving this issue, but it is clear that you have made your own decisions. The last blow was delivered by my mother. Perhaps you simply couldn't cope with not being the center of attention, even though we always tried to treat you both fairly. Rebecca, that's not our fault. You made the decision to play the victim. I refrained from arguing. Why would it matter? Everything I had been saying had just been validated by them. They were unable to admit their involvement in any of anything, even at this last discussion. I just hung up and said goodbye. I was surprised to feel relieved after the call. Tears were shed, to be sure, but they weren't the frantic, heartbreaking ones I remember from my early years. They were liberating tears. For the first time, I had expressed everything I needed to say without holding back or feeling guilty about how I felt. Later, my husband saw me gazing at the sunset from our back porch. He sat next to me and grasped my hand without saying anything. They're never going to change, are they? I asked him after a time. No, but you have, he said, squeezing my hand. And that is what counts. He is correct. I've changed. The young child who frantically tried to win her parents' approval is no longer there. They no longer need to validate the woman who came out of that last conversation. Although acknowledging that my parents will never be the people I need them to be is painful, it is not as painful as holding out hope that they would change. For the first time, I don't really care what happens with my sister's wedding or the family drama. I've had my say, and they now have to deal with whatever comes up. The most peculiar aspect? I feel as though a burden I've carried my entire life has finally been lifted. Although it's not the happy ending I had hoped for with my parents, perhaps it was the one I needed, the ability to quit striving for love that ought to have come naturally. Second update. 3 days have passed since my run-in with our parents, and things have taken a surprising turn. Malene made the decision to become involved in the drama, but her strategy failed horribly. My sister sent me a thoughtfully composed message yesterday morning. She had developed a condescending tone over the years, and it was evident in her text. What you said to your parents was totally inappropriate. They have helped us through every stage of our lives and given us everything. You cannot simply blame them for being poor parents because you are insecure about the decisions you have made in life. She continued the message with her typical blend of moral superiority and covert jabs. I understand that your wedding wasn't exactly what you had envisioned, but that doesn't mean you should try to destroy mine. There's nothing wrong with wanting a celebration that honors those of us who have put in a lot of effort to meet specific standards. Rebecca, not everything needs to be a contest. I didn't bother to answer. I've discovered that interacting with her merely provides her with more ammunition after years of putting up with her manipulative conduct. I just blocked her number instead. Malene has never been one to put up with being ignored, so I assumed that would be the end of it. My husband, who was laughing so hard that he could not speak, called me at work a few hours later. Malene was apparently unable to get in touch with me directly, so she found his personal number, probably via a common acquaintance, and sent him a string of texts outlining the precise reasons why our sister relationship has never been good. She began her initial communication to him in a sufficiently professional manner. As Rebecca's sister and someone who cares deeply about our family's well-being, I feel compelled to reach out. However, it soon turned into her actual motivations. She informed my husband that he had an obligation to help me behave in a more suitable manner because he was the new man in Rebecca's life. The messages become increasingly patronizing. Family dynamics are complex, she told my husband, a professional software architect with an MBA, adding that someone with Rebecca's sensitivity might not understand the bigger picture. She advised him to assist me in seeing reason before I irreparably harm family relationships. Her attempt to play on what she believed to be his social climbing impulses was the true kicker, though. In fact, she wrote, "Surely you understand that maintaining good relationships with successful family members like myself could be beneficial for your future. Rebecca's behavior is only hurting her own prospects and, by extension, yours." Having always been able to see through Malene's facade, my spouse thought her attempt at manipulation was humorous. He particularly liked her presumption that her business rank or the prospect of networking opportunities would somehow impress him. In his own words, "She really doesn't know me at all, does she?" We went over the messages together when I got home that night. I was laughing with my hubby instead of feeling offended or upset. Seeing Malene's deceptive methods exposed, particularly when they were aimed at someone who was totally impervious to them, was liberating. I learned something significant about my sister as a result of this encounter. She is still that insecure adolescent who needs to tear others down in order to feel superior, despite all of her achievements and success. It's clear how little she knows about good relationships that she believed she could control me by manipulating my husband. When her direct approach failed, she swiftly turned to trying to use my husband against me, which was the most revealing aspect. She used to do precisely that in high school. She attempted to turn my friends against me when she was unable to bully me directly. Different decade, same strategies. With this fresh viewpoint, I now understand how Maline's actions went beyond simple sibling rivalry throughout our early years. She made a concerted effort to keep her status as the favorite child, always telling our parents, and me, how much better she was. She had to overshadow whatever I accomplished. She had to point out my shortcomings to everyone I made friends with. My response to her games is different now. Her messages would have caused me to fall into self-doubt 10 years ago. I would have been upset and hurt 5 years ago. Today? Simply put, I'm sick of the drama and find her blatant attempts at manipulation amusing. My husband's response was ideal. Rather than becoming embroiled in her drama, he merely responded, "Thank you for your concern about Rebecca's well-being. As her husband, I'm focused on supporting her happiness, not managing her behavior. I think it's best if you direct any future concerns to Rebecca directly. Have a nice day." Maline sent one last message after not receiving the desired response. "I see she's poisoned you against the family too. Don't say I didn't try to help when this all blows up in your faces." Ironically, Maline's attempt to assist has further strengthened my resolve to keep my distance from the destructive dynamics of my family. Nothing has changed, as evidenced by her messages to my spouse. She is still the same cunning individual who feels the need to dictate every story and who perceives any departure from her ideal family script as a danger. Knowing that her attempts at persuasion were so totally unsuccessful is perhaps the most pleasant aspect of the entire incident. She succeeded in bringing my spouse and I closer together rather than causing us to drift apart. Totally unconcerned by her fears of social repercussions, we joked about her texts and planned a weekend trip during the evening. I've come to understand that true family isn't about upholding facades or dictating stories. It's about standing together, laughing together, and supporting one another when someone tries to manipulate you, even your own sister. I'm more certain than ever that I'd be better off keeping a safe distance from Maline's wedding drama. Instead of getting sucked into my family's never-ending power struggles, my husband and I have made the decision to concentrate on creating our own happiness. Success is said to be the best form of retaliation, but I'm coming to realize that real success isn't about impressing people. It's about accepting your decisions and surrounding yourself with individuals that encourage rather than impede your own development. I feel more successful than ever by that metric. Third update. After my sister's unsuccessful attempt to control my husband 2 weeks ago, things have taken unanticipated turns. The situation is becoming worse despite my parents' desperate attempts to repair their reputation. I found out through family ties that my parents have been on a mad quest to correct the narrative. They have been phoning each relative separately and accusing me of spreading vile tales because I'm envious of Maline's ideal wedding. They claim that I'm just resentful since her wedding will be far more sophisticated and gorgeous than mine was. According to their most recent tale, I purposefully left them out of my wedding so I could act like the victim. It's funny that they still reside in the same home they've owned for 30 years and have the same email addresses since the invention of email, but they're saying I sent their invitation to an old email address and an old physical address. The good news is that their attempts to limit the harm are failing miserably. Our family members don't believe it. Actually, a number of family members have shared their personal accounts of my parents' history of partiality. According to one aunt, my mother had previously engaged in similar antics at family weddings in an effort to guarantee that Maline was the life of the party. The way my extended family has reacted to my parents' manipulation is the most fulfilling development. Important family members, some of whom were expected to have significant parts in the event, have stopped supporting Maline's wedding. They may no longer have access to the exclusive location they were able to get through family ties. Even a family friend's luxury garment business has unexpectedly experienced scheduling conflicts. At a family get-together last weekend, things reached a breaking point. It seems that when someone naively inquired about my wedding pictures, my mother became upset. Out of jealousy, she started a defensive tirade about how I had changed after getting married and was attempting to destroy the family. Her tantrum backfired, stunning a number of relatives who were unaware of the circumstances and further harming their well-maintained reputation. It's especially ironic that my parents' frantic efforts to maintain their ideal family facade are the reason it's falling apart. Each time they attempt to justify their absence from my wedding, they wind up disclosing more about who they really are. People are becoming more aware of their deception the more they attempt to portray me as the bad guy. Family members are now picking sides after previously remaining impartial. Recently, even my father's brother, who had always kept silent to maintain harmony, apologized for not speaking up sooner about how they treated me. He has made the decision not to go to any of Mylene's wedding-related festivities with his family. I don't have to answer any of this explicitly, so I haven't. The truth is taking care of everything for me. Mylene and my parents always wind up revealing more of their destructive conduct when they attempt to twist the tale. It comes out that all those years of remaining silent and putting up with their treatment in an effort to keep the peace was really just a way of allowing their actions. My husband said it in the best possible words. They constructed a facade of the ideal family over many years, but it was based on emotional manipulation and partiality. Eventually, it was going to fall apart. I'm doing better than ever, personally. I no longer have to worry about attempting to win my parents' approval. The stress of controlling Mylene's emotions has subsided. I'm not concerned about upholding their ideal family image for the first time in my life. Sometimes the best retaliation is just letting the truth speak for itself rather than taking action. I'm grateful to Reddit for giving me the courage to advocate for myself. You have no idea how much your guidance and encouragement have meant to me along this path. Sometimes you need to see what true family support looks like from strangers you met online.